Okay, well, good morning. It is 9:30 and this Places for Everyone joint development plan document examination hearing session is open, and William Fieldhouse, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and Stephen Lee. Can you all hear me okay? Yep. A reminder please for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent mode. That includes me after yesterday. Water is provided and will be replenished during the adjournment, so please don't bring hot drinks or food into the room. You'll know that toilet facilities are located in the reception area where you came in, and there are no fire alarm tests planned for today. So if the alarm does sound, we will need to vacate the building in an orderly fashion following the green emergency exit signs. As usual, this session will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters that are set out on the agenda, which hopefully you've all got. And these issues, 8.1 to 8.5, deal with various aspects of housing development that we haven't already covered. As usual, I will start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA and then invite contributions from others. If you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on end and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I do, if you could put your microphone on, make sure it's close enough to you and speak into it, and say who you are and who you represent if appropriate. We'll have a comfort break for about 20 minutes, about 11 o'clock, and we'll break for lunch around 1. We've got all day to deal with these agenda items, so we can have some flexibility in terms of the timing of adjournments, etc. So, as usual, if I could start, please, with introductions around the table, starting with the GMCA team.
Good morning, sir. Chris Katkowski, KC, representing GMCA.
Good morning, Anne Morgan, representing GMCA.
Good morning, Philippa Brunsden, Bury Council.
Hello, Claire Taylor-Russell from the GMCA.
Jackie Copley from CPRE.
Marge Powner from Friends of Carrington Moss.
Matthew Brabant from Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
John Coxon from Emery Planning, representing a consortium of developers, which is Wayne Estates, Wayne Homes, Holland Strategic Land, the Strategic Land Group and Seddon Homes.
Good morning. Matthew Dauber from Barton Wilmore Now Stantec, representing the Walshaw Consortium.
Morning, sir. Ian Gilbert from Barton Wilmore, representing Redrow.
Good morning. Greg Dixon, Barton Wilmore Now Stantec, representing Barrett, David Wilson and James Holmes.
Good morning, Justin Cove, Hive Land and Planning, representing Redrow Homes.
Good morning, Stephen Morgan Highland, and with me is Amy Bronte Littlejohns, both of Maddox Planning, and we're representing Metacre and Northern Trust.
Good morning, Paul Williams from Mosaic Town Planning, representing Persimmon Homes and Morris Homes.
Good morning, Philip Robson, instructed by Colliers on behalf of Royal London Asset Management.
Morning, Conor Valley from Avison Young, representing the Northern Gateway Development Vehicle.
Good morning, Brian O'Connor from Litchfields, representing a house building consortium.
James Stevens, Home Builders Federation.
Good morning, Dave Trimmingham of Turley, representing Peel. I will be hot seating with my colleague Anthony Pollard, also of Turley.
Good morning, Chris Young, KC, representing Peel.
Okay, thank you all, and good morning all. Any procedural queries before we start on the first agenda item? No? Okay, thank you. Right, so we're looking now at, obviously, issue 8.1, which is essentially about policy JPH1. We've already considered under matter 2 whether the minimum housing requirement figure of 164,880 net additional dwellings in the plan period 2021 to 2037 is justified and consistent with national policy. And under matter 3, we've discussed the proposed distribution of housing development between the 9 districts set out in table 7.2. We've also discussed the plan period and the potential update to the housing land supply figures in table 7.1. So all those things we've dealt with. We don't want to go over the same ground again on those, please. So this issue is concerned with the sort of the mechanics of policy JPH1, including the proposed phasing of housing development and the approach to demonstrating a 5-year supply of deliverable sites. So those things we'll come on to. Before we do, though, the first 2 issues under the bullet points are questions 8.1 and 8.2 are essentially, I'm going to take those together. And really what I'm looking at here are the modifications that have been proposed at various times and to various different bits of the plan, which kind of bring these elements together, if you see what I mean, and a chance for any. Some of them we've discussed, some of them, we've discussed at different times, if you see what I mean. So I just wanted to bring it together here. So I'm just going to quickly itemise the key elements of what those modifications are and what we end up with, and then I'll have a couple of questions to GMCA, not very many actually, and then we'll just see if there's any observations about those. So the first thing we got clarified was that in policy JPH1 itself would be a new single sentence paragraph that would basically state that the delivery rates, which is how they're expressed in the submitted plan in table 7.2, are the minimum number of net additional dwellings each district is expected to identify a sufficient supply of sites for through their local plans. And that reflects the NPPF wording of what local plans are expected to do. So that clarifies that. A modification is proposed to paragraph 7.20, which is part of the reason justification for that policy, that basically says local plans will be expected or be required to identify sufficient supply of sites to ensure that the minimum delivery rates in table 7.2 can be met. So that's a similar thing, but talking about the supply side of it. Then we've got a response to action point 4, which was published last week, which amends a modification that had already been made to paragraph 1.57. And this is about the role of the local plan. So this is back in chapter 1 of the plan, which is clarifying the relative role of this plan with local plans. And that would state that local plans will be expected to look ahead a minimum period from their adoption in line with national policy. And in the event that a local plan looked beyond 2039, it would use the minimum requirement figures in table 7.2 on a pro rata basis. Yep. So I'm just...
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
okay.
No, I'd forgotten the one in the earlier chapter.
Yeah, so there's that one in the earlier chapter. So that's
you.
about the plan period and how you use the requirement figures in table 7.2 in a local plan that looks further ahead than this plan does.
Say minimum period of 15 years.
I think it doesn't refer to 15 years
Yes.
because of it says in line with national policy because national policy could potentially change, I think was the thinking.
Might change, yes,
Yeah.
yes. The subtlety.
So anyway, we'll get people haven't actually had a chance to comment on
The
that
subtlety
yet.
escaped me, but yes, fair enough.
Finally,
Yes.
we've got a AP3 response, which again looks at a modification that had already been made to paragraph 11.2.
And changing our
later in the
changes.
plan.
Yes.
To clarify that table 7.1, which is a summary of what the plan-making authorities think is the existing housing land supply, as summarised district by district in table 7.1, clarifying that will be updated annually, and the local plans will be required to allocate sites from that existing supply, but also, if necessary, other locations, including Greenbelt if required, and if there are exceptional circumstances. And again, that's to ensure that the minimum requirement figures in table 7.2 can be met. So we've got a package of modifications. Okay, so basically they are there to ensure clarity about the relative role of local plans and consistent with national policy.
Absolutely, that's right. So when you assemble, and as you can tell, I'd forgotten some of the earlier ones, but when you assemble that jigsaw puzzle together, you do have as far as we're concerned, you would now have clear guidance given to local plans as to exactly what they're meant to be doing.
I suppose those modifications were proposed at slightly different times in response to questions that we posed at slightly different times.
Absolutely.
On reflection, I suppose, I'm not saying this is the case, but maybe just think about it, and others may want to comment, whether any of the things that are in earlier in the plan or later in the plan need to be in JPH1, or the reason justification for a JPH1.
Drawn together in one
just
place.
A thought.
I thought, no, it's a good and interesting thought, if I might say. The only counter thought I have immediately is whether some of the paragraphs are more overarching something. So it's not just about exactly. It's not just about homes, although sometimes it's hard to lose sight of that. You know, easy to lose sight of that.
Well, certainly not fond of you on that, but just bear that in mind. I suppose just a couple of questions about the substance of some of those changes. Is the approach of using the figures in 7.2 to roll forward beyond the end of this plan period, consistent with national policy and the standard methodology?
Yes.
I mean, obviously, in practice, it may be that the events will move on and there'll be a review of this plan or a review of the local plan anyway. But the principle of applying these figures for a longer period, is there any inconsistency with the standard method? Which
not that we're aware of, but in any event, I mean, we're trying to do. It's difficult, isn't it? Because we have a situation, we publish a plan with a plan period. You know, the process takes time. Obviously, you can't tell us what you're going to write in your report, but, you know, if I was a betting man, I think the racing certainty is that the plan period would change, and that has certain consequences. So the best that one can do in those circumstances is what we've done, just to sort of move things on and sort of get on and actually have a plan in place. When the subsequent local plans come forward, they have their numbers. Obviously, there would be a debate at each local plan examination about any changes that have taken place. So, to be frank, I think it's the best that can be done in the circumstances.
I mean, the standard method uses an approach of taking the local housing need figure that you work out and then applying it over a plan period, doesn't it? It's not like using a different set of projections or anything like that. It takes an average.
So it's the best that we can do in these in the circumstances, it seems to me.
Okay. So the only other question I've got, and it's not related to those things, but it's a consequence of what happens to as a result of the modification to JPH1. And with some trepidation, given that we've talked about this several times, it would leave the second paragraph, which is a single sentence now, a short single sentence and a stark statement that would state brownfield land.
Oh, yes.
Here we go again.
Yes.
Brownfield land.
You can't have a day without talking about brownfield land.
Brownfield land will be the predominant source of land over the plan period.
Yes.
Now, is that a statement of fact or is it a policy? If it's a policy, how does it relate to JBS2 that we've already talked about?
Yes.
Is it needed here?
Right. Let's.
Should I ask any more questions, or should we just?
Shall I just go now, sir? It reads as if, and as I understand it, it's meant to be a statement of fact about the because if you look at the bit that's been taken out, it immediately prior to the bit that remains, which is this statement that brownfield land would be the predominant source of land over the plan period. You know, that was originally tied in with Table 7.1 and the supply, which is, you know, like it or not, predominantly brownfield. And so now that it's been shorn of that reference, it still is meant to be a statement of fact about the supply position, but it's been shorn of the reference to the table that introduces it, says that. Whether it's needed here, I mean, to be quite frank, the reader of the plan would know that anyway, and so it's not a statement which is necessary in terms of explaining the position to the reader of the plan, because the reader of the plan would have seen that from the table, Table 7.1, which splits the sites in the supply between brownfield, greenfield, and mixed brownfield, greenfield. So any reader of the plan would know that anyway by the time they got to this page. So on that basis, I could understand it being said, well, what's the point of saying it if it's just meant to be recording something that you have already learnt from 2 pages before or whatever. But we know that we have controversial, albeit controversial, but we do have statements elsewhere about brownfield land, which we've discussed already. Yeah, and we don't want to go back there.
No. We'll think
Yes,
about,
exactly.
we've had various propositions
Yeah,
about how that could be amended or not.
And so the question which arises is, the point that arises is, whatever happens in your deliberations about those passages in the plan, we will reach a position that you will report back to us and say, well, this is what we consider as necessary to make the plan sound, if anything, on that point. Whether you then need this statement as well on top of all of that is a moot point. Okay.
But as you said, it's actually connected to Table 7.1.
It was.
Table 7.1
It
has
was.
moved into the reason justification.
Exactly, yes.
I don't know if there was any sentence that would go into the reason justification of 7.1.
To make that point, I mean, you could move, given that it was about Table
Yeah.
7.1, you could move that bit about brownfield into the supporting text, which refers to 7.1 in the supporting text, doesn't it, in our various...
I can't remember where you proposed to put
Yeah.
7.1 on, and whether it had any context with it, or whether there's already a sentence. So I don't want to go searching for that now particularly,
exactly.
but
No, not
maybe just think about
Yeah.
that. So that little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I haven't got any other questions about these first two bullet points under issue 8.1.
Yes.
Have you got anything else you wish to say?
No, I mean, I've just, it's paragraph 7.12, by the way, which is where the
7.12.
table is referred to. So, one could easily put into paragraph 7.12
yes.
a reference to brown, you could actually have what we had in the policy originally, which is that the table, shows the land suppliers at the time of the plan or whatever, adoption, and brownfield land is a predominant source of land supply in that table. You could write something like that. It's not very elegant.
7.12.
I'm just doing this off the top of my head, but yeah, you could move it into 7.12.
Yeah, okay. I think in principle that
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. It has a home.
It has a
Right.
home, yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Right. Right, any questions or comments people wish to make about those aspects of policy JPH1 and the modifications that have been proposed? Okay. Right, let's start with CPRE, please.
As far as CPRE is concerned, it's important that brownfield is referenced in policy because it feels, again, another watering down. Thank you.
So this sort of sentence, brownfield land will be the predominant source of land, is a good sentence from CPRE's point of view.
Yeah,
So it's clear.
because
For the reasons you've said before, it's an essential part of the strategy.
It's essential.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to reinforce that point. It's a key part of strategic objectives 2 and 3. And I think if we remove it from the policy part of the document, as Jackie said, it dilutes what's intended. And we already have concerns that in the early stage of the plan, we're going to see a lot of greenbelt released, and brownfield won't be the predominant source of land in the early years. We'd obviously like to see that protected in some way, so that, with some sort of review that means that brownfield is the focus in the early stages of the plan, and perhaps greenbelt isn't released until after the 5th year or similar.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to come on to the phasing elements of the policy, but I think I understand what you're saying, that your sort of approach to phasing would be different. It would be a brownfield kind of first type approach with phasing back any greenfield releases until, as you see it, they're actually needed, to given what the capacity is that's already there that should be used first.
Yeah.
Yeah, understood. Right. It's a long way down the end of the table. Mr. Coxon, have you got your nameplate up?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just 2 brief points. Firstly, you obviously raised the query there about the guidance in this plan for future local plans and rolling that requirement forward. It's just to refer to paragraph 2A 012 of the PPG, which obviously sets out that that's exactly what you do. Local housing need can be applied over the whole plan period, and that specifically refers to the framework's requirement for minimum 15-year periods from adoption. So in theory, you can actually go further than 15 years, and therefore applying that guidance to the future district local plans, which will have a further plan period, is consistent with national policy. I don't think there's any issue in that regard.
So that even though this plan says it only looks to 2039 and local plan look forward, the principle would be exactly the same. You would use the same. You would use these figures even if this plan were to look forward to 2040. The local housing need standard methodology would still end up with the same figure.
Exactly. Yeah, we could look into the 20. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, you had another point, I think.
That's okay. Perhaps that was a roundabout way of explaining that one.
No,
but,
okay.
I think secondly, sir, it's just to refer you back, I won't go there again, but we've obviously suggested some policy requirements in relation to these amendments for the submission of local plans, given how we're assessing supplying this plan and the need for heavy lifting in the local plans, etc. So I won't go there again, but just to make a reminder.
Yeah, understood. Okay. Barton Wilmore. Excuse me.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of quick points, really. In terms of the reference to 7.1, we actually believe that, as submitted, it was sound. The reference to Table 7.1 is important in this context, especially as it gives a clear definition of what Places for Everyone is doing in terms of allocating housing to meet the supply, and then in turn what is being left for local plans to do. So we think that should stay. In terms,
sorry, what's the policy then? You mean just leave it as it was originally submitted, the reference to Table 7.1 in Policy JPH1?
Yes.
Okay.
That was our position. I think we set that out in our meta
yeah,
statement.
I know, but I didn't quite understand what the policy is.
All right. Okay. And then in terms of the brownfield land point, I think Mr. Coxon's covered that one off, so I won't repeat. But just in terms of the brownfield land will point, I know Mr. Kotowski's point that it's a statement of fact. I'd say that you could read that it is an aspiration. It's a strategic guide for the local plans to take, given that we're not doing the assessment of the SHLARs at this stage. That's for local plans to do. It does seem to be somewhat presupposing what the outcome of that assessment will be in the local plan assessment. So I think, notwithstanding what I said about Table 7.1, if the reference to Table 7.1 is going to come out, I think the rest of that paragraph needs to come out as well.
Okay, understood. I think, I do. No, I understand. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Colliers.
Thank you, sir. You'll have seen from the hearing statement that we adopted a similar position to my colleague from Barton Wilmore, that if that paragraph is staying in, the reference to Table 7.1 would provide the clarity as to why it's there. If that reference is going to go to Table 7.1, and as my learned friend suggests, it becomes a statement of fact, then it doesn't really serve a policy purpose. And the whole of the paragraph can go, as it is quite clear, as Mr. Katkowski said, when one reads the whole of the plan, including the strategic objectives referenced by Mrs. Pounder, that is the strategy. It doesn't serve any purpose to have a statement of fact in this policy.
Yeah, so the objectives, JPS, whatever it was, 2, I think it was what we talked about, and
yes,
the various strat policies, all. Yeah. Anyway, we'll come back to those.
Yes, sir.
Right, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, sir. 2 points on this. Obviously, I acknowledge the proposed changes being made to paragraph 1.57 about how the plans align. However, I think that there's an inconsistency when you read it in the context of paragraph 7.7. The last sentence of 7.7 sets out that instead it is considered appropriate to proceed on the basis we should use LHN. Then the important bit is but to use the process of local plans to monitor the situation and, if necessary, undertake a formal review outside of the statutory timetable. I suppose I'm just concerned that that introduces a degree of ambiguity about what the local plans can do, and if in particular, but the reason I raised this is for the local authorities who are going above the LHN to meet some of the other authority areas, could they use this hook as a way of going with LHN in the future and not having a provision to meet that uplift that they're proposing? So I just think there needs to be some degree of clarity. And the reason I raise it is because I think I raised on day one, Wigan currently have an early version of their local plan out to consultation, which specifically says that the housing requirement in the plan will be 848, which is about 150 less than what's been proposed in the PFE. So there's no consistency between what the Wigan local plan is doing and the PFE. And in, I suppose the second point is more a request for yourself in relation to table 7.1. Obviously, we haven't explored in detail or examined the content of that table. Is more an a request that within your inspector's report that there's an acknowledgement that we haven't gone through that in detail, and this plan isn't seen as endorsing the supply position that's set out in the plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for picking up that 7.7 reference. I mean, have you checked the whole plan to pick up any inconsistencies with these modifications? It's
No,
a thorough job you'll be doing.
I got excited when I seen that one, so I just thought I'd raise it.
Thank you. Okay. Right, Turley.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You helpfully drew together what were proposed mods, sort of formal proposed mods, and those that are picked up in the response to IN 17, the action points from week 1. I think we taken as a collective, we are comfortable with them and support them. We feel that sort of the suite of changes are necessary to ensure that MPPF, particularly paragraphs 68 and 74, are complied with about delivering enough housing and specific deliverable supply and so on. There was just one point in the changes to 11.2. This is in document GMCA 11, which is the response to the week 1 action points. Paragraph 1.7 of that document, that sets out the proposed changes to PFE 11.2. And just to note in there that there was a discussion earlier in the examination around the use of the phrase objectively assessed needs. In that sense, it's the third line of the underlined paragraph in 11.7. This proposes to remove that, which we think is necessary and also helpful. So just mindful that we have some proposed mods, some that are not yet proposed mods. We just wanted to draw attention to that does address one of the concerns we had earlier.
Yes, so GMCA 11, paragraph 1.7, it does have that crossed out.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's proposed in that sense.
Noting that we support that.
Yeah. So
amendment.
you're saying that's essential to
Yeah.
So it's not in the schedule of main mods yet.
No.
But yeah. Okay, so there's various iterations, I suppose, that's going through. So and I think
exactly. So our main point, sir, is we support them as a collection of
so long as they
to become proposed mods, hopefully. Yeah.
And none of you have commented on the question I put about whether the fact that they're spread over these 3 different parts of the plan matters. No.
Unlike Mr. O'Connor, I haven't done the exercise of trying to read it all in terms of the mods, the mods to the mods and so on. But I think hopefully there is an editorial role to ensure it's all clear and consistent before the plan is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Right. And I suppose the other thing, I mean, there's a question I've got later when we come on to the 5 years requirement and supply element, and one of the mods relating to those, but whether there's anything that's been put in the reason justification that actually is policy, if you see what I mean. Again,
I do see what you mean, yes.
Yeah. So I think it's just a little thought, just now that we've got all these 4 bits that, as I said, were proposed at different times and tweaked, just to sit back and maybe just think about it again. But I think you've heard the comments in principle. There seems to be general support subject to the brownfield reference.
Indeed.
Any further thoughts from your
No. Well, I won't say anything more about brownfield. We discussed earlier on. I understand there are competing positions about it. We discussed this at the outset when you were asking me some questions. The only point I think is just Mr. O'Connor's point about the last 2.5 lines or so of paragraph 7.7. I think with all the suite of changes, as they've been called, and changes to changes, once they're all drawn together, I mean, frankly, one wouldn't need the last part of 7.7. So I think in a further change to the changes, one would remove that. One would remove those words because they would seem to be OTOs, given the other changes which have been made, which do, I hope, at least the intention is, clearly explain what PFE expects local plans to do. So that then would be, I agree, a few words in the plan which are rather confusing in the context of the other changes we've made.
No, thank you. I think as a general principle, whilst we identify some main modifications to key parts of the plan, there will be an exercise at some point that we would like you to do rather than us, to go through and check it all and consequential changes and et cetera. So thanks for pointing it out, but I think these things would have to get identified comprehensively.
No, it's helpful to have them pointed out because that's on the list now.
Yes,
whereas
exactly.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been. So,
Could I make sort of one request? When we do get to, if we get to a main modification stage, that there is a comprehensive
Sounds
update.
rather pessimistic.
Come on, Mr. O'Connor.
You haven't seen what ammo I've got for later. Joking. No, it's a request really that there's a comprehensive kind of version of this plan rather than a schedule of changes. It might make it easier for everyone to read and pick similar things up.
I couldn't agree more.
No, I think absolutely. I think having that as a sort of track changes or some way of identifying the full thing to be helpful. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right. Sorry. Mosaic. Is it Mosaic or Maddox? Maddox. Sorry, I couldn't say.
Thank you, sir. It's just a very simple point to pick up on what you were just saying about consistency and also reflects what Mr. O'Connor was saying. This is going back to a point that I made last week in respect of the Matter 5 issues. When the ultimate drafting of this policy and the reference to Table 7.1 is completed, an important reference point is the clarification that the GMCA provided to your further question IN14. This is the acknowledgement that if the supply changes, then obviously there will be a need to look beyond those sites which are included within the Table 7.1 supply. So the wider point is that Table 7.1 is just a snapshot in time, isn't it? That is the supply at present, but it's already been clarified elsewhere in responses from the GMCA that may change over time, and the policy has to reflect that in some way, either by saying that or possibly, as was suggested earlier in the discussions, just not referring to it at all in policy. So the table exists as a snapshot of supply in time, but it's not actually something that is going to be the continuum through the entire life of the plan.
Yeah, I think that the modification to paragraph 11.2 talks about it being updated. So that deals with that, I think. And the other point is, well, because that, don't have it in the policy, I think is your other point, yeah?
Yes,
okay.
I think
Understood.
so, essentially, yes.
Right, sorry, Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, sir. Just on the amendment to 11.2, just again, various authorities involved, just wonder whether local plans should be constrained by that supply, which may or may not be adequate, especially in the instance of Bolton, where supply remains untested despite clear housing delivery challenges and where there's no allocations proposed in the plan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Right, CPRE.
Just in response to what's just been said across the table, this should act as a guide, and it should be there should be the facility for housing numbers to be updated, because we are going through a potential period of change at the national level. The new Levelling Up Bill may stop down the top-down housing targets and have new formulas. I know you can't deal with that, but in actual fact, CPRE would consider the use of the 2014 figures saddles local authorities with potentially too high figures, and that in due course, in the not too distant future, there may be the ability of local authorities to identify their own targets, which would be quite significantly reduced if it's based on up-to-date census data. So this is a sub-regional tier of governance to give local authorities at this time some degree of certainty, but over a period of time there ought to be that flexibility. So it's a difficult one for you to wrangle with, and it might be that the housing need numbers go up, and if that's the case, that's the case, but it ought to be based on up-to-date data, as I keep saying. Thank you.
But if that were to happen, wouldn't there be, well, I suppose it would depend what national policy said at the time about the role of plans adopted, transition plans, well, I don't know, whatever. But I mean, one solution would be for this plan to be updated, wouldn't it? If you know, national policy changed to say that you should be working with different figures rather than.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're
suggesting.
suggesting.
That is true of local plans anyway, isn't it? Because housing monitoring reports enable, when you go to appeal, you use the latest data. You use the local plan as a guide, but the housing section is always updated depending on the position of the land supply at that current time.
Okay.
So there needs to be a degree of flexibility. This ought to be a guide, because this is to do with distribution of jobs and housing over the piece in terms of proportions, making sure that certain northern areas that have lacked investment over decades now have a levelling up capacity through this plan. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword, if you like, that the housing figures may not just go up. There is a real potential of them coming down.
Okay, understood. Right, Mr. Stevens.
Well, we take the opposite view, because I think that would make the Places for Everyone plan irrelevant or redundant. I mean, the purpose of the Places for Everyone plan is to set out a strategic plan that reflects the vision of the Mayor of Greater Manchester and the constituent local authorities for a set period of time. If the evidence changes, then it is the role of the Places for Everyone plan to review the situation after a set period, perhaps within 5 years, and then to provide an up-to-date strategic picture for each of the 9 authorities. If you allow local authorities to disregard what's in the Places for Everyone plan and just plan on the basis of their own evidence, then it just, you know, why are we partaking in this exercise?
Okay, yeah,
we're just wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, well, okay, understood. Right, I want... Yeah,
just on that point, I understand what CPRE is saying. Well, we might suddenly get a national policy that says do away with it. First of all, nobody knows that. Secondly, Keir Starmer said he'd support the government to get the bill through, so the rebel MPs might not get what they want anyway. So I wouldn't necessarily hold your breath that we're going to lose that. But the most important point, I think, is that this plan is not predicated on these Greenbelt releases because simply on a basis of numbers. A lot of it is about a strategy of attracting different types of housing. So I don't think a change in the numbers, and whether we see the methodology next year or, you know, or we have a national election, general election, who knows what's going to happen. This plan is predicated on a lot of housing being brought forward to meet the needs that are identified. And so I don't think the change in numbers would change the strategy at all.
Okay, look, we're speculating a bit. Our job is to examine this on the basis of current national policy. Current national policy is clear about what plans to do, and let's keep it to that. Right, any further comments from GMC?
No, so sorry. I mean, having spent a large part the last few years of my life working on planning reforms, I think what you've just said is absolutely spot on. You know, we can only work on the basis of what the situation is now. Everything else is pure speculation, and depending on what day of the week it is, or what week of the month it is, or what month the year is, we'd speculate differently about what might or might not come. So let's just work on the basis of what we know. The known knowns, I think, would do us for now.
Okay, right. Let's move on then, if we could, to the next item, which is question 8.3, which is something I know some of you were wanting to get into earlier on, but we've got there now, which is about the phasing.
They were dealt with it before. So.
And we'll just move on. Right. Yeah, okay. Right. So, we're looking again at table 7.2 in the plan. Sorry, let me just get to where I'm meant to be. So obviously, table 7.2 in the plan does set out a stepped or phased approach to delivery of the housing requirement in each district, or, well, not in each, in some of the districts. I'll come on to the details in a minute. But a national guidance advises that a stepped, it calls it a stepped housing requirement, may be appropriate where there is to be a significant change in the level of housing requirement between emerging and previous policies, and or where strategic sites will have a phased delivery or are likely to be delivered later in the plan period. So that's that. But it's also that is in the context to ensuring that meeting housing needs can be met. And obviously we've heard quite a lot about, you know, what's happened in the past in Greater Manchester and about whether needs are being met at the moment, etc., etc. So we've got that context. So the phasing in this policy, it relates to three different time periods, 21 to 25, 25 to 30, 30 to 37. I'll come on as a sort of subsidiary question later about, well, if we were to change the plan period, what would they be? Unless you want to just deal with that quickly now.
Well, no, it's just I think it's a much more important point than being subsidiary, to be quite frank, in the sense that it would seem pretty obvious, surely, but because of the length of time that the process takes, that the plan period does indeed need to be changed. If it is changed along the lines of the most recent paper work that we've submitted, and so we have 2022 to 2039, the steps become much shallower. They're not as marked.
Okay.
They're still steps, but they become shallower. That is to say that you don't have such a big step up, if you like, and therefore such a lower step down in the first period. If you look at the numbers, that's the consequence, and that's an important point to bear in mind, because I think it does actually bring a note of realism to this discussion. So I think there's one debate we can have about the figures in the published plan, but to be quite frank, the context of the points changes a bit if you look at the steps that
Well,
will
let me
arise.
just ask a couple of questions so I understand how the figures were arrived at in the plan. Then I might ask you to clarify what the implication would be, because it wasn't, yeah. Okay.
Well, you just look at the numbers, to be quite frank, and you can see,
Right.
in our paper that we've published, the one that's already been referred to with the various changes. Yeah.
Okay, well, bring on to that. Okay, I'm intrigued a bit because I think you. I'm wondering whether how the best way to put this across would be. Have you got an equivalent to table 7.2 with the phasing in?
It's published in our our response to IN 17, whatever that. GMCA 11. And
sorry.
It's on page.
Hang on. I'd slow down. I'll have to find it. Examination documents.
Yes.
Sorry about this. So GMCA.
Believe it or not, I'm just trying to save a bit of time in the sense I think we could almost have a bit of an artificial debate about the published plan, because it seems pretty obvious the plan period would change.
A11.
A11, and within that, I can't give the PDF page, but it's Appendix 1, A14, page A14. But I mean, what page is? Oh, page 6. It's in the main body of the notice. It's in the main body of the note as well.
Sorry, I should have.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, forgive me. It's been put in two places, so it's page 6 would do you, sir.
Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. Apologies.
No, not at all, sir. I mean, it was me earlier on not having all these things assembled. It's easy to miss.
Well, we'll talk about. We'll talk about those numbers then, rather than the numbers in the plan.
I think that would be sensible.
But the principle. Let me just deal with some of the principles first, before we look at the details, because that's what I did want to clarify first.
Indeed.
So the phasing would apply to all of the districts, or 7 of the districts.
Yeah,
so not Manchester and Salford.
Yeah, exactly. It's the 7 of the 9. That's right. So, yeah.
So I suppose the first fundamental point is, well, why could each district not be given the average figure for the plan period, and then it would be up to them to decide if they thought it should be phased or not, based on the extent to which it was a significant change from previous requirements for that district and the nature of their supply, whether they did have strategic sites that needed to be phased, not just the allocations in the plan, but the strategic sites they were bringing forward from their existing supply and elsewhere. So as a matter of principle, why can't it just be left to each district?
That's an interesting thought, sir. I think the reason at the moment, or the reasoning which underpins PFE, particularly with that collection of changes that we've talked about, is that PFE is actually meant to be setting the scene for future local plans, and in setting the scene for future local plans, and particularly in relation to the housing requirement for each authority, and this point bears on 7 of the 9, it's also setting the position in relation to the stepping of the trajectory, or the delivery over the planned period. And the thought process, I mean, it's an interesting point you've made, if I might say, but the thought process which underpins the plan is that we know enough now to be able to, if you like, make a case, or make our case, that one or other, or in some instances both of the factors which are referred to in paragraph 68-021 of the PPG apply, you know, depending on which of the 7 you're looking at. And also, of course, in the period of time in between the adoption of Places for Everyone and the adoption of a subsequent local plan, for one or other of these 7 authorities that we're talking about, of course, Places for Everyone would determine the figures to be used for the 5-year housing land supply. And so if you had kicked this can down the road, if you like, you would have a twilight zone period, however long or short that might be, during which this plan has actually said it's a flat trajectory. So the first 5 years is the average across the whole period, which is not what we want to do, and we don't want to do it because we believe that we know enough already to justify having the steps. The guidance is in the PPG, as I've referred to. There are 2 factors, and our paper for this session, paper 8.1, and paragraph 8.7 onwards, as you know, has tabulated the position, and then added a 3rd factor as well to that debate.
Okay, so as a matter of principle, you know enough now, and you want to help, well, it's to help the local authorities in the short term to manage this transition to these higher figures.
Absolutely, and bear in mind that if we don't, I mean, if we're right, you know, if this is an appropriate way of going about things, then the point about the 5-year housing land supply is important in that period of time between this plan and the future plans.
Okay, so, understood. Yeah. Okay. And in terms of the 2 elements of the justification in national policy, the first is just a comparison between the previous requirements. And it doesn't distinguish between how old those requirements were or where they were set.
No.
And it doesn't refer to comparison with completions, although I think that's probably also relevant, and certainly people on this side would invite us to think about that as well.
Indeed.
But that's that. So we can do that, and we've got the figures. You provided the figures. We can look at those, and we can make a judgment about whether it's a significant step up or not in terms of the average. And but I'll come on to some districts in a minute. In terms of the strategic site justification, which the PPG talks about it being strategic sites will have a phased delivery or likely to be delivered later. So there's sort of 2 elements. But your justification for this is looking at the strategic sites in the sense of allocations in this plan, but also strategic sites in the existing supply. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Forgive me. That's right. That's right.
And what you've, as a proxy for what a strategic site in the existing supply is, you've used 250.
We have, yes.
The reason for that being, I don't know, I'm looking at it. The reason for that being
it just seemed sort of like a large enough site that's going to require potentially infrastructure and take several or many years to develop. It just seemed like an appropriate figure. There wasn't any particular evidence to say that's what it should be, but that's just the approach we took.
But what sort of infrastructure would a 200... Is it big enough to require major infrastructure or a phased approach on a 250 home site?
I suppose it depends on the location of the site and what's already there and what's around it. But there wasn't any particular science behind it. That was just a number we landed on.
Well, nor is there any science in relation to any figure really. So if you feel 250 is a bit on the low side, I mean you've got all the figures set out in our table 2 in our response, and you can see that a number of the sites are there or thereabouts at that smaller end, if you like, and some of them are, I would have thought in anyone's book, strategic. Whatever you think the word means.
Yeah.
So,
well, I suppose the thought process is, well, it has to be big enough to somehow, it requires phasing, or it requires some sort of major investment in infrastructure off-site, I suppose, or potentially on-site that's going to delay things.
Let's just take a step back and sort of remember that this is all pinned on. The only home for this, the only thing you can pin this debate on, is the guidance in the PPG. Yeah. And the guidance in the PPG, we've set it out in the table, haven't we? But where are we? It's and/or where strategic sites will have a phased delivery, or are likely to be delivered later in the planned period. So let's not forget the two aspects of it. So if you have a situation where, as we have tabulated here, the expectation is that a number of these larger sites, whatever threshold you use, are likely to be delivered later in the planned period, then that falls within the guidance in the PPG.
Yes. One of the problems, of course, that we have taken the view that we're not scrutinising existing supply in any detail, because we're taking that as a sort of, it's a moment in time assessment, and it's done by the local authorities, it will be done anyway, and it's part of the evidence base, and that's that. So we aren't going to look at that, so we have to therefore work on this basis that, so we're not going to look at the detailed trajectories, but we have to be satisfied that there's enough to sort of justify this strategic site approach. So it's a slightly difficult...
Which is, although I think one can get, to be honest, one can overanalyse this, to be quite frank, because if you look at the information that we've set out in our matter statement, most authorities, not all of them, most of the 7, not all of them, have, as far as we're concerned, justification under A and B, the 2 points, not just the 1. And then when you look at the authorities which are justified by us simply under the second, the strategic sites, as opposed to the, culture shock of all of a sudden having higher numbers in a plan than the ones you had before. If you look at the authorities where it's justification B only, that's Bury and Wigan. They do have. Well, in Bury's case, there are some sites which you would, if one picked up your theme from earlier on, one might say, well, they don't look strategic, but there are some sites which are undoubtedly strategic in Bury's supply and in Wigan's, and they arise from the allocations. So I think we can be tremendously sort of. We can overanalyse this. If we just look at the information and just think to ourselves, well, wait a minute, so it may very well be a good point to say X, but how much bearing does it actually have on the case that we're putting forward?
Well, I'm going to go through each authority in terms of those two factors
and
in a minute.
And don't forget we have our third justification, which isn't prefaced by the PPG, but which is, it's an elaboration of the second point, really.
Yes.
Okay.
But just so...
forgive me, because Table 2, of course, is the allocation, so that we do know all about the allocations. As I said before you for examination, it's our additional table, Table 3, which is the existing supply. That, as you've rightly said, and I've encouraged this, we haven't, much to the dismay of others, we haven't looked at the existing supply in detail. or at all.
Okay. So just to understand how the table was constructed, it doesn't matter whether you take the original one or the... Well, I'm going to take the original one. I'll take the original one in the plan.
Yeah.
So you've got you've worked out a requirement figure for each district based on the total, and you can work out what that means on average per year, and that slots into the middle column. That's the first thing you put in.
Yes, the annual average. Yes.
Yeah. So that's that. So a decision was made that in the middle, once we get to 2025.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
We'll get up to the average.
Yeah.
Then something was put in the first column, which is different for each authority.
Yes, of the 7. Yes.
Yeah, of the 7. So the discount from the average varies quite considerably by authority. So some formula was applied. What was it?
It's set out in the Places for Everyone housing topic paper.
Yeah.
Paragraph 6.36 is where it starts. On page 53, and that's the first step was set to ensure that all the districts have at least a 35% buffer on their supply at the start of the plan period.
What does that actually mean then? How does that calculate? Did you just
work out what their supply is in that first period, take off 35%.
Work out what the supply is in the first period. So nothing to do. It's not a 35% discount from the middle column. It's the supply. It's supply.
It's based on the supply.
Right.
Yes.
So that's each individual district's individual supply based on their trajectory.
Yes.
For their first 5 years.
Yes. Well, it was first 4 years in the submitted plan because that first step is 21 to 25 in the submitted.
And then reduce it by 35%.
Yes.
The rationale for that was to allow them to be able to demonstrate a 5-year supply.
Yes, yes, to ensure that they've got a defensible 5-year supply position on adoption of the plan.
Yeah, okay.
And that's an important point because much of this, as far as we're concerned, is setting up the situation so authorities can succeed rather than fail. It's not much point having a plan in place where you know straight away some authorities are not going to be able to do it. You know, it's a let's get real point.
Okay. So then the third column, for the period for the last period in the plan period, that's just another mathematical exercise whereby you just have to make up the shortfall that's arisen by discounting the first column. Yeah,
yes, it's to make up the remainder.
Yeah. Okay. So that results in the submitted plan in, say, Rochdale only having quite a small variation between the first period and the last period, but Trafford having a big step up from the first period to the middle and another big step up from the middle to the end.
Yeah, and in the case of Manchester and Salford, because they've got quite a lot of supply right at the front of the plan period, they didn't need that reduction in order to be able to have that 5-year supply.
Yeah, so therefore the end column would stay
so they
the same
stay flat.
Just a flat.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, thank you. Is it worth just pointing out what's changed then if we roll the plan period? Then should we just deal with this before I look at individual districts? Because as you say, the context changes a bit.
The context changes substantially because if you look at the table on page 6 of the paper, GMTA 11, I said the stepping in it becomes less marked, shallower than the position if you look at the difference in the numbers in the plan as published. And that's just the result of moving matters on, if you like.
Yeah, okay.
So I do think the consequence, in having this debate, we need to look at the consequence in the figures, because otherwise to me anyway, one can have a very interesting debate about matters of principle, but it's rather in a vacuum if you can't then relate that to the consequences of, wherever one lands in the debate. And with the figures as they are, should the plan period be changed, and as you know, we ourselves are advocating the plan period should be changed. So, if the plan period's changed, the figures become much less marked in between these steps.
They are less marked, but they're still significant, are they not? I mean, if you look at Bolton, Bury, Oldham.
Substantially less significant.
Less so than they were. But if you forget what they were, if you look at them now, there's still a...
Well, I don't think you should forget what they are, with great respect.
No.
I think, yeah.
Forgot what they...
were, yes, forgive me.
Whether looking at the new figures, they're still... Yeah. Okay. Right, well, people will comment, no doubt, on both the principle and the methodology. So let's just go through each one in terms of the two factors, the key facts for me on the factors, and these don't, what they result in is what the table would be modified if we decide to do that. But the factors are the same irrespective of that, aren't they? In terms of the step up from the previous requirement in the adopted plan.
Yes, forgive me,
the
because
strategic, the element of the supply that's strategic sites.
Yes, because the step up in justification A, the step relates to
the
way
middle
to
one.
average, exactly the middle column, as you called it.
So Bolton, we've got a step up of 13%, I think. Is that right?
That's what our paper shows. If you round it down, 13%. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the lower step ups, isn't it?
It is.
But
it is.
Would
absolutely.
you maintain that you've included that, so you still think that's significant?
We do, but obviously it's not as significant as the
As
others
some
in
of
the
the
table.
others, no.
So, I mean, the S word.
Well, it's a judgment, yeah.
It's a judgment.
And there aren't any strategic allocations in the plan, so this is all about the nature of the existing supply and the extent to which that has to be phased. And basically, there's 8 sites over 250, I think.
Yes, that's right. So Bolton come in with this 13% increase. I mean, if you look at the absolute number, then you have perhaps a different perspective, but the percentage change is 13%. It's the smallest of the percentage changes in that table. But then when you get to our table 3, you can see the supply. This is not a question of allocations, of course.
No.
This is a question of the existing supply. Where you have a quarter of their supply.
Yeah, 25%. So they're the two key things for Bolton.
That's it for Bolton, yes.
Yeah, no, okay, that's fine. In terms of Bury, the step up that's not a factor in this one.
No, the step up
But here
isn't.
we've got a large element of the supply is through allocations in the plan.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's 4 allocations, and that are wholly or partly in Bury. Is that right?
5.
5, is it?
Miscounting? Oh, it depends what you do with one, is it? Yeah. Depends whether you roll 2 of them into one, if you like. But you can see the table has 5 allocations.
Yeah, okay. And collectively they provide over half of the supply in Bury. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Right, but there's also some element of the existing supply in Bury that is on the over 250. So overall, you get this 63% figure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the justification in Bury.
It is.
We'll come on to the third one. Yeah. So that's the key thing there.
Yeah.
Oldham have a large step up from its previous 2011 target.
They certainly do.
135%. So
I think
we can conclude that's significant.
I would certainly say it is, Mike.
Right. And then we've got some of the allocations in the plan in Oldham are less than 250, aren't they?
They are, that's right. We've tabulated them.
Yeah.
We've just set
So
out.
whilst you call this plan all the policies in this plan are strategic, you wouldn't put the smaller sites
No, not
in
even on
Oldham.
our rule of thumb or proxy of 250, obviously not. No, so, but there are some which, taking your point about 250, fair enough, whatever other number one substitutes, there are some which are undoubtedly, surely in anyone's book, strategic.
Yeah. And then the total supply on these sites over 250, 25% in Oldham.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So Rochdale, we've got this step up of 34%.
Yep.
And we've got 7 allocations wholly or partly in Rochdale, I think.
Yes, that's right. And again, in anyone's book, a couple of them are undoubtedly strategic, and then you can have an argument about the others. But I'd say more than 2 actually, and it's like 3 or so would be strategic in anyone's book, but certainly 2 of them are very clearly so.
And they're around 4,000 out of a total 11,400 roughly. So the allocations themselves make a significant contribution to meeting the needs, and then there's some others in the existing supply, resulting in overall 51%.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right. So, yeah.
Right, Tameside increase of 31%.
Yep.
We've got 2 allocations, both large.
Well, one of them certainly in Ian's book.
Yeah.
Strategic.
And 4 sites in the existing supply, resulting in overall this 35%.
Yeah.
The Trafford 66% increase.
Yes.
We've got 2 allocations, have we?
Yes, we have.
Both large, some extending beyond the planned period.
They're 100% strategic, there's no doubt about that.
And a large number of sites in the existing supply in Trafford
Indeed.
are large as well, so
Indeed.
overall it's 77%.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that jump off the page, aren't they, really?
Yeah, okay. Wigan, we've got, it's not a higher target, so it's not that, it's the strategic sites element, and again, with the 3 allocations and the 18 sites in existing supply, nearly half.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
they're the key factors.
Those are the key factors, that's right. To be then, when everyone makes those key factors, to be looked at the consequence of that in the revised table should the plan period be changed.
So in terms of the existing supply, the 250 or whatever else we look at in terms of a threshold, we can think about that. But in terms of the allocations in the plan, we are going to look at all these.
Indeed.
And you've provided trajectories in the sense of when you expect them to start. I don't think there's any. I mean, some of them have got a bit of commitments on them, so that's separate. But I think insofar as that is the case, they would move out of the figures for the allocations, wouldn't they, in the new table 7.2? Is that sort of what you've done, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So in terms of the uncommitted bits, as a matter of principle, you are expecting them all to start 2025 or later, is that right?
Well, it's as in our table, isn't it?
Yeah,
Table
which
2.
is, but
Forgive me. So
I'm summarising.
no, your summary is apt in most cases,
Right.
but not all.
So some are a bit earlier. But I suppose the point is, we will hear site by site when the developers expect them want to be brought forward. But is that on the cautious side, saying they won't start to 2025 or after, or is that to do with the timing of the adoption of this plan and then a lead-in, or is that other factors as well?
I think it's the time, the lead-in time you'd have from planning application, getting that through, and then getting the infrastructure in place if some of that needs to be delivered up front, and then before the sites can actually start delivering completion. So we felt that, I think there will be a lead-in time before any of these large sites can start delivering.
Okay.
And also, to the extent that these sites are dependent on allocations made in this plan, then the adoption of the plan point is an important point.
Yeah, because you're holding back. But I think we'll hear from some of the developers, promoters of some of the sites, that a lot of work's been going on to get these ready, and they're chomping at the bit to...
As is always the case,
yeah.
Indeed.
Okay.
As one would expect.
Right, okay.
Yes, I mean, we're not we're very near 2023, and when we have some of these start, well, we've got a number of them starting in 24 actually, but we've got a few starting in 25. So I think, with all respect, it doesn't seem that overly pessimistic.
Effect, the first period is based pretty much on the basis that the allocations won't be delivering, as a principle. Is pretty much what was assumed.
The first, did you say the
first phase?
The first phase, yes, that's right, yes. Yeah.
That this is having to be dealt with by existing supply, really. Is that basically, I mean...
Yes, when you're looking at the 21 to 25 step, if you move to the 22 to 27 step, then a bit more of the allocations start coming into that first period, which is why that first step then becomes higher than it was in the submitted plan.
Yeah, okay, understood.
And so Wigan's presumably a good example of that, because Wigan has suddenly not got its first step is the same as its middle step.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Right. And finally, you've provided us with completions data for the 2 time periods in response to one of our action points. And I know references have been made to whether these, looking at that as well.
My fault entirely, sir. I was just checking something I just said and I tuned out for 1 second. Can you just repeat that? I'm
Yes,
so sorry, sir. My fault.
You've provided us with completions data for each
Yes.
district in response to one of our action points.
Yes.
For 2 time periods, one's a 10-year, one's a 20-year, doesn't particularly matter the principle. Is it relevant to look at those figures as well in terms of step up? It's not referred to in the PPG, but
Well, that's...
it's contextual. Is it relevant, contextual?
It'd be hard for me to say it's irrelevant,
Yeah.
to rule it out, if you like. But I mean, the issue that we have is that the framework doesn't help us on this. The
No.
guidance, well, I say us, I mean all of us, to have this debate, the framework doesn't tell us, the factors, if you like, that potentially bear on this debate. The guidance does. So we've stuck to the guidance,
Yeah.
but sure, I mean, it'd be hard to say that other information is irrelevant. It's just that the context is, I mean, it's relevant, but the weight you would give to it is tempered by the fact that it's not something addressed in the guidance.
No. Okay, thank you. And then finally is the other thing that's not referred to in the PPG, but you say it was a consideration as well. Do you want to just quickly just...
Well, this
altering housing markets and improving viability.
yes, forgive me, that's right, which we discuss in relation to it's a point we make at paragraph 8.12 in our paper.
Yeah.
I think that's where you're drawing that
Yeah.
from. Yeah. So do you want to say anything about that, or Philippa, 8.12?
Yeah, I suppose the submitted viability evidence demonstrates that there are challenges with some of the supply. We know that some, well, certainly in the current economic situation, there is uncertainty in the immediate future about housing delivery and what's going to happen in the housing markets. So I think taking taking that step down at the start of the plan period is justified. To allow some of those issues to play out, to allow market improvements that will support the delivery of some of the more challenging brownfield sites.
But why will these potentially unviable or challenging viability sites become more viable in 5 years' time? Is that a hope, or is there any sort of evidence to suggest that things will improve? Is there anything in the viability assessment, for example, that looked at different scenarios? Or
You can see that summarised in our 8.12. I know our viability work is in certain quarters controversial, but the work that we've done, as we report in 8.12 of our paper, demonstrates the circumstances which would improve viability in those 2 lower value areas, one of which is extra public sector support. So our report does address, or the underpinning viability report does address the circumstances that would need those adjustments.
But there's nothing, it's a hope, really, rather than any...
Well, I don't know about hope. I think if you're using the words, if you use the contrasting words hope and expectation, it's somewhere in between, I should think.
I suppose, I'm sure this will be said, but I mean, if the problem is the lack of either available, suitable, viable sites now, so phase it back and hope that conditions improve, or expect that conditions will improve, or somewhere in between. Can't think of the word. Anticipate, maybe.
Anticipate. Yes, there you are.
Yeah. But wouldn't another or a better solution be to try and find some sites that will deliver now?
Go on, do you want to say something?
In the short term.
I think that would mean more greenbelt release, and I think we've got the brownfield supply. The supply is there. We want to make best use of the brownfield supply. We've got things like the brownfield land funding that's been awarded, or levelling up funding that's been awarded in certain places, which will sort of deliver or support the delivery of market change and market improvements in certain areas, which will then support the delivery of those sites that are currently more challenging, but we can see there is change coming down the line in those areas.
So again, it's back to this balance, isn't it, between doing something to sort of boost delivery in the short to medium term through greenbelt release, greenfield release, but going back to the important point, the element of the strategy, which is all about making best use of urban capacity, brownfield sites, etc., and not going too far one way or the other. It's getting that balance. That
is it. It's that mix of
and
all
that's
those.
a reasonable strategy.
And that's an appropriate
So,
strategy.
I thought I was going to get a Malteser. Blew it.
No, you get a Malteser taken away if you use the wrong words. So.
Damn. Right, sorry. Okay.
That's the way you put it. It's a heck. I mean, who would want to make one of these plans? It's a heck of a balancing exercise, isn't it, of drawing all these points together, and everyone would have their own different take on this. But if you go too far one way, the consequences are ones that perhaps one wouldn't want to contemplate, and ditto if you turn the point on its head. So, we've tried to steer this course in difficult, choppy waters. Even what we've done has proven to be hugely controversial. The idea of saying to us, yes, it would be a good idea to release more greenbelt, I don't even want to think about it, to be quite frank.
Right, okay. Okay, anything further on the phasing then that you wish to say before I invite comments from others?
No, sir, thank you very much.
But just to clarify, though, if we were to decide that the plan period should be altered to 2022 to 2039, that table would be, that they would be the periods and they would be the figures you've worked that
They
through.
would be, absolutely, that's right, sir, yes.
No apologies again for...
Not at all, no, and it's an important point.
Failing a part of my homework.
No, not at all, and I do just want to stress that this, compared to some of the things we might be discussing slightly later on, this is an important point for the plan makers.
Okay, thank you, understood. Right, let's get some comments. Okay, Marge Powner.
Thank you, sir. Just following on from the point I made earlier, paragraph 7.6 in the plan suggests that it's considered that a cautious approach to predicting delivery rates should be followed in the early years of the plan. So we would suggest that a cautious approach in releasing Greenbelt would also be something that should be considered, especially given the planning practice guidance around the use of brownfield and all the points that were raised earlier about funding that is becoming available.
So, as a matter of principle, you support a phased approach. It may not be exactly the same as this, but this is better than just going straight full into saying, go to these higher numbers straight away.
I think it'll be very challenging you've seen the figures for Trafford. I think it'll be very challenging for delivery.
Okay.
Despite however much it might be shared between different developers, I think it will be challenging.
But you'd have, despite that being challenging,
Yeah.
you would still want something further to sort of hold back the Greenbelt releases until something's happened on the brownfield delivery?
Yeah, I don't think we've yet seen enough justification to release Greenbelt on day one. So that's my concern, is that we're going to release Greenbelt on day one and brownfield sites will remain undeveloped. So we'll, at the end of the first 5-year review, what we'll be saying is, we've still got a challenge, therefore we'll have to release more Greenbelt, and the brownfield sites will still remain undeveloped. And, we have sites that have been undeveloped for many, many years. And I recognise there are challenges with those sites, but we've got a set of SHLAs which are supposed to contain a list of sites that are suitable, available and achievable. And in addition to that, we've got a brownfield register. And just identifying one site, we know that in Rochdale, there's a 30-hectare site that has been a brownfield site which has recently been sold and will be coming forward. And we don't believe that's on either the brownfield register or the SHLA. So some of these sites are quite big sites that are not on the list. So we just feel that there is still more work to do, basically, there before Greenbelt is released.
Yeah, okay. Jackie Copley.
Yeah, Yes, thank you. It's just, I imagine the 250 figure for the site is related to build-out rates and the timing, getting sites shovel-ready, making sure the infrastructure's in, and all the planning processes. It does tend to take, we work on the base of 250 units for over 5 years, and because of the operation of the housing delivery test, it's appropriate to have a stepped approach to housing delivery, so we are supportive of the phased approach. Because otherwise local authorities are going to get caught out, and the ultimate penalty for local authorities that fail the delivery test is the release of further greenbelt land. So it's an appropriate way to manage the land supply. Thank you.
Just before you go round
Yeah,
to the other side, can I just correct your call in, forgive me, this isn't in response to either of the speakers just now, you're calling GMCA 11, GMCA 11, the famous table that I've taken you to, table 7.2 on page 6. And when we were having our discussion, Wigan attracted my eye, and I made a point about Wigan. That then sort of caused us to double check the figures. And the figures in the Wigan line do need to, they're not right, they need to be changed. Can I just give you the change numbers? We have to reprint this with the right numbers, but just before the debate goes on to the other side of the table. So in Wigan's column for 2027 to 2032, at the moment it says 877, the number should be 972. And in the 2032, 2039 column, it currently says 1,108, it should be 1,040. And in the cumulative totals at the bottom of the page, the bottom of the table, in the middle column of 2027 to 2032, rather than 10,210, it should be 10,305. And in the cumulative total to the right of that, 2032, 2039, rather than 11,013, it should be 10,945. 10,945.
Yeah.
As I understand it, I think we better triple check these figures, but we'll publish a, if you put it on, thanks, we'll publish a reprint of this list.
Yeah, okay, right.
Apologies.
No, okay, thanks.
It just goes to show something attracts your eye and it turns out to be wrong.
Well, the maths wouldn't work, would it? Having the same figure in the first two columns and have a higher figure in the last, I think.
I must admit, I thought something had happened at the back end, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Right. We'll take contributions from this side, starting with Emery.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, going back to the context, and you referred to it right at the very start, the NPPF policies and the objective of significantly boosting supply. Obviously, the other important element of the context, without going back to all the arguments about housing need, but we discussed past under delivery, and in particular the scale of affordable housing need in Greater Manchester, and that's need now, with some 30,000 households in priority need on the waiting list. So in terms then of the guidance in the PPG, it obviously refers to circumstances where it may be appropriate to apply a stepped requirement, but I think it's important to note the second sentence, which says that strategic policymakers will need to identify the stepped requirement in strategic housing policy and to set out evidence to support this approach and not seek to unnecessarily delay meeting identified development needs. Now, I think in terms of my experience of dealing with this in a plan-making context is, you have to demonstrate, I suppose, firstly, that you can't actually achieve a 5-year housing land supply without, or maintain one without stepping the requirement, and then demonstrate as well, okay, is the overall approach the best approach? And obviously, you alluded to earlier, why not allocate more deliverable sites? I think just in terms of the figures then that underpin this and the maintaining of a 5-year housing land supply, I think it's just to point out at a plan-wide level, clearly we have the new figures for the housing land supply. I don't think we've had an update to table the land supply table with a schedule of all the sites. That was core document 030301, which is the table that you take from the GM mapping data. But I've had a look. You can extract that table from the mapping data. Now, I haven't broken it down at an individual authority level, but at plan-wide, that shows that from the existing supply, there would be 66,295 dwellings projected between 2022 and 2027, so the first 5 years. And if we compare that to the proposed stepped requirements in AP 5D, which is 9409 over 5 years, that's 47,045 dwellings. So seems there's a significant excess in the existing supply figures. Now, obviously, at an individual authority level, what the topic paper says, as we heard, is, well, we've looked at the authority level data, but obviously that was on the previous supply figures. And then we've, taken out 35% of the supply effectively to arrive at the stepping figures. Now, I think without criticising the approach, I think, again, that's another issue of taking the figures on face value. But, it demonstrates the reasons given in the GMCA's matter statement effectively reflect what we have to say on supply, which is, look, there's major challenges. Our own evidence on viability shows there's major issues. And then in terms of, well, is that going to improve in the future? We've heard about current economic uncertainty. I think that's quite a new thing. But the flip side of that is there's not loads of extra public money flying around, as it would seem. And indeed, on the public money and public intervention, it's a message that we've heard repeatedly over a very long period of time. And I go back to my involvement in, say, the Bolton Core Strategy and the Transforming Estates Programme, the Manchester Core Strategy, where these things, these continually referred to public intervention. So it's not a new concept, and there's no evidence that that will deliver a step change. So, notwithstanding, our fundamental point would be, if there's a shortfall and if there's uncertainties in the first 5 years, the correct approach would be to identify more deliverable land that can deliver early in the plan period. And that would be how we would say you plan to succeed, as it were, because you can maintain a 5-year supply and critically meet those significant needs now.
Okay, understood. Yep, I think that's clearly put, and I don't need to hear the same point again. So Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to extrapolate my comments from Mr. Coxon's, which a lot of them are similar. I think the point raised by the GMCA is that we're in danger of over-analysing these points, and I think that I'd argue the opposite, sir, that we're in danger of under-analysing them, given the test that the MPPG sets out of providing evidence and not unduly delaying the delivery of needs. In terms of the significant change in housing requirement, I'd just take Trafford as my point, since our client's site is there. So I don't agree with the council's or the GMCA's approach that there has been a significant change in the housing requirement to this period. If you look at the council's, the Trafford Council's own housing delivery test action plan, it sets out that it's been working towards a housing requirement over the last 4 years that is higher than the one proposed in the Places for Everyone, and not surprising, their delivery has been boosted accordingly. And in fact, in the last year's figures, they achieved more than the proposed housing requirement for the length of the plan. So I note that the MPPG doesn't include delivery as a test, but it does look or ask us to look at the significance of the change. And I think the delivery and what's been happening in delivery at the borough is a good test of whether or not the change in requirement is significant. Because if they're meeting it, so it can't really be significant. It's what I'd argue. So I don't think there's anything. And just on that, sir, that the council says that it has equivalent to 1,266 units per year at its current count of its 5-year supply. So I don't think there's anything there to suggest in Trafford's case that we should be phasing our requirement. In terms of its strategic allocations, so I think the council's own evidence in its matter statements, table 2, sets out that I think the JPA 33 is the only site that is already on and delivering as of 2021. So that I don't think there's any, and their phasing information shows that their delivery ramps up quite quickly, and I know that council is on some sites, so I don't think there's anything there that would suggest that we should be phasing delivery. Which takes us on to the council's table 3, and the concept that if there are a glut of large sites, which in Trafford there are, it's got the 13, so the second largest amount of large sites, that we should be phasing delivery to the rear of the plan. So I just, back to my point of under-analysing versus over-analysing, I can't see the information that the council, that the GMCA has gone into to suggest that large sites will be slow in delivering. And so I don't think we can rely on this table to suggest that we will be delivering slowly. I'm working on a site that's 600 units. We're on site. I don't know how many of these sites are on, or what the developers' take is on these delivery of these sites. But what we have here, so, is not enough to suggest that we rephase the plan. And lastly, Mr. Coxon said he didn't want to criticise the approach of the 35% buffer that's been put on a 5-year supply. I think so. I'm happy to. I think if I was to turn up to and meet one of your colleagues at a Section 78 appeal, and to suggest as a starting point I'd discount 35% of a 5-year housing land supply, I think Mr. Kutkowski would be very cross with me. So I don't think it's an appropriate approach there.
The point you make about Trafford's, the requirement it's been working to, based on its action plan.
Yes, sir. For the housing delivery test, it presents out the figures in table 1 of its action plan, and there's a table running from 2013 to 2021, and there is the switch in 2018-19 to its housing delivery test, and which bumps up year on year based on, I presume, sir, a shortfall of delivery. But we're now, and the council's currently preparing for an appeal and asking for opinions from developers on delivery. But the council would argue very strongly that its delivery is now back on track and it's gaining ground. So it's not evidence, sir, to suggest that now's the time to take the foot off the gas. Is what we'd like to say.
Right. We're going to break in a minute or two, but I'll take another contribution from Hive, and then I think we might have a pause.
Thank you, sir. For everyone waiting for a coffee, I haven't got a lengthy statement to make. So, inevitably I support the comments made by my colleagues to my right. I'm just going to drill down to some more specifics of individual districts. I think the approach taken here isn't consistent amongst all districts. For example, Manchester and Salford do have a flat trajectory proposed, so the intention of the plan is not for a one-size-fits-all approach to be taken. So therefore, on an individual district basis, there seems to be some scope for flexibility based upon the circumstances in that particular district.
Yeah.
So looking at Bolton, for example, I really am struggling to see what the justification is for the step trajectory there, on the basis that there are no new strategic allocations proposed. So again, referring to the two tests referred to by Mr. Kapkowski and PPG, struggling to put that together really as to why that approach is being taken in Bolton. Mr. Coxon sort of described the effects of that earlier, so I won't repeat those. Also in Bury, this is touching on some comments made by Mr. Gilbert in that in Bury, for example, again, this approach is being taken. My client Redrow has an interest in the Walshaw allocation. And I think at every step of the consultation process, Redrow has provided evidence for consideration by GMCA, and it's before you now as part of this examination in the form of a development statement. And that quite clearly sets out the intended approach of Redrow, and others will have made similar representations demonstrating that, even though it is of strategic scale, completions will be achieved early on in the plan period.
But starting when?
Within 4 years, I believe. I think we've said from adoption. It's a multi-phase scheme, so it has its own independent access to access the land owned by Redrow. If you want more details, I can provide those.
We'll come on to the so, but 4 years of adoption, so you're talking 27 sort of start.
Well, start on, you would hope that, an application is being prepared in earnest, ready to go upon adoption. And so usually you would allow, say, 12 months for the planning process, another year for any other legals and groundworks, and then completions maybe start on site in earnest from year 3 with, other completions, year 3/4.
Okay, thanks. Right. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Sorry, same point, Beal Valley and Oldham. Again, similar representations have been made in that there's already, an access available, multiple parcels of land being promoted by individual developers, landowners and developers. So again, and I think the other point to make is multi-phase, so a number of outlets can come forward at the same time. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, we will have a break now until 11:30, I think, and then we'll resume and carry on with the phasing. Just in terms of the programme for today, I think we'll get through the certain issue 8.1, hopefully before lunch, the rest of the phasing, and then these other elements about 5-year supply and those sort of things, and that should then allow the other issues to be dealt with this afternoon. I think that should be fine.
This is the heavier part of the day, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll break now and resume at 11:30, please. Thank you. Okay, it's just after 11:30, so we'll resume and carry on with our discussion of the phased approach. I think we're moving on now to Mosaic.
Thank you, sir. I'd agree with the general comments by my colleagues along the table. I'd like to use the example of Wigan. And in Wigan, there is no transition to a higher figure. The figure is actually lower. And based on the older figures used in the plan itself, the phasing assumes that only 69% of completions are appropriate from the last year, 2021-2022. I think the new table still shows 877 for the first 5 years, and that would only be 66% of actual completions. And that year of completions is not a one-off. We had 1,376 completions in 2019 to 20, and 1,439 in 2022 to 21. The authority has a 5-year supply. It also has a supply in the SHLA of 5911 for years 6 to 10. There's no evidence at all to support the use of 877 for years 0 to 5, and the 35% approach is not justified in view of recent completions over several years. And our position is that this should be a matter for local plans and not places for everybody, because the housing land supply is not being assessed as part of this exercise, and no judgments can be taken about phasing without an analysis of housing land supply in the appropriate borough. Thank you, sir.
Okay, understood and succinctly put. Thank you. Colliers.
Thank you, sir. The Timperley Wedge proposed allocation is 1,700 units over the planned period, with more to follow. I think that will increase now, with more to follow after the end of the plan in 2039. The concern in the matter statement was that the original Table 7.2 inserted an artificial constraint in the early years. So the change is made to new Table 7.2 with an increase in 22 to 27, which recognises, as set out in Table 2 in the GMCA matter statement, that the Timperley Wedge will start to produce and bring forward units within that first period of the plan. So there is, certainly from my client's perspective, support for the amendment in new Table 7.2. We think that those figures are realistic and that it recognises the important part that Timperley Wedge will play in those early years. And of course, I won't preempt what will be said in matter 15, but we'll get into more detail of that in the new year.
Okay, thank you. Right, Litchfields.
Thank you, sir. I suppose firstly, the first point I wanted to make was coming back to this Table 7.2 that was discussed earlier this morning. On the column 2027 to 2032, can I just point out that the figures in there are actually incorrect. From 2030 onwards, that the annual requirement increases, and that's not being factored into this table, notwithstanding that Wigan is also incorrect in it. So there should be 2 years of a higher delivery rate. So if you look at Bolton, for instance, as the top one, its annual requirement says is 787, which is identical to the Table 7.2 in the submitted version of the plan, 787, whereas 2031 and 2032 should be a higher number. It should be 930. So there's 2 years not factored in correctly into that.
Sorry, I've lost that. You'll have to start that again.
Yeah, no problem.
Which table am I looking at?
So if you look at Table 7.2 in IN 17,
yeah,
the action plan response,
yeah,
and just focusing on Bolton, it's the top one,
yeah,
787.
Yeah.
787 is the annual requirement from 2025 to 2030. So it should be 3 years of 787 plus 2 years of 930, which is if you go back to the submitted version of the PFE, 930 is the annual requirement from 2030 to 2037.
I don't know if that's how they've done it. Haven't they just put the middle column still being the average?
But should it not increase?
Sorry, the annual average for the whole plan period, whether it's 21 to 37 or 22 to 39, is the same for each authority, yeah?
Yeah.
So haven't they just used that figure in the middle column, irrespective of whether it's moved along?
Maybe I
think that's what they've
think
done.
about that one again.
And then
Yeah.
they've discounted the first column by this 35%. Sorry, no, they haven't discounted that. They've discounted the first column is worked out on a 35% discount off their 5-year supply, I think. That's what I understood.
I think it's confused me a bit.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe we can come.
Okay. Any other point though?
Yes.
Leaving aside that,
Yeah. Sorry.
Detailed maths and
that was a detour. Obviously, we set out in detail a number of a detailed technical paper which picked up a number of points on phasing, some of which have already been picked up. Obviously, the 35%. There is no justification for why 35% was picked, and obviously we're supposed to be operating in a plan-led system, but this is almost the antithesis of that. And if the GMCA had confidence in their claim supply position, they wouldn't be seeking to add a 35% discount to that position. I suppose a similar point to the one raised by Mr. Coxon, if you look at the submitted plan, the supply in the first 5 years is 63,480, which averages about 13,000 per annum, which is significantly in excess of the housing requirements, not alone the artificially reduced housing requirement. And when you look at completions over the last 4 years, I appreciate you've asked for the 10-year average and the 20-year average, but if you look at the last 4 years, which is the most recent figures, you've got 10,797, 12,443, 11,598, and for 21-22, you've got 10,939. So again, we talk about significant change, and I appreciate this is over the 9 authority area, but collectively they're significantly delivering in excess of what they're proposing to deliver when it comes to this. If I may just briefly touch upon the reasons why the justification provided in PQ 81, and in particular the significant change in the level of housing requirement. I think it's probably not telling the true picture. Obviously, it was picked up already that a number of the plans here are significantly out of date. So LHN kicked in 2018, so that the actual housing requirement that each individual district should have been applying is the LHN figure. And it's also worth pointing out in Berry and Trafford, the authorities with the oldest plans. Tameside, for instance, adopted its UDP in 2004. However, the most up-to-date adopted housing requirement is actually the Northwest Regional Strategy, which seems to be kind of ignored, which superseded the UDP. The housing requirement in the regional strategy for Tameside was 750 dwellings per annum.
But that doesn't exist, does it?
No, it doesn't exist now, but there was.
So that
there
figure
was,
doesn't exist, does it?
But the point being that setting out here that there's a significant change in the level between the previously adopted figure is just not telling the full picture. There was a period there where the regional strategy was the housing requirement that each district was pursuing.
I suppose, I mean, someone else mentioned, I think it was, I can't remember who, but it was talking about looking at what the housing delivery test requirement was rather than the old adopted. The PPG is actually not totally clear, is it? Because it does say emerging and previous, I think. It doesn't say adopted, does it? It's previous policies, it says. So, okay.
Yeah, and
right.
Similarly on Berry as well, the figure in the regional strategy for Berry was 500 dwellings per annum. So again, well in excess of what they're proposing.
I don't think we can really use the RSS figures, given what, however sad we may feel about it, what happened to those.
Okay. One further point before I conclude is in relation to the Planning Advisory Services Good Planning Making Guide. And paragraph 6.13 picks up this point about seeking to backload, and I'll just quote. It says, some authorities are seeking to backload their housing trajectories, citing the poor housing market as a reason to do so. However, the point about trajectory is that it should relate to housing need. There is little point in planning to provide additional housing in the latter part of the plan period if the need for housing is in the early part of the plan period. So I'll leave that there and conclude.
Okay, thank you. Right, Turley.
Thank you, sir. You would have seen from our matter statement that we had some concerns about the justification for Table 7.2's phasing within the plan. Those concerns are significantly ameliorated by the new table that's in GMCA 11. In particular, the height of the step, if you like, in the early years of the plan period is more higher, and we believe more justified. So it was 8,700 at plan level. It's now 9,400 roughly. That's it significantly ameliorates some of the concerns that we had expressed. I think listening to the answers that were given earlier from the GMCA about the supply, it is clearly important that both brown and greenfield sites can contribute throughout the plan period in order to meet even those revised steps. And therefore, I know it's not proposed in the plan, but any suggestion that Greenbelt sites should be, or the allocated sites should be phased towards the back end of the plan, I think would not be consistent with the overall aim of boosting housing supply. And therefore, on the basis that the plan period is extended to 2039, then we're comfortable with that. I think what the answers around the nature of existing urban supply and some of the challenges with bringing that forward indicate is that the heavy lifting that's been referred to that local plans have to do is even more brought into focus in terms of the urgency with which that is delivered, in order that what it takes to deliver some of these urban sites is understood. Any infrastructure can be put in place, where there are viability challenges, means to address those can be found. So we're back at the point, sir, of our sort of request for local plan timescales. I won't go into that now, but thank you.
Can we just make a point about this point? It's not in the legislation. There's not a requirement for the plans in the legislation. That's right. The legislation is skeletal in terms of the actual detail of policy or the detailed requirements. But just very briefly, we're told that PFE sets the scene for the local plans. Paragraph 15 requires the plans to be up to date. And then obviously, that paragraphs 11 and 12 in the 2018 versions forward will also introduce the word up-to-date plan. So there's no doubt that's the case. Paragraph 23, the second sentence of which, strategic policies should provide a clear strategy for bringing sufficient land forward. So the strategic policies of this plan should provide a clear strategy for bringing sufficient land forward and at a sufficient rate to address objectively assessed needs over the plan period, in line with the presumption in favour of sustainable development. So the NPPF is telling you that this plan should have a clear strategy for bringing forward sufficient land. If you take the step trajectory, and as we say, we're not opposing that, there is a step up that is required. And when that first step takes place, really those local plans should be in place. So that's a way of tying our repeated insistence, or suggestion at least, that you have the Part 2 plans. The whole thing is taken together. And you can't sort of start and have one part of the plan being inconsistent with paragraph 23 by not setting any kind of timetable for those plans. And you don't need me to tell you that obviously this plan must be consistent with national policy, and I would say there is your hook to ask the authorities clearly to specify the date that these local plans are going to be submitted.
Okay, thank you. There's a couple of nameplates up there. Are they just left over from previously? No. Barton Wilmore again then, briefly please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, as you're already aware, Bolton's relying upon its existing supply. Those sites should be available, suitable and deliverable now. Also, the requirement, whether it's 536 or 637, is less than the existing core strategy requirement of 694. Takes us back to boosting northern competitiveness, which for everyone's sake I won't go back to. It's also key, we're talking about housing delivery test. That's requiring Bolton to be at in excess of 950 units at the moment. So my clients have clear concerns that this just seeks to artificially suppress the requirement over the next 5 years, which is contrary to housing delivery test and the need to boost it in the short term. Thank you.
Okay. Maddox.
Thank you, sir. Apologies, I was a little slow in upturning my my nameplate. Just 3 quick points. First of all, returning to a clarification in the session earlier from the GMCA on phasing considerations, and certainly I heard reference to sites requiring planning permission and obviously infrastructure issues. It was just a question of to what extent land ownership constraints were taken into account, and I know there are later sessions for specific site considerations, but I refer specifically here to Godley Green in Tameside, which is known to be in considerable multiple land ownerships. So it's a general question, but with a specific strategic allocation in mind. My second point rather comes back to what Mr. O'Connor was saying, which was this sort of confusion of how the stepping up had changed as a result of the change to the plan period, or the proposed change to the plan period. My understanding was that everything had just sort of shunted along effectively, so the plan period had moved along, and so had the annual requirements for each period, or the annual delivery for each period. But picking up on Tameside as an example, this means that the middle period, which moves from 2025 to 2030 to 2027 to 2032, remains exactly the same at 485. I'm not sure the extent to which that reflects the passage of time, because clearly it relies upon strategic sites, and particularly sites like Godley Green that I was referring to a moment ago, coming forward. I mean, that's a strategic site with a said capacity of 2,500 units, and a significant proportion of which would be delivered in the plan period. But this is a site which was, or is, the subject of a planning application, has been since October 2021, and has this issue of multiple land constraints. And my point here is that then there needs to be a more involved process of looking at whether the stepping up now reflects the passage of time, because obviously lots of things have changed, and essentially, as I understood it, what has happened is things have just been shunted along, but we're now some time on.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
And the final point is again related to that. If you look at the overall PFE allocations for Tameside, they've increased from 1588 to 1894. That clearly reflects the revised extended timeframe of the plan. But whilst that's a numerical exercise of increasing it in accordance with the revised timeframe, there's a wider question of whether the passage of time means that overall delivery within the plan period from strategic sites like Godley Green is actually still the same. And if there's an overall question over the extent to which sites of that nature can contribute to the supply during the plan period, then that clearly has an implication for the phasing considerations as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, CPRE.
Yeah, sorry. I was hesitant to put my Toblerone up because I have mentioned this previously, but in the context of new people being sat around the table or possibly listening in, it was just the 7.60, the introductory paragraphs to the policy are all about how looking at suppression of delivery, and obviously we've now got a new set of economic uncertainties arising from increased global fuel prices and inflation. And it's just to point out, that there are genuine issues of labour shortages, higher construction costs, leading to viability issues. And I know we'll get into site by site after Christmas. But we've also got increased demand suppression due to interest rates and availability of financial products. So all of those statements are still current, and it's worth extending those kind of constraints continue, and there don't seem to be any likelihood of them being resolved in the short term. So in the short term, having the phasing that over the long term increase does seem to be reasonable. So I'm just saying it just for the benefit of those who weren't here before.
No, understood. That if anything, economic circumstance change has reinforced the need to take this approach. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we've heard quite a few comments there about phasing from various different perspectives. Do you want to come back? I mean, particularly, one thing, or two things actually. First of all, to comment on the fact that delivery in the last 4 years, based on the figures that I think Mr. O'Connor provided, have all been higher than the middle figure. So why go back now from what you've been achieving? And secondly, just a clarification on the 35%, exactly what it was a discount from. It was I looked again at the top paper in the break, just to remind myself, you said, and it does say what you said, it was the 4-year supply based on the 2021 start, yeah? So was that, in effect, each local authority's assessment of what their 5-year supply is, the deliverable supply, or not?
It was slightly complicated by the fact that at the point of submission we were using the 2020 supply and had to deduct off an assumption for completions in 2020-21, which would have been before the plan period. So it's not strictly a 5-year supply because it was looking at the supply over that 4-year period. But that was just based on the data that we had available and sort of the timing of it.
But it was, leaving that detail aside, the principle is that supply was assumed to be deliverable.
Yes.
In the NPPF tests.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't some bigger supply that was.
No, it was
what
the
was expected
deliverable
that would be delivered in those 4 years plus an adjustment.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks. That's helpful clarification. So any other comments?
Thanks. So I think I'll go through the points, the main points, in the order in which they came up. So just points made on this side of the room, particularly by friends of Carrington Moss, about in effect sort of holding back the greenfield/greenbelt sites in terms of delivery. Well, just to be crystal clear, and it's also a response to a point made across the room. I mean, we're most certainly not proposing that, as you know. So just to be quite clear, and nothing that we've said in the plan about brownfield is meant to convey that approach. I appreciate it's being put forward as a suggestion, and I take it in that vein, obviously. But just to be crystal clear, we do not accept it. We've got enough issues to deal with as it is, without sort of introducing a sequential approach into this. So then moving on, so turning to the points made by Emery, we had do you recall, it was a similar point actually, the point made, I think, by Litchfield's vis-a-vis what's actually happened. We had from Mr. Coxon supply figures which were significantly higher, if you like, than the step requirement. But as I understand it, the figures given by Mr. Coxon included Manchester and Salford, so we need to bear in mind this debate about steps is vis-a-vis the 7, not the 9, so we need to be very careful. We're not using literally the bottom line figures in any of these tables, which are for the 9, and playing those figures in, because it's only the figures in relation to the 7 that count in this context. So then it was also suggested by Mr. Coxon that, you know, having applied the guidance in the PPG, the two, I won't call them tests, they're just points made in the PPG. Having applied those, one then has to show, and he meant by that we have to show that overall we've adopted the quote unquote the best approach. And I'm sorry to keep doing this, but it is important. I mean, that is a good indication of the point that I've been banging on about every day at this examination. No, it's not. The position is that having applied those two criteria in the PPG, there's an overall judgment to be made as to whether what we've done is an appropriate strategy. And I'm sorry, I know it sounds like a joke, but it's very important that we don't fall into that trap of asking ourselves, is this the best approach? Because we'd all have different views about that. That's why the framework is very clear in its language, because otherwise a plan would never be made, frankly. Moving on, Mr. Coxon also said that the correct approach where there's a shortfall is, rather than stepping, is to identify more deliverable, land, etc., etc. My response to all of that and similar points made elsewhere is, frankly, if by introducing a step in the delivery in the plan over the plan period you can avoid additional greenbelt release, then you really should step. Moving on then to Barton Wilmore, who particularly gave the example of Trafford, as I understand it, and what's been going on in Trafford in more recent years with housing delivery test action plan, I think was the point being made. Well, first of all, for Trafford, as you know from our work in our matter paper, for Trafford we make a case under all three of the tables that we've produced. So it's both justifications. I understand. If we think about the numbers, so Trafford's revised numbers are set out in the revised table 7.2, the revised steps. If we just think about this, I can have these figures all confirmed, 2 to my left, but as I understand it from the evidence which you've already got, the 10-year average in Trafford is 471 completions. The 5-year average is 701. 2018 to 2021, which I think were the 3 years that were referred to in relation to this action plan, the average has been 971. The first step in the revised table is 939. On no reckoning do you get to the average for Trafford, which would be 1,122. So, it's all very well being ambitious, but we must be careful not to be so ambitious that we set local plans up to fail, local planning authorities to fail. Hive referred particularly to Bolton and Bury, so as you know, for Bolton and Bury, we rely on tables 1 and 3 in our paper, and for Bury, tables 2 and 3. There's a particular reference, though, to one of the sites and one of the allocated sites, and as I understand what was being said, it was being said that one would anticipate first completions in year 3/4 from adoption. That's actually later than we've put the position in our own table, so that's maybe a reality check here. Moving on then to Mosaic, they referred to Wigan, and as you know, so we refer to the strategic sites which we've set out in our table 2 in relation to Wigan. It was said, though, that this whole issue of stepping should be for local plans, not for places for everyone. Well, I've made my point already, but I'll just reiterate it briefly. If you don't step here, then in the period between places for everyone and the new local plans coming forward for the various authorities, you will, if you don't step, you will undoubtedly be setting some authorities up to fail. Collier's, I've got Collier's made a helpful point to us, so I won't respond to that, thank you, apart from expressing my gratitude. Litchfield's referred to there being made the point that if we, the 9 authorities, had confidence in housing land supply, we wouldn't be discounting it by 35%. If we had that much confidence in the housing land supply, we wouldn't be releasing the green belt. So, you know, we just think this through. Last 4 years, figures were given. I think the figures were given, I don't want to misunderstand this, but I think the figures that were given were for the 9 authorities cumulatively. Well, so I'll just reiterate my point, that obviously includes Manchester and Salford. Then there was reference to, because of the vintage of a number of the local plans for the 7 authorities in question, as we can see from our table number 1, because some of these plans are so Jurassic, the LHN has clicked in. Well, that of course is right, but it isn't what the PPG advises us to look at. And the PPG, picking up your points, talks about comparing the emerging and previous policies. I have to say, in response to your interjection earlier on, it seems to me that that language is entirely clear. It's crystal clear. Policies, if you're contrasting emerging and previous policies, you can only be contrasting emerging and previous policies in the sense of development plan policies, which is where you would find these numbers set. That's my response.
And not RSS.
And not RSS, because RSS, fond memories or otherwise, are simply not there any longer. So we're looking at development plan policies. So moving on, Turley's, I'm grateful to them for the points that they made vis-a-vis position as in the revised table. Barton Wilmore Stantec referred to Bolton. We rely on tables 1 and 3 in our justification. And then Maddox have expressed some concern about how the work has been done now that we've given figures for the revised plan or the potential revised plan period. And I think so. You've got it. You understand how we've done this, which is the middle column is the annual average, and then we've discounted it in the way that's been explained to get the first column, and we've made up the numbers, so to speak, in the last column. So in the third phase, so you know, it is a straightforward approach. It's a simple approach. Could it be more sophisticated? Perhaps it could. But is it an appropriate way to do it? Yes, it is. So that's that. The only other point I wanted to make, cumulative and collectively, about all of this, is that obviously we've had some points made across the piece by people who have spoken, some points which have singled out a particular authority, and that's usually because the person who's speaking has a client who has a site in that authority they want, you know, to be put into the plan. So we've had a whole mix of points made. I just wanted to respond that this isn't necessarily all 7 stand or fall together on this point. So if in due course, when you consider this, you consider that one or other of these authorities could be a Manchester or Salford, so be it, if you like. I mean, we'll read your reasoning in your report for that. But we mustn't, if you like, work on the basis if you find that one perhaps could be a Manchester or Salford, that, you know, the others shouldn't step.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Because obviously the justification in terms of the PPG sort of references does vary quite considerably in terms of the extent of step up and the extent of strategic.
And obviously where you have, as you do in some of these instances, for some of the 7, you not only have the new plan places for everyone being, I mean, dramatically higher than the old plan. That, you know,
obviously,
plus
strategic
sites, you know, plus
understood
large sites in the supply. You know, in those very clear cases, you know, it really would be very odd to sort of say, well, we're not stepping for you because we've decided that the justification for, you know, I won't pick an authority, but, you know, the justification of authority X looks weaker.
No, so that's helpful. I mean, going back to the justification, obviously the topic paper talked about the 35% discount and various factors about the uncertainties around the existing supply coming forward, references to the pandemic and Brexit and economic uncertainty, various things happening. It wasn't couched in terms of the PPG references, tests if you want to call it or not. You provided that in response to our thing. So going back to what you said, I mean, you took the example. If we took the example of Bolton, which probably has the least strong case in terms of the PPG step up and significance of strategic sites based on the 250. The justification in terms of the 35% discount, which was used in the topic paper, would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
That's
Because
what was done, really, isn't it? I mean, that was what. That's how you reached the figures. I mean, that's how you decided which ones were going to have a stepped approach.
So, in effect, the point that we make in our paragraph 8.12 of
Yeah.
our paper about the doubts about the
Yeah,
supply.
doubts about it, yeah.
Well, that point's always going to be there.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Which comes back to, is the 35% discount a reasonable figure to have, and what the consequence is in terms of feeding it through.
Sure, that's right, and the consequence changes depending on which version of these tables you look at. Yeah.
Now, the final point, and then I'll move on to the 5-year requirement. Obviously, in the plan submitted, there was an expectation that you could move to the average rate for the plan period in 2025. By doing what has been done in the revised table 7.2, you're pushing that back now 2 years.
Yes.
Why can't you reach the annual average by 2025 still?
And have, therefore,
shorter.
And have a 3-year first step, as opposed to a 5-year first step. Well, you can see what's happened, obviously, which is just, the numbers have been budged along to fit the different plan period that we're talking about.
Maybe I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, rather, because I can see lots of figures popping up on the screen.
I mean, red flashing lights.
Yes, well, they're all sorts of different colours, actually.
Okay, well, I just, because the principle is, moving to it.
It's an important point, so it's getting a big pink post-it. And so I don't give them out very often.
And the updated 2022 housing land availability figure did reveal, I think, more existing supply than in the previous version of. So putting those two things together may mean one thing or may mean another. I'm not totally sure. So maybe can we just leave that as a
take the
thing
point
to think
away,
about.
sir, and we'll report back to you. Well, publicly report back.
Okay, so I think we'll move on now from that. Was helpful. It was quite it's obviously an issue that was important both to the plan-making authorities, but to others for various different reasons. So I think it's
it warranted the time, certainly. Yeah.
I'm conscious, sorry, I apologise to the two ladies that appeared in the break. I think you'll be representing the Greater Manchester Coalition of Disabled People. Yep. Well, welcome. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see any of these sort of sessions that have been broadcast, so it may seem all rather curious, but if you've seen a bit of it, you may understand a bit what's going on.
Yes, sir. I did have the opportunity to watch part of one of the screenings. Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome anyway. What I was going to say is we've got some other items to deal with under. Have you got a copy of the agenda?
No.
No. Okay. Well, we'll make sure you get that. But what I assume that your interest is particularly in the one of the issues that we're dealing with in terms of under what is I've got down as my issue 8.3. And this is to do with the house types, accessible and adaptable homes, internal space standards, those issues. Is that correct?
I understood that it was 8.2, but it is that issue. So maybe there's a mistake in what I've got in front of me.
That's the issue anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I was going to say was we won't be moving on to discuss those before lunch.
Right.
So if you do want to. We can sit in, you're very welcome to sit in, or you could go and sit somewhere else until we start. But the other thing I was going to say was we could deal with those first thing after lunch rather than anything else we haven't finished off, or issue 8.2 about affordable housing for your benefit, because if that's what you're particularly interested in.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
So I know it's still a bit of a delay, but at least you'll know that when we come back after lunch at 2 o'clock, I assume it'll be 2 o'clock, you'll be able to deal with that first thing.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll leave you. If you want to sit in, you can. If you want to make your own way out whenever you want, feel free to do so. Okay. And the programme officer is around if you need any advice about where facilities are and things like that. So, okay, thank you. Right. So let's move on now to the 5-year housing requirement and supply, and then after that it's taking account of under or oversupply, which is a sort of a linked issue. Sorry, this is...
Point 4, is it?
Yeah, question 8.4,
thank
and
you,
then we'll move on to 8.5. So, first of all, we had a modification proposed in response to one of our preliminary questions to make clear, in fact, it would be an additional sentence in policy JPH1 to make clear that each local planning authority will be required to identify and update annually a supply of specific deliverable sites in their district to provide a minimum of 5 years' worth of housing against the minimum delivery rates for the district set out in Table 7.2, irrespective of any shortfalls or surpluses in other districts and in the plan area overall. And that was, that's how I put it in the preamble to the question. But actually, I think the proposal was not to put it in the policy, was it? It was to put it in the reason justification. Is that correct? That statement.
So let me just catch up with this.
In the schedule, PMM2,
yes.
It's a new paragraph after 7.20.
Yes.
I mean, it's detail, really, whether it's a policy or a reason justification. But so maybe we'll come back to that.
Can you just give me one moment?
Yeah.
Sorry, now that I've just caught up. Please, just bear with me 1 second, sorry. I think with in all fairness, that reads like a policy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd move it into the policy, I think, to be crystal clear about it. I mean, it's the same. The intention is that, it means what it says. So I think it probably would be myself.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I mean, I think, yeah, we'll get that. Okay, but anyway, that's the principle. That establishes that. I'm going to move on to how you take account of existing under or oversupply in due course, but that's just now clear, and that's to provide clarity, any ambiguity. Yeah, whether it's in the policy or reason justification.
I'm not sure you could make it any clearer, to be quite
frank.
Okay. Yes.
No, exactly.
to be honest,
right.
On that one.
I think we probably
Until
provided
Mr.
you.
O'Connor
I think we
points
probably
out
provided you with the
various
words.
mistakes we've made.
Okay. Well, I'll get any observations about that. I mean, I think there's general support for that clarity from this side of the table. CPRE, though, you would like a different approach because you see this as a sub-regional plan, and you think that, if we're treating Greater Manchester as a housing market area and we're having strategies for wider areas than just local authority districts, the approach should be to do exactly the opposite, is to take account of under and over delivery.
That's our feeling on the matter. It's a sub-regional spatial strategy, and if you've got over delivery, that's the metric. So if there's a plan of 9, you should look across the 9 for oversupply, or indeed undersupply. If there's an undersupply overall, that ought to be tackled as well.
I wouldn't expect you to be able to explain how the mechanics of all that would work, but as a principle, that's what you think, it should be fundamentally part of this.
Yeah, because there's an economy of scale when looking at strategic sites, ensuring that you've got those sites in the best locations and across the piece. So, yeah, the principle carries.
And that you're not unnecessarily... A local authority that's unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply itself is not unnecessarily releasing greenfield land when your neighbour may have plenty of brownfield opportunities.
Correct.
That couldn't help
and that is with the brownfield preference of the plan, and
however it's expressed. That
would be a sensible approach in our view.
So. The phasing back of greenfield and those sort of mechanisms would work together to minimise the release of greenfield as you'd see it as unnecessarily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all talked fondly of the North West Regional Spatial Strategy, which had very ambitious 80%, 90% targets. There's no reason why the authorities overall shouldn't achieve a similar amount of brownfield, but it's just where the focus is. So if you start assessing each local authority performance one by one, there's a danger you're going to get more greenfield release than is necessary over the sub-regional area. And it's already been pointed out that there's a 140% achievement of housing completions when considering the last 3 year figures. So
in the plan area overall.
Yeah, in the looking at the 9.
Yeah.
So those authorities that are struggling with sites should benefit from that consideration.
Okay.
And vice versa, if overall there's some overperformance in some but not in other, you look at it overall. It's not a suggestion that not enough housing shouldn't come forward, but it's just at which scale you look at the performance measurement.
But it would have to be below overall, wouldn't it? It would have to be on some sort of sub-area basis, like north and south or something, wouldn't it? Or would it not, if it's one single housing market area?
Our view would be over the lot, but yeah,
Okay.
given the strategic diagram and the northern and southern competitiveness, you might choose to do it like that. Yes.
Okay, but the principle is,
Yeah.
looking beyond just individual districts, given this
Yeah.
is a collective plan and it's a
Yeah.
overall strategy. Yeah, understood. Right, any comments just on this first point about the clarification? I'll come on to how undersupply or oversupply is taken account of, but on the first, just this modification that clarifies the approach, I assume that you're generally supportive on this side. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, we support the proposed wording, and we think it would be a good idea if that is elevated into policy. May I just respond to the CPRE's interesting point, which of course it is an option for the GMCA and the constituent local authorities to go down that route to treat Greater Manchester, or the Place of Everyone area, as a single housing market area with a single housing requirement. But of course that would require, that isn't the approach that's taken, because it require a lot of work at this examination or through the plan to actually look at the housing land supply and how that would actually be managed, how delivery would be managed. Because at the moment it's devolved to the 9 authorities to manage delivery. Here you would in effect be requiring the Greater Manchester Combined Authority to take over plan making and decision making for the area, taking those powers away from the constituent local authorities, because decisions would have to be made about allocating land to fill a gap in performance. So it is an option. I think it's somewhere written in the PPG does allow that to be considered when you're doing joint planning. It is an option, but it's not the course the council's taken, and you can't do it at this stage now.
No, it'd be a fundamentally different approach. It's not a sort of a tweak that you could make to this approach. It would be something quite fundamentally different. Yeah. Okay, Bart and Wilmore.
Thanks, sir. Just to agree with the council, we do support the text in 7.20 and believe it should be brought into policy. But I think I just wanted to take issue, sir, with the way that the CPRE had framed its alternative solution, in that if one authority was to, or a group of authorities, or the authorities as a whole were to over-deliver housing, that the authority that was under-delivering would benefit from that oversupply. And our view is, sir, that they wouldn't benefit from that oversupply. That the result of that approach would be that individual boroughs would then go on to be starved of sustainable development to fund to support the growth of those boroughs and their competitiveness, which is not what the NPPF says we should be doing, sir.
Okay, understood. Right, anything further on this particular point?
I think you have our position, sir. As you know, we've distributed the standard methodology numbers according to our spatial strategy, when we're not going any further than that. So.
No, okay, so fine. Right, so let's just move on now to the last issue associated with this 5-year supply requirement and supply, which is the mechanics of how any shortfall or surplus in delivery compared to the rates set out in table 7.2 would be taken into account, and what the plan proposes, and JPH1 itself says, it should be distributed over the remainder of the full plan period when calculating 5-year supply. National guidance states that any shortfall should be added to the plan requirements for the next 5-year period, and then an appropriate buffer applied. So the approach is make up the shortfall as soon as you can. But if a strategic policy-making authority wishes to deal with past under-delivery over a longer period, not necessarily the whole plan period, but a longer period than the next 5 years, a case may be made as part of the plan making and examination process. It doesn't help me all that much, but you can make a case.
Exactly.
And then we'll listen to it and listen to other views about it.
And decide what to do.
So, anyway, you say that the approach is intended to reduce the risk of unplanned speculative sites and homes being built ahead of unnecessary infrastructure, ensure a plan-led approach, and to avoid local planning authorities being adversely affected when it comes to calculating their 5-year housing land supply. That's paraphrasing something that's either in the plan or your statement or a bit of both, I don't know, but that...
So this is, we're on, so forgive me, here we, our matter statement simply by link cross-refers back to an earlier response.
Yeah.
And it's page 8. Oh, it says in our matter paper it's page 18. So yes, you've summarised the point. I mean, this is this debate about Liverpool, Sedgefield, or when I did the Cheshire East plan, we had what did we have? We had Sedge Pool. Actually, we did a.
Well, I can never remember which way around they go, so it's not helpful to me to talk about Sedgefield and Liverpool. Neither of which are places I know very well. Anyway, that doesn't really matter. But,
so we can do the anyway. So there you are. Yeah. So it's set out there. I just wanted to make an introductory point on this, if I may,
okay, fine,
if I don't mind, if you don't mind, which is that to us, I mean, I've having discussed this, in our armoury of trying to ensure that plans, subsequent local plans, and indeed in the interim period, local planning authorities and their 5-year housing land supply sort of succeed rather than fail. The step trajectory, and we'll take away your point, obviously, and think about it vis-a-vis the first, as having 3 years in the first step, but the step trajectory is the most important point. If underlined in due course, you report back that you're content or there or thereabouts, or maybe with a little bit of fiddling around, we're okay for the step, then this point about, let's not mention the places, but how one deals with the under or oversupply is of less significance. Okay. Whereas if the step goes out the window, then this point becomes
more important.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, understood.
So just to put that into context.
Yeah, no, that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
So the phased approach is more important. It's more plan-led.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, provides more certainty.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right. I suppose references to being adversely affected and not being penalised, I think, is another phrase that is used somewhere. It implies that you don't like national policy, because that's what national policy is doing to you.
I couldn't possibly comment.
But I mean, the serious point isn't the whole point of that mechanism is to ensure that needs are met as soon as they, when they arise and as soon as possible. So it's bringing forward a mechanism.
It is, but again, there has to be a note of realism. Again, there has to be an eye to the consequences of this. So yes, the colourful language one could, jokingly or seriously take exception to, and that I understand that.
Yeah.
But the underlying point is one about thinking about the consequences. And on one side of the room, we said, well, the consequences are great. And on somewhere else, it would be said, well, no, they're not actually that palatable. But in any event, I've made my point about the significance of this compared to the stepping. So,
but just to be clear, though, the consequences, if you follow it through, potentially, is more green field, more green belt release, because that's the only other way.
Exactly.
So it's back to that balance. These are all.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you've addressed the point that you've got, in effect, two mechanisms working in the same direction here.
Yes.
But it's helpful to know which you think is the one that would take precedence if we thought that combined they're too restrictive.
Yes, this would be, as I've said, the order of significance at this point would diminish significantly if we have our steps in some shape or form.
If the plan was silent on it, could it be left to local plans?
It could, well, no, if the plan was silent, of course, it certainly could be left to local plans in that context. Yes, you'd have the zone in between the two, wouldn't you? Places for everyone and the local plans.
So we'd be back to the same point you made about the
That's
steps.
the same, yeah.
It wouldn't be an effective way of dealing with it in the next 2 or 3 years because of the local plans going forward.
Exactly, although, again, I've made my point about the order of significance of these two issues, yeah.
But if incentives are needed to bring local plans forward as quickly as possible,
I could see that. I would say perverse counter logic, but yes, I understand the point. I understand the point. Yeah.
Okay. Anything more you want to say about that? Then that's
no, sir. And we the top and bottom of it is in that page that we've referred to in the document that you might or might not have available to you on your screen.
Right. Comments from any others? Mr. Young?
Yeah, I think that's very helpful, if I may say so, from my learned friend. He says if he gets his steps, it's not a hill to die on. Just need steps on that hill. And so that's fine. That's a very helpful observation. Just a couple of points about why you might want to go down the Sedgefield method. That is when you deal with it more promptly. First of all, there are plans, so that we know what the PPG says. There are plans that do have the Liverpool method. That's when you spread it out over the plan period. Yeah, I've some knowledge of this. And Guildford's been an example, recently adopted plan. But Guildford has a lot of very large strategic sites which will take years to come forward. Now, there are strategic sites in this plan, but they're a small proportion of the overall number, and you can see what they're already delivering. So I don't think there is a specific justification for it. I've just done an appeal in Guildford, and 2-3 years after the houses in the Greenbelt, as it happens, and inspectors disagreed at the appeal, has disagreed with the local plan inspector and said it's not working, you need to get on with it. And so he's gone down the Sedgefield method. So it's not something that's set in stone, even if you do endorse it. But it just doesn't seem appropriate here at all because of the way in which the supply is composed.
Yeah, I mean, that point about a plan like Guildford, I don't know the Guildford plan, but a plan could be very reliant on a huge urban extension, making up a large proportion of its supply.
Absolutely, there's an enormous airfield site that's been the subject at Wisley. So sites that haven't even started, getting they haven't even got planning permission on that, and the plan's 3 years in, and there's lots of them, and we're a million miles from that.
Yeah, and that sort of situation where it would be a clear justification for a step trajectory, because it's just a fact of life. There aren't any reasonable alternatives to bring forward more sites more quickly. It's that's our one best opportunity. Therefore, we need to have a realistic phasing and approach to it.
And I mean, let's be clear. The planning system is indulgent to politics, isn't it? And it's slightly what they're doing is saying we'll sort of protect you from a finding of a shortfall of 5-year land supply for a longer period if you've got this. But I mean, it hasn't helped Guildford as it happens. But it's there as a sort of political, if you like, enticement, frankly, to do that. When, to be fair to Guildford councillors, they were prepared to be brave and have large-scale development in the Greenbelt. So I think the mechanism for doing it has to be very much based on the circumstances of the case, and this is very, very different.
Okay. Right, thank you. Sorry, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, sir. We would strongly object to the approach being taken in this policy, seeking to bake in the Liverpool approach. Effectively, you got to consider this element of the policy in the context of the plan. The plan is seeking to offload, in certain authorities, offload part of their requirement. It's also seeking to step the requirement, and then again, it has a profound impact on what's actually going to be delivered in the early part of the plan period. So, from a shortfall perspective, we think it's important that this is removed, and actually we'd pitch for the inclusion of the alternative Sedgefield approach to accord with the PPG. But then when we think about it from a surplus perspective, need to be, the second word of this policy is minimum. So the plan is seeking to deliver a minimum number. So it's clear that it's a floor rather than a ceiling. So there is no penalty, and there shouldn't be a penalty for over delivering in that regard.
Yeah, well, we won't get into whether you should take account of oversupply at all, because again, the PPG deals with that in a way. It partially deals with it. It deals with it when there's some oversupply and some undersupply in the early years of the plan.
Yes, but I suppose to come back to the points we've raised in relation to the supply, we'd be very surprised if we ended up in a position where we were considering dealing with oversupply. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Right, Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, sir. I think it was very useful in terms of the GMCA's acknowledgement that the step requirement and the Liverpool method, apologies for using the place name, would work together to effectively push back the impetus to meet housing needs as early as would otherwise be the case. I think there was also a reference to the word consequences. That was obviously in the context of what it would mean for the plan failing or being successful. And there's a very obvious consequence of not meeting housing need as early as possible. An example of Bury is a good one. Bury is currently only delivering 52% of its requirement based on the latest housing delivery test. So I think works how that makes it the 17th worst authority of 293 in the country in that regard. So there's a very clear need now for housing and affordable housing. I know there was figures referenced in terms of waiting lists for affordable housing. The impact of both of these, the step requirement and the Liverpool method, would be to push that back considerably and take away that impetus. I would say that even if a step requirement was taken away, I know that the preference is step requirement stays on Liverpool to go. If one had to go, even if it was just Liverpool, that point would still stand, that there should be an impetus to meet that current housing need as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, and Emery.
Thank you, sir. I think you have the points on national policy. Just from our perspective, what in this instance, we're not trying to address a current shortfall and trying to work out what to do with that. So, for example, in other cases where, Liverpool's been taken forward, it's, the case is put forward, well, we can't meet this shortfall now, a bit like the step, we can't meet this now, but clearly this is completely hypothetical because at the moment there is no shortfall. And secondly, as we've heard, the stepped requirement is already proposed. I don't think you can apply both because you may push meeting needs back significantly further. Like others, I welcome the GMCA's reduction in resistance to losing that. And I must also congratulate Mr. Ketkowski for the Sedgepool reference. It's one of my favourite planning outcomes, is Sedgepool. So that was it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from anyone else? Anything you want to come back on?
So you have our position.
Yeah.
I don't think there's nothing I can add. Thank you.
Right, what we're going to do now, I think, is we will move on to look at the next issue, which is JPH2 affordable homes. Do you need to shuffle anyone around?
But don't worry, so we can
Yeah, okay.
hopefully just shuffle and.
Yeah, we won't have an adjournment, but just a very brief pause while seats are changed.
But just while people are changing their seats, obviously you'll know, so that we've put in our sheet of paper about some changes to H2, which at least hope will change the nature of the discussion.
Okay, so we're moving on to issue 8.2, question 8.6. I don't know how we ended up with all these
I know.
funny reference numbers, but anyway.
It's confusing, but there you are. 8.6 it is.
It's...
Question 8.6.
It's an appropriate strategy.
It
could have been done differently.
It is an
but
appropriate strategy, so
we'll
might
leave
not
it
be
at
the best, but it's an appropriate strategy.
Right, so policy JPH2 in the submitted plan refers to delivering our share of 50,000 affordable homes across Greater Manchester, with at least 60% being for social rent. There was a response to one of our earlier questions clarified where the 50,000 figure had come from the Greater Manchester strategy, I think. It's an ambition.
Greater Manchester Housing Strategy.
Sorry, Greater Manchester Housing Strategy, yeah. But anyway, yesterday, I think, a proposed modification was published, and that alters that reference.
It does.
And it would replace it with a reference to maximising the delivery of affordable housing subject to viability.
Indeed.
Right, okay, that's fine. And that's presumably because on reflection, when you looked at the wording of as submitted, it wasn't sound because it didn't provide unambiguous approach or clarity.
Yes, it's
local
called.
Plans.
Well, yes, with a little bit of elaboration. So, if I may, shall I just say a few words about this, if I may? Thank you, sir. So, this passage in policy H2, that's sub 2 of the policy, is about affordable housing, has caused a great deal of confusion and misunderstanding, if you like. And so that's down to the wording used. All sorts of questions are begged. So, what's our share? What's that mean? What's the 50,000? People have read it, misread it as some form of, target, etc., in relation to the planning process vis-a-vis planning applications and so on. And it was never meant to be that. I mean, it is in that categorisation of these policies that your colleague Mr. Lee is now very adept at, which is is signposting, is it signalling, is it development management, is it development plans. This is a bit of signalling because our share is, related to the Greater Manchester strategy. And of course, we think now this is a plan of 9 rather than the plan of 10, so hence our share. It is not and wasn't meant to set some form of target for affordable housing delivery in relation to planning applications. This plan is leaving individual local plans to determine on the basis of their own evidence what, if any, percentage they wish to aim for vis-a-vis planning applications. Salford is ahead of the game because the plan that they are going to adopt in January, which has been through examination, will do that for Salford. We therefore have suggested that this policy reference should be changed so that it has a revised statement, which, as you've read out, would read maximising the delivery of additional affordable homes with at least 60% being social rent, affordable rent, subject to viability, because the viability point obviously is important in this piece. And a further part of the context for this, just to explain, and as you know, we want to move to supporting text references to the Greater Manchester Housing Strategy, etc., is, as we've explained in the various papers we've put in over time in relation to affordable housing, in Greater Manchester, and I've also got the figures to discriminate for the 9 rather than 10 authorities, but in Greater Manchester, the vast majority of affordable housing to the tune of 90% is not delivered through the planning process of developers making their planning applications for market housing with a share of affordable housing. So, in fact, only once this century has affordable housing across Greater Manchester exceeded 300 units in a year through Section 106. So just over the last 2 years, we've had to the tune of some 2,000 affordable homes each year delivered across Greater Manchester, just under 2,000 in the 9 authorities, and 200 of that has come through Section 106. So that's why this overall signalling that was in the original version of the plan really has led to the confusion that it's led to, because it is signalling an intention across the 9 authorities to do their share of that 50,000 strategy. But the important point to bear in mind is that the vast majority of that will not come through Section 106 planning obligations for market housing schemes. And indeed, you know, we can continue to, I've got a gentleman sitting to my left who has all these figures and knows how this all works, but the same goes for social rent, for example, where the vast majority of social rent, virtually none has come through Section 106 in Greater Manchester in the 9 authorities. Nearly all of it is delivered outside Section 106, the Section 106 planning obligations process. So with all of that in mind, we just wanted to, A, remove the confusion that this paragraph has led to, and I do understand the confusion, frankly, and to substitute it with this more to the point policy, which is, as I would hope everyone would agree, affordable housing delivery should be maximised subject to viability.
Okay. Understood. What it doesn't do is be explicit about what local plans should do.
Well, it depends what you mean by explicit, because I would say it's explicit in the sense that it's saying to local plans you should maximise the delivery of affordable housing,
but then
subject to viability.
Yes. But as the reason justification goes on to explain, at least in the past, a high proportion has not been delivered through planning policies. And then the last sentence says this, and a high proportion has been delivered by local authorities, registered providers, and through government funding.
Yes.
This is likely to continue to be the case. Right. Well, we don't know what government funding will be. And I suppose the basic point is, doesn't more need to be delivered through planning? Enough affordable housing is not being built in Greater Manchester, despite it being relatively successful in getting public funding and building public sector affordable housing.
It's been, I think on the figures actually, it's been very successful.
Very successful.
In terms of the
but even so,
funds.
But on the other hand, it's been unsuccessful in the sense of planning.
There's still a need for a significant amount of affordable housing. Yes, But this is, sorry, please continue.
But the policy as written is ambiguous in the sense is the first sentence is substantial improvements will be sought in the ability of people to access housing at a price they can afford. That's good, including through. Then this point would be maximising delivery of additional affordable homes.
Yes.
And then you read the reason justification that talks. This is likely to be through public funding and subsidy, etc.
In the main, in other words, for this plan not to be unrealistic, and imagine that the planning obligations for market housing, planning obligations attached to market housing for the delivery of affordable housing, is all of a sudden, despite the evidence of decades, going to be largely driven, the largest driver of the provision of affordable housing. It just isn't.
No.
Just isn't.
But there is an expectation that this will be a job that local plans do, like NPPF requires them to do, to include policies to deliver affordable housing through the planning system.
That's right. The real point, I've already touched on the point, but I just want to be crystal clear about this. The real point to bear in mind is that this plan, Places for Everyone, does not have the ability, through the evidence that it has, to state that across the board for the 9 authorities, or discriminating amongst the 9 for this authority or some other authority, the percentage target, if you like, of affordable housing you should have is X. Hence, this statement of maximising subject to viability, which is the best that can be done, frankly.
But should that be clear, that maximising delivery is including through local plan policies?
Oh, I see what you mean, yes.
Yeah,
I mean, it is...
Is that missing in terms of clarity?
Well, if the very fact you're asking me the question tells me it is, but certainly this revamped version of H2, item 2, is meant, rather than being a bit of signalling as it was originally, this is meant to be for development management and local plans.
Yes.
So if that isn't clear, and you asking the question tells me perhaps it
Well,
isn't, then it needs to be made clear.
If this was...
it could be made clear in the
yeah,
supporting
I think it could be
text.
made clearer.
It could
clear.
be made clearer. in
Only
the supporting
because when you read the reason justification that's proposed,
Yeah.
it's kind of saying, well, we're kind of relying on public, public funding and those sort of things.
I agree that
Yeah.
in the supporting text it would be sensible to indicate that the maximisation is to be taken forward additionally through local plans.
Yeah, well, it could be through
development
in the policy itself, couldn't it? I mean,
it could be.
yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's a detail. So understood. And I understand that there isn't the evidence. You're not proposing to set target either for the Manchester.
And we'd
as
never
a-
intended to.
No, never
And we'd
intended.
never
Yeah,
intended
okay,
to.
fine. Right, that's okay. And I know I don't want to have comments about if you increase more range of
Exactly.
sites. I
Absolutely.
understood that, but this is just about the wording of this policy.
Yeah.
Let me come on though to the 60% and the risk of getting bogged down in some maths and things. I'm just trying to understand. This is the 6% for social
In the
social
revamped,
rent or affordable.
In the revamped, yes. Yeah.
Well, it was there originally, wasn't it?
It was, but it's now got the subject of viability point
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
National policy, and that 60% is based on evidence about the split of needs between rent and buying affordable products in Greater Manchester.
It is, and I looked to my.
Yeah.
Would you like that to be elaborated or not?
No, it is local. It's based on evidence. It's local evidence. That's in Greater Manchester as a whole. That's the split.
Sorry. Afternoon all. Steve Fife from the Combined Authority working on housing issues. Yes, and I suppose the additional point to make, I suppose, is that GM housing strategy itself specified 30,000 of the 50,000 that it set as the objective should be social or affordable rent. So it comes through in that sort of wider policy sense as well.
Okay. So we accept that, and that's the split. Does it vary between different parts of Greater Manchester? So, I mean, is it the case? Is it 60% in all districts, or doesn't it matter? Because this in effect is setting a target for each district, isn't it, in terms of the split?
There's a bit of scrolling of figures going on here, so just give us a moment, please. Trying to find the relevant table in our material, forgive me, sir. This is where good old-fashioned paper. Sometimes it's better.
Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe the point is, I find it hard to believe that if you did a district by district analysis, you'd end up with exactly 60% in every district. But so either it's an average based on a combination of districts, or it's somehow done at the Greater Manchester level as a whole.
I can see the table, but I can't read the figures from here, so...
I don't think we've got the specific numbers, and we can look into that. I mean, I suppose from my viewpoint, in the world of housing, if you like, that 60% is something that we feel is achievable. I think there's a partly a political judgment about how much of any delivery of affordable housing you can specify to be social or affordable rent, and certainly part of the constraint on that overall is the funding that we're able to attract through Homes England, which tends to come with strings attached in terms of the tenure mix there. In terms of what we're seeking through the planning policy.
Could you put your microphone a bit closer?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. In terms of what we're seeking through planning policy, I think there's a realism point as well in terms of.
There's a what? Sorry.
There's a realism point in terms of the viability cases for, because clearly social rented housing comes with greater bill attached than, for example, affordable home ownership products, which tend to be what we get through Section 106 in Greater Manchester.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of questions about this, really. One, is it justified for every district? Two, is it overall in a district, overall in Manchester? Is it on every scheme? Is it a development management, or is it something to take forward through local plans?
Well, I've already said it would be both development management and for local plans, and so therefore, as it's development management, it would be each application.
Scheme. Yeah.
But as I emphasise, subject to viability, which would be the particular point for social rent and affordable rent. I mean, there's an overall target, as you've heard, it's an overall target of 60%. It comes from the Greater Manchester Housing Strategy. So that's been carried across into this, if you like.
Okay. National policy, NPF 65, requires at least 10%, you may disagree with this, but this is national policy, requires at least 10% of homes on major sites, so that's homes on major sites, being for affordable home ownership. Right? So would that be achieved? There is a get-out clause, I'll come on to that, but the first question is, could that be achieved with this policy? So if you took an example, if a local plan affordable housing requirement was 20%, and there was a site for 100, you would look for 20 affordable homes, wouldn't you?
So far, so good.
Yeah. On this policy, 60% of them would be for rent.
Social rent or affordable rent, yes.
So that would be
12.
12. Yeah, thank you. I had worked it out.
CSE Maths Grade 1.
Yeah,
Come on.
It's coming in handy. That means there would be 8 for products to buy, affordable products to buy.
Yes.
Which is less than 10%.
There you are.
So it wouldn't necessarily be consistent with that NPPF requirement.
Sure, but the NPPF is speaking across the nation, and we're speaking across Greater Manchester.
Well, the qualification in the NPPF is unless it would significantly prejudice the ability to meet identified affordable housing needs of particular groups. So is that the justification? That's going back to the evidence you've got.
There is
that's the need is for the 60% at least.
Well, yeah, I think at least is probably the key in that, yes.
Okay, so whether it's justified to apply this 60% in every district is the remaining thing we're not sure about.
No, I understand, and I wouldn't mind. I mean, let's perhaps if we hear all the contributions.
Yeah, and then we'll break for lunch, and then you might be able to get clarity afterwards.
And I want to come back on one particular point as well about this, or I want to take instructions on one particular point about this, but I'd quite like to just listen to the contributions, if you don't mind, sir, and then so that I don't, if something arises that leads me to have to add that to my little shopping list, if you like.
Okay.
So would you mind if we sat into lunch a little bit just to hear what people...
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
I've got a couple more questions, though, about some other parts of it. So we've got, that's the 60%. I haven't got any more questions about that.
Good. Right.
Part 3 talks about affordable housing being provided on or off site. It doesn't, it's just either on or off site. Whereas NPPF only allows for off-site provision if robustly justified, and the agreed approach would contribute to creating mixed and balanced communities. Yeah. So that seems a bit different.
Yeah. The most sensible thing would be to not have the either on or off site, because the intention is to support the provision of affordable housing as part of new development. I mean, that's what we're seeking. That's what we're seeking to convey there, with locally appropriate requirements being set by each local authority. That's the point I made earlier on. So, yeah. So I can understand your.
If you're going to talk about on or off-site provision, it needs to be taken account of, or just leave it, and then
it needs to be finer grained than this,
or not said.
Exactly.
And if the main point, it's not relevant to the main point.
The main point is to support the provision of affordable housing as part of new development. So, I don't think we need the sub-clause.
Okay. Final question then, I think, it's about what this plan does and the allocations in the plan in terms of setting affordable housing requirements. So, some policies, these are the JPA, policies in whatever the chapter is now, I can't remember, chapter 11, isn't it? The allocation policies, yep. So some of them include figures for the proportion of affordable housing. So, for example, there's a site in Trafford, 45%, in Bury, 25%. So they're site-specific requirements for those sites, understood. We talk about those when we come to the sites. This is a matter of principle, I suppose. Some talk about requiring affordable housing provision on a particular allocation in the plan in line with local planning policy requirements, which may exist or may not, don't know. And some say nothing about affordable housing. Sorry, the middle one was, Oldham was an example, there may be others. And I think the ones in Wigan don't say anything, well, I don't think they say anything about affordable housing. So is it deliberately different approaches? Has every site been assessed for how much affordable housing contribution it can make, every allocation in this plan? And if it has, if it says nothing, is that basically saying we don't think we can deliver any? Yeah.
Looking around to see who we need for this. Claire, do you want to answer it? Or?
Yeah, so where we've got a specific figure, that's been factored in. Where it says in line with local policy, it's the local policy at the time. So, for instance, if an application were to come through, for argument's sake, tomorrow on that site.
Oldham, where it says...
Yes, yeah. So if it were to come through at the before they have updated their local plan, each of the districts have got a local plan, so that's where we will be looking to the figures, and that's what's been factored in. If that answers the question.
Right. Sort of. So in Trafford's case, the 45%, was that based on Trafford's existing local plan policy? Or because you've done an assessment of what that site, that allocation can deliver, taking account of viability, et cetera, et cetera?
That one is site specific. Where it's got a specific figure in now, there's been a finer grain detail has been done.
Yeah. If it just refers to local policy, that would just be what you said. You'd look at what the relevant up-to-date policy.
Yes, yeah. And we've tried to make it future-proofed, I guess, where it's the relevant local plan policy. And because obviously it is 9 districts, so again, we have got slightly different wording in each of the allocations. So sort of Bolton are worded like that, Bury, so on.
And if some allocation statements don't say anything about affordable housing, is that because they're not expecting any, or is it just a different approach?
It's a different approach. It's not that we wouldn't be expecting any, unless it specifically says that they don't have any, and then that would have been as a result of the viability work.
Are there any that say that?
I don't think there are. No.
So the fact that Wigan is silent on it...
It doesn't mean that they are not expecting it.
So
yeah.
that could equally...
I'm just looking to my colleague in Wigan, and that's, so we do actually happen to have the Wigan person here. So no, that's the case.
If that needed clarifying, it could be a similar approach to Oldham. It would be in line with...
Yes, it could be. Yeah.
Okay. So there's 2 approaches. Some allocations, you've looked at what the local plan policy is, but you've applied that to a site-specific assessment in negotiation with the developer and viability and all that, and you've come up with a figure. Yeah,
yes,
and that's set out.
Yeah, that's right.
And we can discuss those when we look at those allocations. Yeah. Okay. Right. Understood. So it's 1 o'clock now. We will take contributions for 10 minutes. And then we'll have a break for lunch.
If you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, so CPRE.
Thank you. CPRE does want enough genuinely affordable homes to be planned. In terms of the suggested policy amendment, there's a bit of concern that the suggested text to point criteria 2 is rather vague.
Yeah.
So I think we wouldn't agree with that suggested modification. By demoting it from policy into the explanatory test, I'm not convinced when, as you say, it's a steer for local planning in terms of what ought to be contained with planning documents that follow. So there's concern, and also concern about subjective viability. Well, that's mentioned in NPPF. We've taken out text elsewhere because it duplicates unnecessarily. just a bit of concern about the weakening of the policy. But and again, point 3, agree with you on the point. I'm glad that the inspector noticed the on-site, because that's clearly a preferable outcome due to issues of finding other sites and the capacity of GMCA to deliver housing itself. MPPF minimum requirement of 10% affordable housing. Arguably in Greater Manchester that's too low. There is a levelling up agenda, and we would hope that additional level of affordable housing will be achieved, and there is a need to address the underperformance, so having a higher percentage is reasonable in this instance. So I think that's all I have to mention under affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
So just one point. Also agree with the 60% affordable rent, because of course CPRE disagrees with the government's definition of affordable housing. 80% is out with most people's ability, and it's only cheap at the first point of sale. So yeah, that needs to be addressed.
So you support the higher proportion of social,
yeah, absolutely.
Social affordable.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Marge Powder.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to also say we feel that is the modification is a significant weakening of the policy too. If the words subject to viability are going to be introduced here, are they going to be introduced in other policies of the plan that are subject to viability? Because there are a number where that would apply. And it does... affordable housing obviously goes to the crux of this plan. If it is going to be truly places for everyone, it does get mentioned in equalities is at the heart of the Greater Manchester Strategy, along with the climate emergency. And paragraph 7.24 does talk about the very high priority on affordable housing and is set the essential nature that residential developments play. So it is. It was interesting to hear the statistics from our learned colleague at the end about how many or how much as a proportion of affordable housing is delivered other than via the planning process. So I think it's important that we maintain that priority and maintain that focus. Just regarding the district target or the lack of it, this is a very different approach here than the one we've got with housing and with employment land. And it should be possible, I think, and practical to give at least a notional target on affordable housing, given places for everyone. I think it's a really high priority. And just one final point, mentioned it before, how will the number of affordable homes planned or delivered be measured and monitored? And, how will we adjust the policy review if sufficient affordable homes are not coming forward?
Okay, thank you. Right, I will take... We've got 3 requests to contribute. So quick, brief, please. I don't need to be told that you need more allocations to deliver more housing. We've got that point. Any points about the wording of the policy and the proposed modifications to it?
Is that to me, sir?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Starting down that in Barton Wilmore, yeah.
Yes, sir. I share some of the points that the Friends of Carrington Moss made, that I think we should be able to have a target for affordable housing at for the plan for 9, but we don't. And it's proposed to be removed. And if it's not a sound number, the 50,000, it shouldn't be in there. But then, sir, my next point is that if we can't be sure of what that 50,000 is, or what a deep dive at borough level is going to tell us, we shouldn't have the 60% in there. I'm not disputing that it's true at the Greater Manchester level, but until we do a deeper dive of what this means for borough by borough, we can't have as a policy that 60% of a number we don't know will be affordable rent, sir. I'll leave it at that.
Why why can't we have the 60%? Because it's not.
Because we don't know, sir, what is viable, what's tenable at a borough-wide level. So to take the GMCA's point that the RPs and registered providers, provide the majority of affordable housing, we don't know without localised evidence what the expectation, for instance, of RPs with a main aim of delivering affordable rented products are going to be, and what is going to be the expectation of individual allocations or sites as a general rule. So those maths become much more complicated as soon as you step down from the higher level of there being broadly 50,000 and that being there being a need broadly for 60%.
Okay, thank you.
Affordable rent.
Yeah, Maddox, just briefly, 1 minute, please. I do need to finish.
Thank you, sir. Just a point on the language of the proposed modification of bullet point 2. My understanding is that the subject to viability clarification is intended to apply to the sentence as a whole. So everything is in effect subject to viability. But you could read it in an alternative way, where it is the maximising delivery which is subject to viability, and the 60% social rent or affordable rent is fixed. And when you start to break it down into a borough by borough level, or indeed thinking about individual sites, whilst there might be a demonstrable viability case for affordable housing, there may not be for social rent or affordable rent. And as it's drafted at the moment, it doesn't seem to cover those eventualities.
Same point, really. It's applying a fixed 60% to all sites, all districts, at all times.
Yes, absolutely. And the viability of affordable housing isn't a constant across all types.
Okay. And Turley.
Can I just check if this is for a minute? Then we're coming back to this issue after lunch.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. I'd rather not use the minute and come back to it because I'm going to bank it.
No, 2 minutes after lunch. Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm just thinking. I did say that we'd deal with the the accessible and adaptable homes after lunch. Do we want to just do that and then come back to this, or should we finish off affordable housing?
I think, given what you said to the two ladies in question, that we should honour that, if you like, and then come back. Because if we're breaking affordable housing for getting on for an hour, we might as well break it for an hour.
Okay, if that's okay.
15 or something.
Yeah. So what we'll do, we will deal with that after lunch. And I'll see if they want to comment on question 8.7, but if not, we'll go straight into 8.8, which is what their statement is about. So we'll do that, and then we'll come back to deal with affordable housing, either before or after we're done with internal. Oh, I don't know. I'll have a think about it over lunch. Right, we're back at 2. Thank you. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so we will resume now. And as I said this morning, what we're going to do straight after lunch is to move on to a particular policy issue, policy in the plan about accessible and adaptable homes. So thank you for your patience, having arrived mid-morning, and we'll deal with this now for your benefit. Would you just like to just introduce yourselves, just so we're aware of you representing the coalition, Greater Manchester Coalition of Disabled People, the Manchester Disabled People's Access Group, I understand.
Well, my name's Joan Rutherford, and I'm the chair of the National Older People's Housing Champions Network, and also a member of a number of disabled people's organisations. And my colleague is Flick Harris, who's the chair of Manchester Disabled People's Access Group. And in this representation, we're supported by a number of organisations: Greater Manchester Disabled People's Panel, which includes 16 disabled people's organisations across Greater Manchester, the Greater Manchester Coalition of Disabled People, which has 192 members, Manchester Disabled People's Access Group, which has 75 members, the Greater Manchester Older People's Network, which has 500 members, and the Older People's Champions Network, which is a national organisation. And as we've said, as you'll have gathered from our representation, we cover the 3 issues that we're particularly concerned about are the issue about wheelchair accessible new housing, the retrofit programme, and the use of the words access, accessible and accessibility. So I'm not quite sure how many of those things you're prepared to sort of accept.
Well, bear with me. I'm going to look at, I'm going to start with the policy in the plan that deals with accessible and adaptable homes. Okay? So okay. I'll start with a few questions to the GMCA, who are representing obviously the plan-making authorities, and then I'll take contributions for you on that particular issue. And then the other 2 issues that you talked about, retrofitting and the definition of access, which I know you mentioned in your statement and representations. You can come on and explain to me, briefly what those are and what you think the plan needs to do, just to make sure I'm clear about that, and we'll get a response from those. Is that okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So let me just start by reminding everyone what the plan actually says here. It basically requires all dwellings to be built to the accessible and adaptable standard which is set out in Part M42 of the building regulations, which is it's towards the end of policy JPH3, isn't it? In
it's over the
second
page,
point.
so to speak, yeah.
Okay, and just a reminder that. But it's unless specific site conditions make this impracticable. So that's a sort of a qualification to that policy requirement. A reminder what national policy says, which is that planning policies for housing should, and this is different from some of the other things that it says, should make use of the government's optional technical standards for accessible and adaptable housing, where this would address an identified need for such properties. And planning policies for accessible housing should be based on evidence of need, viability, and a consideration of site-specific factors such as vulnerability to flooding, site topography and other circumstances, which may make a specific site less suitable for M42 compliant dwellings, particularly where step-free access cannot be achieved or is not viable. So the plan does include that requirement. In response to one of our preliminary questions, a housing technical standards report dated June 2022 was submitted, which collates evidence from a number of sources relating to the need for accessible and adaptable homes. So I suppose the first question was, well, if you didn't have that report when the plan was prepared, why was the policy in? But I suppose maybe the answer to that is you had the evidence, but it just wasn't collated and put together.
Yes, we did have the evidence, we just hadn't pulled it together.
Yeah. So in responding to our question, it was saying we've got the viability evidence. This is a summary from various data sources. And so the key things that I took from that, I think, are the key elements of the evidence shows is that in Greater Manchester, there are higher levels of disability, lower healthy and disability-free life expectancy compared to national and regional averages. So that's one of the factors, yeah. There's an ageing population in the plan area. That's a demographic change. And that's not unique to Greater Manchester, but it's a fact that, yeah, is present. And also to do with the supply of homes coming forward and expected to continue coming forward, over half being apartments, which are more difficult to make, to adapt and make accessible retrospectively. So particularly important to design that in from the outset. So they're the three main elements for the justification, yeah? Okay. In terms of the viability, so that's the need side of things. That's the evidence of need, yeah?
Summary of the evidence, yes, sir.
Yeah. In terms of viability, you say that the viability assessment that you did assumed an additional cost of £1,500 per home to meet the standard, and that this is likely to be a conservative assumption, as some such additional costs are now likely to be reflected in general build costs prepared by BCIS. So that being, because these standards have been applied for a number of years now, they're beginning to feed their way through into a normal cost. Yeah? And does that, and I mean, presumably the costs for apartments and houses of different types are different, or is the 1,500 applied irrespective of dwelling type, or is that the average of how it was done?
It was
overall?
irrespective of dwelling type. But
Irrespective?
Yes, because it was seen as quite a conservative figure. You know, it
generous
seemed to
figure.
cover, generous is the word I was after.
So as we know, we've heard several times that your own evidence shows that there are viability challenges in parts of the plan area with certain types of housing. So obviously this one particular, you know, it's not each individual one that makes a scheme unviable. It's the combination of various different policy requirements. I mean, it was a point that was mentioned this morning. You're beginning to introduce viability let-outs or qualifications to a number of policies. I suppose in principle, is that necessary? And would it be necessary here? Well, in this particular instance.
I think there are differences. Well, there are differences. So, for example, the debate we were having earlier on concerning affordable housing that we're going to return to, I mean, it's obviously national policy has recognised for a long time that there are viability tests in relation to affordable housing. But in relation to these standards that we're referring to, I mean, obviously, as you know from our paper for today's session, in paragraph 8.28, we refer to the government's response to the consultation on raising accessibility standards for new homes and its intention to make the relevant part of the building regulations mandatory for all newly erected dwellings. And the only exception relates to impracticability and unachievability. There's no viability exception. And indeed, the announced transitional provisions for that intended change to the building regs is the transitional arrangements which are envisaged by the government. Obviously hasn't happened yet, but the announced transitional arrangement would be that this new standard would only not apply if you've actually already started your work on site, or you've given a notice and you start on site within 8 weeks of that notice. So the transitional period for should the building regs be changed, as indeed the government's announced it intends to, would be minuscule. And there's no viability get-out clause. I mean, I think in the great viability debate, if you like, this is small beer.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right. Now, you referred to the building regulations and the proposed intention to amend those to make this a mandatory requirement for all dwellings, which seems eminently sensible, if, you know, to deal with it in that way. But if that is likely to be the case, is this policy needed in the plan, or is it...
To be frank, to me, well, I suppose, you know, a pragmatist say it doesn't matter, but, and I count myself as more of a pragmatist than a purist, but to be frank, by the time we get to the stage of adoption, assuming that we get through this process, etc., and we have a plan to adopt, and it has this in it, I mean, if come, you know, we're getting near to adoption, and meanwhile these changes have been made by government to the building regs, then obviously this wouldn't be needed in the plan, because national building regs would cover the situation. So this is a sort of wait and see, I suppose. One would review this.
Yeah. But the fact is, it's in the submitted plan.
It is in the submitted plan.
The fact that the building regs may change isn't necessarily a reason to make it unsound to include it.
Exactly, and it supports. We can see the way the wind's blowing.
Okay.
And some might say, you know, it's been over. it's been a long time coming, but you know, we can see the way the wind's blowing, and and that gives some support to what we propose. But our primary support is the evidence base that you've already referred to.
Okay. I'll bring you in a minute, but I may as well raise this question so you can comment first, and then it'll give you an opportunity. You'll be aware that there's a suggestion that the plan, which is silent about the need for wheelchair adaptable, wheelchair accessible housing M43 standard. Why is that so? Why not deal with that in this plan as well if you're dealing with the M42?
I'll look to my left in a moment, but the fundamental answer is that we are, as you know, and I appreciate the new participants haven't been here for earlier sessions. They might or might not have heard me saying this on previous days if they've watched any of the playbacks. But as I've said on a number of occasions, I'll just say again for clarity, this plan is doing quite a few things. It's by no means doing everything that's required, and that's one of the issues which we have made a strategic decision, if you like, to leave to local plans. We haven't, I'll move to my left, we haven't got, as far as we're concerned, we haven't got the evidence base to support that at this stage, but did you want to add something?
Yeah, we considered it in our sort of technical standards paper, but the M43 standards would only be applicable to dwellings where the local authority is responsible for allocating or nominating a person to live in that dwelling. So we think if we had just a flat standard of a percentage of dwellings had to meet that standard, they wouldn't necessarily be available to the people that need them. So I think there's other ways to address that rather than having a flat percentage requirement of homes having to meet that M43.
What would those other ways be then?
There's developments that are taking place by local authorities, local authority-led schemes, or by RPs where there's an element of local authority sort of negotiation, partnership working as to what those properties need to deliver.
Just to be clear then, so the M43, when you say it's only applicable to homes that are nominated, it couldn't be applied to other forms of housing, is that what you're saying?
There are two standards under M43, aren't there? So the wheelchair adaptable could be, the wheelchair accessible have to be nominated by the local authority. So it would be the accessible that
you couldn't.
We couldn't.
But the M43, the adaptable.
And we did look at the adaptable, and I think in the report at para 3.72 and onwards, part of that we looked at the costs, and the costs of M43 are significantly higher than M42. And I think the feeling and the conclusion we came to was to maximise the adaptability across the whole stock of dwellings, so that they are all required to be at M42. To allow, the opportunity to adapt those further in future if the need arose. But there was a concern that if we have a requirement for wheelchair adaptable, they might not be available. They might be in developments where the need wasn't there, and you need to have a much more granular understanding of the need that you're meeting in order to require M43.
Okay. But couldn't that point about there may not be a need in a particular case be dealt with on a sort of site-by-site assessment? I understand the first point, I think, about the pragmatism of saying, well, we can only afford so much based on our viability evidence, and therefore better to maximise the M42 provision and deal with the M43 through the public sector schemes and making sure that, they are actually accessible from the start.
I think the difficulty we have from our evidence is knowing what percentage would be sensible, because it does change across the plan area, it changes within districts. So understanding, if it was 10%, is that sensible? As we may get onto the affordable housing discussion, is that sensible? It might be sensible at a plan level, but is that sensible as you drill down? And I don't think we've got the evidence that says, yes, it is. That's what we would expect the local authorities to do through their housing needs work.
Whereas the 100% M42 is clear, that's everywhere. And that, Okay, no, thank you for that. I'll ask you this now. It's unrelated to that, but I may as well deal with this, and then I'll open it up. But the SHMA HBF have drawn my attention to this. The table 6.3 in the SHMA, I think, identifies a need for a particular number of specialist older persons accommodation. So essentially C2 accommodation of different types, without getting into all the different types of the C2 and where the lines are drawn. But the basic point, it seems to be there is a significant number. It's over 18,000, I think, that the figure's been referred to. You correct me if that's not right. But we may have raised this under the housing requirement, but it's silent on the need for C2 accommodation. Is that again something because you think that could just be left to local plans to deal with that?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything further then on this particular policy requirement on M40? Okay, Ms Rutherford, do you want to deal with,
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Ta-da.
And after what I said yesterday,
Honestly,
it's
well,
bordering
yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
But I let him off because it was a Christmas tune. So.
You're far too
Even
lenient,
worse.
ma'am. Far too lenient.
Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Rutherford.
that's okay. In relation to M42, just to confirm that, of course, the government has announced in July that this was intended to be the new minimum for all new housing, unless particular circumstances suggest that it shouldn't be. But I think I couldn't quite catch all the conversation, I'm afraid, from down there. But I think from our side, we would prefer it to remain in the plan. We would have the comfort of it being in the plan, regardless of how long it took the government to get round to going through all the various processes it has to go through to make it an obligatory requirement of the building regulations. So that was the first thing in relation to M42. In relation to M43, I don't think I've seen the technical note, I'm afraid. Maybe it was one of the papers that we should have looked at, or was it something that came out today? I'm not quite sure.
No, it was produced in June, I think.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Well,
no, don't worry.
For some reason, we must have overlooked that.
Yeah, okay.
So there were just a couple of things I want to mention before I go on to that, and that is that we have had, there have been two further documents published in the last month or two which support our case, if you like. One is the Greater Manchester Big Disability Survey, 2022. The other is the Royal Town Planning Institute's own practice advice note, which has only just been published on housing for older people. So both of those, and I'd like permission, if you like, to deposit those in the collection of publications.
Okay, noted. Well, we'll confirm that afterwards, but I thought, yes, that's
okay. So in relation to the wheelchair accessible issue, the Greater Manchester Disabled People's Panel published the Greater Manchester Big Disability Survey, which is the largest survey of disabled people in the United Kingdom, and it had something like 1,700 responses. A key ask of the survey is that the 10 Greater Manchester Local Authority planning committees ensure that all new homes are built to building regulation M42 accessible standard, with 10% built to M43 wheelchair accessible standard, to help address the current shortage of accessible homes in Greater Manchester. The Town Planning Institute's advice describes the London plan and the Liverpool plan. As we mentioned in our representation, both of those plans have policies relating to a 10% requirement for M43 wheelchair accessible dwellings. The Town Planning Institute advice describes the London plan and the Liverpool plan as excellent outliers in successfully including policies on accessible and wheelchair accessible homes. So to come back to the question of data and information, we accept that it's probably not in the gift of Greater Manchester to require at this stage, in this plan, a certain percentage of M43 houses. So what we are asking, if that is the case, which we assume it is the case, is that two things really, that GMCA collect the data on the current need for wheelchair accessible homes in the Greater Manchester region, and two, use their best endeavours to persuade Greater Manchester's local authorities to adopt a policy in their local plans that a minimum of 10% of all new homes should be to building regulations M43 wheelchair accessible standard, unless specific site conditions make this impracticable. Now, I was listening to what was said earlier. I think the point was being made that it's difficult overall to have a figure of 10%. We have put some arguments in there as to why we feel that from the planning authority's point of view, it would be helpful to have a 10% standard overall. There are also about 10 different reasons that we suggested for that, which you will have seen, or it's part of what we submitted. I think somebody made the point that that provision should be made through social housing, if I understood what was being said. Social housing, housing associations or councils. What we are advocating is it should go across the board, because we are aware of quite a few wheelchair users, particularly young wheelchair users, who would like to buy a home, and the homes just aren't available. I'm aware particularly, just a couple of anecdotes. One is two wheelchair users who married, wanted to buy a house in Manchester and couldn't, so I think they had to move to Stockport to get a house that would suit them both. Somebody else who applied and got a job in Manchester, who is a wheelchair user, couldn't find a wheelchair accessible home, so wasn't able to take up that offer of employment. These are people who want to buy their own homes. You know, wheelchair users are not all people relying on social housing. You know, some of them actually have jobs, they want to buy a house, they want to, you know, set up a home like everybody else. So that's why, so I think from our side, we feel it should not just be a provision made through the social housing provision, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I can fully understand the point. So it would be a 10% requirement as a starting point, but local plans to set the target specifically, but it would apply across both the private sector market,
Yes.
Housing and other types of housing.
Yes. Did you want?
Yeah. Sorry, it's Ms Harris, isn't it?
Yes, hi, I'm from Manchester Disabled People's Access Group. I hope you can hear me, my voice is a bit croaky. We're an organisation of disabled people. We're actually part of the coalition as well, and the Disabled People's Panel, which advises the Mayor. And we're involved with campaigns and consultation. We provide standards, and we also do professional access audits, appraisals, and surveys. I just wanted to address the issue about need. And I appreciate the difficulty that the local authorities and GMCA have about identifying need, because although there are government statistics around disability, they're by no means comprehensive. And for example, only recently, in the last couple of years, have people begun to realise the issue around neurodiversity. And even BS 8300, which some of you will be aware of, is only just beginning to adopt specific recommendations around that. So when we're talking about wheelchair accessible housing in M43, we're not just talking, although obviously this is primarily about structural issues and the importance of load-bearing walls and, you know, lifts and all sorts of other aspects. It also affects people with mental health issues, people with dementia, stroke survivors who have multiple impairments and so on. But the other thing that I think wasn't mentioned by GMCA was recently been in the news, and also from my personal experience, the problem about the NHS and the care service. I mean, having been in hospital a number of times in the last 6 weeks, we've been waiting 18 hours or more to get into a bed in the hospital. The difficulties about moving people out of hospitals. And we're really aware, it's not just about older people, we're aware of issues about health and long-term issues where people live in their homes for 40, 50 or more years, as well as being born, you know, maybe disabled people being born into standard homes. It's really important that we think in the long term about these issues, and hopefully GMCA will take that into consideration, take some of those, particularly as it's part of the GMCA portfolio now, is to look at some of the health-related issues. And I think if we were to set a good standard, good practice in Greater Manchester, it could be that any recommendations would be followed by other local authorities, metropolitan areas rural areas and so on. So we are looking in the long term as well as in the short term. And also, I think Joan has mentioned about the private sector. There's no requirement, and we have been talking to local authorities for many years about this. There's no current requirement to record need in the private sector. We don't even know how many landlords have made adjustments under the Equality Act. It's a real omission, I think, from the government's point of view, to require that. And again, it's something, I appreciate it's difficult for GMCA and local authorities to do that, but if we can use procedures like this to recommend that the government and other local authorities take that into account, I think that would be really helpful. So I think for the moment it's about need and demand, and of course the impact of not providing that is shown in the panel report from disabled people's organisations. I think we're the only ones in England to produce something like this in recent months, to show the drastic impacts on people who have to stay in bed all day, people who've got rats in their homes, people who are living in areas where they can't move out, even though there's a lot of crime and harassment, hate crime and so on. So this isn't just something that would be nice to have. This is something, and I think if you read the panel report, it's something which is urgent for many, many people. And of course it has an ongoing cost, because it has a cost to the care service, of which we know there aren't enough people to properly provide care services. And it's a cost to GPs. There are costs all round. So, and I think also GMCA has quite rightly looked at neighbourhoods and the impact of neighbourhoods, and certainly older people's organisations have talked about the importance of having services in neighbourhoods. And again, this report, which I recommend everyone to have a look at, because it is unfortunately quite shocking but very revealing, because it's about real people. Then I think, looking at accessible housing also brings in issues around neighbourhoods.
Okay, thank you very much. I will see if there's any other comments on this particular issue about the policy relating to accessible and adaptable homes, M42, and the suggestion of M43. From any other? Yep, HBF.
Thank you, sir. Well, I didn't make representations on this policy because we were content with it on the basis of the evidence that the GMCA had compiled. But I'm very sympathetic to the argument put by the participants here. Greater Manchester does have an ageing population, and we think it's right that the government, through the building regulations, will set the new baseline at Part M42, accessible and adaptable dwellings. Wheelchair accessible homes is complicated because of the requirement in the PPG at paragraph 009, reference ID 56-009-201-50327, which the GMCA has referred to, which is that if you set a requirement for wheelchair accessible homes, it should only be applied to those dwellings where the local authority is responsible for allocating or nominating a person to live in that dwelling. However, the participants there have cited the precedent set by the London Plan, which didn't do that, but set a blanket target for 10% wheelchair accessible dwellings, and that approach has been deemed largely to be acceptable. I think the way to deal with this is through, as the participants have said, for the GMCA to monitor data on the need for such dwellings, and through a revision to this plan to then look to see whether there's a case for specifying a particular percentage target for Part M4 3, and for this plan to leave it as a matter for the supporting local plans to explore. based upon their own local evidence.
Okay, thank you. Right. I'll come back to GMCA briefly, shortly, but before I do, there were two other points about retrofitting in the definition of access. Could you deal with both of those quite briefly, if we could, because it's not about, well, I don't think it's about a particular policy in the plan at the moment, but you tell me anyway.
That's right. Well, again, both the Big Disability Survey and the Town Planning Institute's practice advice support us on this idea or this suggestion of including minor adaptations and repairs in retrofit programmes for climate change reasons. The Big Disability Survey asked Greater Manchester Retrofitting Programme to include improvement of older housing as well as improving energy issues to make older housing more accessible. The Royal Town Planning Institute's practice advice states that more than 80% of the homes that were needed in 2050 exist today. While there's great value in enabling the construction of new homes, especially where they meet the future needs of our communities, retrofitting existing homes will be essential in providing high-quality housing options. With most individuals preferring to age at home and remain in their own homes for as long as possible, it's imperative that these homes receive the care and repair they eventually may need to remain warm and accessible. The energy efficiency and health concerns related to non-decent homes are not the only aspect of the UK's housing stock that is of particular concern to our ageing population. Mobility and the ability to move freely around our homes may become constrained with age, and most homes are not typically designed to accommodate for disabilities, which could juxtapose our desire to age at home with the practicality of doing so. So in terms of our proposal, which you have already, it's just that we request that minor adaptations and repairs be included in the Greater Manchester Retrofit Programme to improve non-decent homes and contribute to improving the health of disabled and or older occupants in order to provide decent, healthy homes for all.
Okay, so that reference to retrofitting and minor adaptation could be something that would be required specifically in this policy in the plan. Yep.
Sorry.
Someone
start with that.
No, it's not really.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
So a reference
that?
to.
I'm sorry.
I'll ask the GMC to respond, but I think the proposition is that there would be a reference in this policy in the plan to minor adaptations being taken forward through the retrofitting programme.
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
That's fine. And then a last point about the definition of access and accessible in the plan. I think the word that's used in quite a lot of different ways in different contexts.
That's the case.
That's the point, isn't it? I think
that's the case, and I think we speaking on behalf of the disabled people's community, it would be really helpful to know in which of these occasions it is actually meant that disabled access is the intention. Otherwise, it can be ambiguous, and there will be discussion with highway engineers and developers and all the rest of it about, well, it didn't actually mean when it says access to parks or whatever. I provided a long list of occasions when the word access is used where it could be deemed to be ambiguous, and all we're asking is for it to be said, to enable disabled access, or words to that effect, just to make it absolutely clear. And the suggestion has been that it's these words access, accessible, and accessibility are defined in different, in the NPPF and in this and in that and the other. All we're saying is, please make it clear for disabled people what they should expect from the plan, what is intended to be for them.
Yeah. Understood.
Yes, I think it's fairly straightforward, really.
Yeah. So yes. So each policy being clear about if it's referring to access or accessibility, whether what it means in that context, whether it's access for all types of people or access to disabled people. Or,
yes. Yes.
Okay. Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to respond to three points there? Really, I think, isn't there? It's about the M43 issue again, and then the retrofitting reference in the policy, and the definition of access in the various policies.
Indeed, yes. So on the first of those points, which is the M43 point, if ever there was an occasion where I would want to say to you, yes, we accept, the case, and we would make a change, it would be this on this occasion. But I am, bound by the evidence that we have, and more importantly, I think the evidence we don't have at this stage. So sadly, I can't.
I think there was maybe a suggestion that the GMCA commits to some sort of action outside the plan.
And coming to that.
Right, sorry.
No, coming to that. I mean, what I can say in public about that is obviously we've heard the suggestions being made that the GM should commit to collecting the data, that the GMCA should use their best endeavours to persuade, to make the case to local authorities that they should include this particular provision in their own individual local plans. I mean, those points have been heard and noted. Obviously, we can only take those away and sort of discuss them with the 9 authorities that we're representing here. So that they have been duly noted. I can't off the cuff commit to that, obviously, because it's a matter for
understood.
My clients, and then as for a reference in the policy to retrofitting, this is retrofitting the existing stock, as I understand it.
I think it's about, yes, it is about the existing stock, but it's about retrofitting programmes, and then if they're being done, about taking into account the needs of disabled people, essentially, in retrofitting programmes, I think is the point.
We can give some consideration to adding that to the supporting to the supporting text. I'm not sure what role it would have in, to be frank about this, I'm not sure what role it would have in this plan and the objective that this plan is seeking to achieve, but you know, if in due course you think it's a sensible idea, then I'm sure we could find a home in this recent justification for referring to the point. And as for making sure that in each policy that refers to access, accessibility, whatever it might be, we're clear as to quite what we mean. That's a very good point, well made. And as we look at each of these policies over subsequent days and weeks, we should always have that point in mind and thrash it out as we look at each policy in turn.
Yes, and I think when we look at the JPC policies the week after next, in particular, the connected, and they're about the design of streets and places, and that, I think particularly in that session it might be helpful to look at the way the words are used.
So keep the point in mind and make sure we don't forget it, yes.
Right. Yes. Okay, thank you for that. Right, thank you very much. Is there any... I do need to move on shortly because we've got quite a lot of other issues as well.
It was just a quick clarification. I think we were very grateful to the colleague over there who mentioned about the London plan and not just focusing on the requirement to relate it to local authority housing. And I think it is helpful for developers. I know when we had housing market renewal plans in Manchester, and Design for Access 2 standards were applied, developers were quite happy with the larger standards that applied at the time, as long as everybody, all developers, were required to meet those standards, and it helps with, you know, cost implications and so on. And I just wanted to clarify that GMCA were happy to, you know, to look at private sector housing as well as social housing. That was all.
Okay, thank you. Right, so unless there's any final points on this particular policy, I'm going to, I think we'll go back to where we were on affordable housing and finish that issue off, and then come back to these other couple of policies.
Mr. Young, was it 30 seconds after lunch, I think we said? Did we?
I think it was half an hour.
Half an hour. In that case, it's time for a break.
You're very willing to stay, but if you've wish to leave, you can, because we're going back to the other issues now.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we will leave. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your contribution. It's very helpful to get expert.
Who should I speak to about the documents?
Sorry?
Who should I speak to about the documents?
I've got the note of the documents, but if you did you see have you met the programme officer?
Yes, but I can't see her.
She's in the room round the corner.
Oh, right. Okay.
Could you just... Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right, so if we're going back to where we were on the affordable housing, I've had the initial discussion about the policy, the modification, the 60% 10-year split. We took some contributions.
We did, and I wanted to, before my learned friend, because this might reduce his 2 minutes, I think he's promised, to 30 seconds, which I'm absolutely sure is what he's going to do. No. I'm trying my best. So returning to where we were. Sorry, just getting my papers back. Forgive me, because I've obviously pop them further down the pile because we interposed that discussion. So you'll recall that our suggested change to item 2 in policy H2, the 60% social rent or affordable rent aspect, and we've taken on board the points that you've raised in particular, sir, about this, and we thought about it again. And there may even be a law of unintended consequences which would apply here by setting this in this way. So on reflection, we think it would be appropriate to remove the at least 60% being for social rent or affordable rent from item 2 of the policy. In the modified supporting text, as you'll know, we suggest referring to the Greater Manchester Housing Strategy, and in that explanation or summary of the Greater Manchester Housing Strategy, we will add a sentence there to make the point about the 60%, which is a target in that strategy. So we'll just simply pick it out as a point highlighted in the strategy, as opposed to having it in the policy as something which would apply across the board to planning applications.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's
yeah.
what.
So it's a statement of what the evidence found.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly, rather than in any way implying
okay,
it's a
that's helpful, thank you. And going back to the way the policy, the clarity about what is the expectation of local plan, I mean, the expectation that local plans will set targets
yes.
for a proportion of affordable homes on development sites.
Yes.
And the 10-year split.
Yes.
That's paraphrasing, but they're the sort of things that
yes.
the NPPF say local plans should do.
Absolutely.
So whether that needs to be explicit in the policy or not, can I just leave that with you to think about?
It's on our sheet, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, absolutely, it's on our sheet. It's on our sheet of things to think about. Yeah. So I'm not going to sort of make the case that it's there somewhere anyway, because I take the point, and the very fact you've asked the question to me tells me that we need to make it clearer.
And as you know, we'll do an action point note next week, and we may provide a bit more clarity about what we think in that. But
yes.
it's there noted. So
absolutely.
Okay. So any further? Yeah. So Mr. Young.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So anything affordable housing policy, basically.
Yeah. If you want us to focus on the wording of the policy, and what the policy says,
as opposed to the wider context of how you deliver these more affordable homes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So. I will do that. Can I just make just two really important points, though, which is that the people who benefit from the affordable housing generally don't appear at EIPs, and that's really important because we have a number of interest groups who do, and they are heard every day. But you're not hearing from the people who would benefit from this affordable housing. Having said that, it is really positive to hear the CPRE and others talk about their support for affordable housing. That's really very welcome. The phrase that's used is that it's genuinely affordable, and we see this argument quite a bit, a sort of scepticism about it being affordable. It is generally the greenfield sites that deliver the most amount of affordable beyond the discounted market housing, or now first homes as well. So that's a really important piece of context, and I'm glad we recognise that. Equally, recognise what Malone Friend is saying in terms of the figures, that most of the affordable housing in Manchester isn't delivered through planning. Well, that's a product of all these apartments, and it's grist to our mill in terms of that. That is the consequence of lots of apartment development and build to rent. In terms of the sources of that, in the last 5 years, the completions have been from all sources 1,606 affordable units per annum. Now that is just 15% of all completions. So, that's not good enough, frankly. It should be achieving more ambition, and the Greenbelt sites that are going to be released have every potential to do more than that. The 247 in the last 5 years, that's from Section 106, that's just 2% of all completions. But it's a product of what's been happening in what is largely an unplanned city. So it's reinforcing the importance of the allocations, but it's also reinforcing the importance of the local plans as well. That's the first point. the second point is that we have been told and we understand that the policies in PFE are not development management policies. They are to guide the local plans. So
I don't think that was all the policies. Right. No, that was the strat policies. Right. These policies, the thematic policies, would do both. Yes. So that's why, well, yeah. Think about this one and what it does.
Okay, and that's helpful. That's very helpful. So this is intended to apply on individual applications in terms of the policy.
Insofar as it's got things that you could apply in development management. But yes.
Yeah, which a percentage of affordable housing or a strategy would be entirely within that category. I think, if we may say so, we think that the policy would be best identifying the need for the local plans to set the targets, because they will be different in different areas. Trafford will be different from Rochdale, and even within Trafford, you might want different levels. But certainly we think it should be something set at a local level that adds impetus to the need for these local plans to be on a tight timetable so that they are delivered. We've been having a think about the wording in the context of as what's been said, and on part 2, I'm looking at the revised wording. So the sheet that came out that's got the revised wording. Can I just read this out and then we'll put it in as just a suggested wording. Mr. Trimmingham's been working on this, maximising the delivery of additional affordable homes in accordance with the relevant subject to evidence of need and viability. So that should be up front. So it should read 2, subject to evidence of need and viability, maximising the delivery of affordable housing in accordance with relevant local plan policies, with the aim of delivering at least a percentage of affordable homes for social rent and affordable rent. Now, if that's being taken out, then I've got to change that again. But the focus is to make clear that it should be on a local basis. And we completely support that. I think that's the direction of travel from what's being suggested. My learned friend is absolutely right. The viability is there on every application, whether it's written into the policy or not. It's a fundamental part of the PPG guidance. So we just think the wording, agree with something that was said by somebody else earlier about where you put that viability into that policy. And then 3, that was 2, 3, through local plans, support the provision of affordable housing, either on-site or off-site. Now, why is that important? I think there was a suggestion that they might remove the off-site reference. But we would support that alternative provision. Why, though, was your question, when you need the NPPF says it needs to be justified. First of all, we're a long way from London, and the prices that are achieved there. Viability is much more challenging in Manchester because of the values that are achieved. And one of the things that can be done with affordable housing is that if you build sites without on-site affordable housing, you can deliver more by doing it off-site, particularly in areas, for example, like Salford, where values are dramatically different in different parts of the borough. You can achieve that. We've been having conversations around that already with the authority, and that can also fit with the aspirational housing that features in many of the sites associated with boosting, the northern boroughs. So we think that's an important provision to retain. Of course, if the council at a development management level, at a planning application level, think it's important to have it on site, they'll be fine and they'll be able to justify it. But there are plenty of opportunities. Now, other areas do this. Stoke-on-Trent, I've mentioned a couple of times, they specifically seek in Trentham, in the south of the city, to off-site the affordable to deliver more aspirational housing in that particular suburb when it's challenging elsewhere. So those are our suggestions. I tried to stick to the wording and the focus on those paragraphs.
Understood. That's okay. Thank you. Right. Noted. Any other points about, yes, Friends of Carrington Moss?
Yeah. I'd like to just correct the misconception that perhaps we're not representative of people who may need affordable housing. There are over 40 groups in the Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt group, and Bury alone has over 10,000 members. And not only do we represent people from all walks of life and all age groups and genders, we also have people who have experience of working in social housing. So I just want to make sure that it is understood that we're not representing a small group of perhaps people with a specific agenda here.
So I don't think that's the suggestion, but there's a clue in the name, isn't there? Campaign for the Protection of Rural England, Save the Greenbelt, Save Carrington Moss. That's what the group is. Whereas we're not hearing from groups that represent specifically those who benefit from affordable housing. So it's not an intention to suggest you don't have members of that kind, but it does what it says on the tin.
Okay. Anyway, point taken. More affordable housing is an objective that the plan would like to achieve. It's obviously a good thing. It's well needed. All those points taken. So the debate really that we're grappling with is about how best to achieve that through policies in the plan, through allocations in the plan, number of homes, etc., and understood those different approaches. Right. Before we leave affordable housing, then, do you want to just finish off?
Thank you, sir. Only in brief response to what's just been said, because we've canvassed all the other points, and I've come back after lunch with that suggestion about removing the 60%. So just very briefly, I'm not going to rise to the debate about the reason why most affordable housing hasn't come through 106 is because it's mostly apartments. The skew in most affordable housing, the order of magnitude is so great with most affordable housing coming through other sources that this is not going to be fundamentally addressed by having more green belt or whatever it might be. So, but I won't go into I'm not going to rise any more than that to the debate. Coming to the suggested change to our changed wording that Mr. Tribbing has been working on. Obviously I appreciate seeing that in due course, but from what I noted down, it would alter our proposal that one should have a general statement and a policy about maximising the delivery of affordable homes subject to viability to include subject to evidence of need. Well, there is very clear evidence of need for affordable housing across the 9 authorities. I don't think we need to write that in. Viability, yes, we've put that in ourselves, and in accordance with policies in local plans. But that really would be watering down the aspiration that there should be a maximisation of affordable housing to say, well, we're just going to, we're not actually doing anything in this plan at all about affordable housing. That would be the consequence of that change. But so we're content with what we put forward, subject to that remove of the 60%.
Okay, well, look, I've heard various different points. I don't want to get into trying to write a policy now across the table, around the table, whatever. You've got the point. I think what we may do is actually provide a bit of clarity in our action point about how we think the various bits of this policy could be, redrafted, bearing in mind what you've suggested and what others have also referred to.
Thanks very much.
And what we've heard about the 60% and the on and off site provision and things. Okay, so thank you for that. So we will move on again now to issue 8.3, and we're back to question 8.7, which is...
This is me, the difference in the numbering between the issues and the questions.
As we know, it's an appropriate strategy.
It's a very appropriate numbering system.
It's not very appropriate.
Very appropriate.
No,
that's not the test. That's not the test, though. No, it's just an appropriate numbering system.
Right. So we've got policy this is the beginning bit of policy JPH3 we're going back to now. So this policy is entitled Type, Size and Design of New Housing. Yep. So there was a tweak to the wording.
Thank you. I'm chuntering away to myself, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Have you got the... So we've got the policy in the plan, and there was a proposed modification to the second paragraph proposed early on, which was just to ensure that the master plans and other guidance would be had regard to those things, whereas the precise mix of dwelling types would be determined through local plans. So NPPF paragraph 62 says that the size, type and tenure of housing needed for different groups should be assessed and reflected in planning policies. So this is clearly something, an expectation of national policy. It should do that, and I think that's what JPH3 is essentially asking local plans to do, reflecting that. What the word precise.
No.
Well, here we go.
Is it not precise enough, sir?
No, well,
Too
no,
precise.
it implies that a local plan can set a precise mix at the point the plans, that local plan is prepared in terms of the size.
We're happy to take the word precise.
Yeah, I think it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, okay. Now, so that's being left to local plans,
Yes.
including whether they're 1, 2, 3, 4 beds, apartments, houses, bungalows, all these type of things,
Absolutely.
tenures, all those things.
Yep.
Yep. So coming back to this table of 7.3, which defines the split
Yes.
between residential of the existing residential land supply, which I think you updated when you updated the 2022 supply data. But I don't think it changed significantly, or not hugely anyway. So that is a statement of a description of the current supply, understood. But in what way does it provide reason justification for a policy that's basically saying local plans, you've got to decide this?
As I understand it, we saw it as a helpful piece of explaining the factual circumstances as at the time when you update the figures, as you've just said, but as at the time when the plan is adopted, it's no more, no less than that, really. So if one was being tremendously analytical about it, I suppose one might say, well, is it really necessary, and so on and so forth. I think I'll put the point the other way around. Is it necessary to take it out in order to make the plan sound? I mean, it's just a piece of information, really, which is explaining the situation at a moment in time.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll have another thought about that.
Yeah.
Peel say that the 2019 SHMA evidence, which presumably was a document that was submitted with the GMSF last consultation under Reg 18, identified a need for 75% houses and 20% apartments. And I think they make the point, well, it's not been referred to in the documents that have been put forward in support of this plan, nor is it referred to in. So I suppose it's coming back to this point. This table is setting out a particular split between houses and apartments, and you say it's a statement of fact of the existing supply. There are also statements in here about the household projections. I think this is in the reason justification, showing a need for showing an increase in smaller households. And I think the inference being, well, this split between houses and apartments reflects that. Is that part of what this is about?
I think broadly it is there to demonstrate that the spatial strategy we've identified, which has a focus on apartments at the core, which we are quite upfront about, and this increasing number of smaller households, the land supply that we've identified within the plan helps deliver that strategy. That's all, but that's all it is. It's not saying more than that. It's just saying there is a land supply sufficient to deliver the strategy we've set out.
And how does that relate back to the 2019 SHMA that found a need or a demand, I don't know which might be the difference, for more houses rather than apartments?
It relates much more to our strategy and the fact that I'm not sure it does say 75% need, but I can't remember the 2019 SHMA. We will be looking it up at the moment. We know that when if you ask people, there will always be a preference for houses with gardens, but actually in terms of this plan, we are looking to make the most of our land supply, and we have a strategy that would require, a different type of accommodation. I think the fact that, when you look at the city centre currently, you look at it in 2,000, there were 500 people living there, we're coming up to 100,000. Clearly, people would have said 20 years ago, nobody wants to live in the city centre. Clearly, that's not true. We know there's a balance to be had about not having it all in the city centre, which is, well, you know, the balance we struck with the strategy, but that's the way that, you know, we've set out this strategy.
So even if the preference or the market demand might be there to buy 75% of new dwellings as houses with gardens, if it were, or a higher proportion anyway, the fact that the household projections and the demographic trends are for smaller households, you still think it's a justified strategy in the round to make best use of the brownfield opportunities, because whilst it may not be meeting everyone's preferences necessarily, it is meeting people's needs. Is that
That's
a
correct.
reasonable way of putting it?
It is, yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, because that does help to understand the different ways of looking at this, I think. Right. And we'll look at, there's another bit of this policy which is about internal space standards, but I'll come on to that separately. So anything else on these first couple of paragraphs, I suppose, about that you want to say about before I open it up to others? No, okay. Right, any comments from others? Yep, Shirley.
Thank you, sir. I think it was a helpful response from GMCA, and obviously thanks to reference to the points we've made in our hearing statement. In terms of the response, I think I would be in agreement that it's the supply, the table 7.3 is clearly a reflection of the strategy, not need, which is the points we've conveyed.
Well, is it need though?
Well, I'll in terms of,
if the household projections are showing smaller households,
Yeah,
isn't it a reasonable
well,
approach to say, right, we'll build smaller houses?
Yeah, I'll try and address that then. Point being, first off, that isn't evidenced in the latest SHMAR. Now, if the argument for that is because it's going to be left to local planners to produce their own evidence, that's the point. The 2019 SHMAR and the 2016 SHMAR before it did include a section modelling the need, not the demand, the need for different sizes and types of housing. And that was based on an approach pretty standard, in line with the guidance of looking at the demographic projections and then looking at the types of houses that people live in and applying those propensities to the demographics. The point being that, yes, there might be lots more smaller households. Those smaller households don't necessarily live in nor require or need smaller houses. You know, you could make the point that it's a spare bedroom for children to stay in, divorced parents. It could be older couples who want rooms, because we're talking need in a sense of market and affordable. It's obviously very different in terms of affordable, bedroom housing standards, etc. But in terms of the market, that is what people need is not necessarily the same as what they demand or aspire to.
So how was that modelled, without getting into the too much technicality, how do you combine that the demographic trend in the household projections for smaller households with, is it about also taking account of use of current stock, and then the size of households and the houses that they have?
Precisely, it's based on the propensity of households of different types to currently occupy housing, and assuming that essentially carries on as it is. So it factors in demographics, it factors in the smaller households, it factors in the ageing population. It's not, just to point out, it's not my evidence, that's the evidence in the GMCA SHMAR itself. It looked at a number of different scenarios. It also looked at scenarios which did change the aspirations of households to have different types of housing. So propensities for smaller, they were presented as sensitivities. So the 75% circa needing houses was their core scenario. So that was in the evidence base previously. And like I say, it's not in the current SHMAR document. I'm assuming, because the expectation is that that will be addressed through the need as local plans individually come forward to ensure this policy is effective and deliverable and meets the homes are provided which match the need, as well as the spatial strategy, because obviously we take the point around the spatial strategy, not just the core growth area, but also points around northern competitiveness as well, and the recognition of the importance of
and referenced quite a number of times in PFE, aspirational housing, etc., which again, completely in support of.
So, if, as this plan, as modified, would delegate this assessment of needs of different housing types, that could potentially lead it to look at its existing housing land supply that it's got, which is also being looked at, and to conclude, well, we actually need these sort of housing types. Our existing supply is not suitable to those, and therefore there could be implications for the allocations that plan needs to make.
I would absolutely be in agreement with that.
Yeah.
I think the key point to make, and it's perhaps one recognised across the table, is that table 7.3 is a point in time snapshot, and it does change, as you note, because even in the latest figures for 2039, I think it actually goes even more oriented towards apartments. But it is a snapshot in time of the supply. It'd be for the Part 2 plans to evidence and identify need and address any deficiencies or gaps in that supply.
So is there anything about this policy H3, what is it asking local plans to do, i.e. to do this assessment of the mix, the type, size and design of new housing, and how that connects with its ensuring sufficient land to meet the identified needs in table 7.2?
7.2 or 7.3?
No, not the housing, the minimum housing requirement figure.
No, I mean, it clearly, it's as long as it's understood that, yes, those figures in table 7.3, and they are listed as supply, aren't need, then that makes sense. And I think the point that we'd also made, and I know some points I raised yesterday, so I will not major on this at all, but it's around the importance of monitoring again. It's coming back to, to understanding the types and sizes that are coming forward and how they do address your policy objectives, essentially.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr O'Connor?
Thank you, sir. Following on from what Mr Pollard has just set out, we did produce our own piece of evidence and submitted it to the examination, which undertook an objective assessment of what the need would be. And this is set out that, or this concluded that the need is for 40% overall to be 1 and 2 bed small apartments, where actually the supply, as set out in the PFE, is 61% based on the latest information. So there is a dichotomy between the two. So obviously that's set out in detail. I suppose I would agree. I think there needs to be a clear recognition set out in the plan that the table 7.3 is a need, and hopefully that can be read.
Table 7.3.
7.3
is need or isn't need.
Sorry, isn't need. Sorry. Apologies, Freudian slip. Isn't need. And I suppose I would like to draw attention to 3 areas in particular: Manchester, Salford and Trafford, with the 3 areas with the largest components of apartments. The 2021 SHMA produced by GMCA at paragraph 6.96 actually sets out that Salford, Trafford and Manchester are expected to see the highest increase in households with dependent children. So again, it just goes to show that these are the areas that are going to delivering the most apartments, but they're actually there is a misalignment between what's being delivered and what's actually needed on the ground.
But children can live in apartments.
Yes, but it comes down to the size of that apartment and the availability of space as well.
Okay. Maddox.
Thank you, sir. Couple of points. Firstly, building on what Mr Pollard said, there seems to be something of a circular reference here in policy, in that obviously the ability to meet local housing need across the combined authority area is based on housing land supply, which assumes delivery numbers that must in some way be based upon assumptions on dwelling types, because to arrive at a number for a particular site, there must be an assumption on the types of dwellings that will be delivered. Yet JPH3 is obviously batting it down the road to local plans to establish the precise mix or the mix of dwelling types, which seems a sort of policy circular reference, if anything. And specifically on the paragraph that deals with the mix of dwelling types and sizes being determined through local plans. In reality, the precise mix of dwelling types and sizes will be determined by a broad range of factors that, yes, includes policy guidance that might exist in due course in local plans, but also extends to the local requirements that exist at a particular given time during the plan period, and also site-specific conditions and viability. So we have put forward on behalf of our clients in submissions that the policy should say something along the lines of the mix of dwelling types and sizes being informed by what is in local plans, having regard to master plans and other guidance, etc., etc.
Yeah, understood. We'll have a think about that, because the NPPF obviously sets out a role for local plans. But I think you'd probably welcome the removal of the word precise, because that would imply fixing something very rigid standards in a local plan and then applying that. So you're looking for even more flexibility, probably.
Yes, certainly would welcome removing the word precise, but the point goes beyond that, which is obviously this is the strategic plan for a 17-year period, and ultimately, as was referred to by the GMC earlier, if you look at the Manchester city centre being home to 100,000 residents, if you'd have looked at circumstances 30 years ago, you would never have expected that would happen. And ultimately, whatever it's said in a strategic plan or indeed in local plans, there will be change over time.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. Okay. Right, Barton Wilmore.
Thank you, sir. My point is very similar to that of Maddox planning, although specifically, I think the word determined needs to be removed from the first line of the second paragraph. So, because I think the role of a SHMA or a local test at a local level should be to inform the housing mix, not to determine it, because as my colleagues just said, that it'll be informed by so many other things.
NPPF says size, type and tenure of housing needed for different groups in the community should be assessed and reflected in planning policies. So
yes,
it's nice and vague, isn't it?
Yeah, so, and that is also the word I was going to pick up from paragraph 62 is that it's for different groups. It's not to, those groups might be people in need of family housing. It might be people in need of with dependents or whatever it is. That it's right that we have an assessment that picks up what those needs are, but it's not right for the planning system to seek to be. You've already we've already sought the word removal of the word precise, but it doesn't need to be prescriptive. There's no planning control required to turn a room in your house into a bedroom. Planning doesn't seek to fetter every room number or. So that was just to support that point, sir. And I would also welcome the deletion of table 7.3. I think it is a snapshot in time, sir, but it's also too blunt a tool to rely on ONS projections alone as a indication of what local plans should be doing. Is too blunt a tool. COVID is a very good example of that. We all went from going to our offices in the middle of town or wherever we went for work, and now everyone requires a home office, and that isn't something that ONS projections would pick up, but it's something that the market can respond to. And my last point, sir, was that I understand the GMCA's point that this isn't a process of seeing what the market wants. This is a process of trying to define a need that fits in with the strategy and taking into account the availability of their supply. But what the missing point seems to be, sir, in this is that the job of the PFE is more than just finding a home for all this unwanted housing and that's a burden on us all. It's being delivered to achieve things, and one of those things is economic growth, whether or not it is boosting the competitiveness of the northern areas or regenerating sites such as New Carrington, which we've got an interest in. Part of the job here is to change the market, change the fortunes of these areas, and one of the tools in doing that is to provide housing that people want and are willing to pay for and flock to areas to do, and that's what drives the market change. If we go back to the point that the council relied on earlier, I think it's 8.12 of their matter statement, they are reliant on the change of fortunes in the market for these areas to deliver the housing that they're promising. So it's much more important than just squirreling away numbers, sir.
Okay, understood. Right, Gillian Boyle.
Yeah, I also am supportive of the deletion of the word precise. I think the policy is too restrictive, and I think the flexibility of the number and type and scale and so on of houses should be left to the local plans. I don't think table 7.3 is helpful, and I would concur with colleague here from Barton Wilmore. Probably the reasoning behind my thoughts may be slightly different than some of the people across the room. It's not so much as trying to find a justification to release more greenbelt. It's more about creating more sustainable places across the whole of Greater Manchester. And at the moment, we've had a huge number of apartments built in the city centre and peripheral areas, and I think there's still lots of capacity to do that, and I think there's lots of places where that aren't even identified in the Schleifen, particularly town centres and retail sites, that will come forward. But if you create a geographical spread of housing, that you've got all apartments in one place and then low density housing on the peripheral areas, you're not actually creating very balanced communities. There's a lot of young people probably living in the city centre who may want to move out into family houses, and I'm afraid most people with children will want houses. But it can still be quite high density. You can still build at pretty high density with a mix of apartments and houses, and those people are going to likely to want to live probably still reasonably close to the centre. On the other hand, you've got lots of peripheral suburbs where you've got high proportions of older people, maybe retired. They don't want to move into, purpose-built for retirement flats because it's not of the right quality. There's a big demand there. So you might actually want to increase your densities in some of those areas. And the problem that I have with this policy, and actually also with JPH4, is it's far too inflexible. And there's an obsession with unit size. The way you get effective use of land isn't just by the number of units you've got. Bedroom space, a number of bedrooms actually can be more helpful. And I know we have to concur with the advice in NPPF, which talks about density, but it does make the point in, I think it's paragraph 125 of the NPPF, that in areas where there's a clear shortage of requirement in terms of land supply, I don't think that that's the case here. I think even if we go by the 164,000 figure, we've got still, a fairly decent supply. But applying these very rigid unit numbers at development control stage,
we're going to come on to the density policy later. Yeah, so let's.
Okay.
I need time to do that.
That's fine.
So
yeah.
Let's. Okay. So, Marge Powner.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one quick point about the lack of guidance about houses that are not homes. So investor homes and Airbnbs. They're a type of home that we probably have a proliferation of in some boroughs. Manchester, Salford and Trafford were mentioned earlier. They happen to be the three boroughs with the highest number of houses that, when you compare the census with the ONS data.
Can a plan like this do anything about that?
I think it can offer guidance to districts, can't it? I mean, to help inform their local plans, because at the moment we're in a situation where we've got what appears to be a policy to re-gentrify or to gentrify Manchester, and a number of apartments have been built, apartment blocks, with no affordable housing, and many of which are sold to investors as opposed to people seeking homes.
The affordable housing element, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how you can control who buys the properties through the planning system, but anyway, noted.
It's about need,
I
think,
understood,
and the link between how we address housing need as opposed to creating homes that are a widget on somebody's bank account, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Any final comments on this the policy before we look at the internal space standards?
Not much. Just very briefly indeed. So I've suggested the removal of the word precise, and in the controversial sentence, there also seems to be controversy about the concept of these various things being determined through local plans. We'll wait for your guidance note, but for example, one could say instead, will be guided by policies in local plans. I mean, that might be another way of doing it. If the word determined is some way seen as being excessive.
I suppose the point is, even when you include, I mean, some local plans will have sort of tables based on the SHMA about number of 3-bed, 4-bed, and these sort of things, and 2 years later, there's other evidence comes along, and
which is why guided by policies in might be a better way of doing it.
So the point is that the local plan needs to address this issue.
Yes.
But the local plan also needs to have a flexibility in it to
which
respond
is for
to
those local plans.
Yeah, for the local plan to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So understood.
Okay. I mean, I think the word determined was seen by some as being too absolute, if you like, or whatever. So guided by policies in might be a more appropriate way of dealing with that.
Right, thank you. So I think what we'll do now, before we break, because we've got two more, well, let's see how we get on with one of them. I mean, we've got two more questions under issues 8.3 and 8.4, which is about the minimum residential densities, but also the internal space standards. Let's see how we get on with the first of those, internal space standards, and then decide.
An 8.9, in other words.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's have a bash at that and then have a break.
See where we get to. Some of us have got the last issue, may not involve everybody, but it is something that we do need to have some time on. This is about the needs for housing needs of different groups in the community, particularly gypsies and travellers. So we don't need to forget that we need some time for that as well, even if not everyone wishes to.
I think it's just of the points. I suspect the density policy might take a few more minutes than the internal space standards. We'll see. Yeah.
So on the internal space standards, obviously JPH3 requires all dwellings to comply with them. It doesn't set them out, doesn't need to. They are set out nationally. That's the point. I suppose they could change. National policy states that planning policies for housing may make use of the nationally described space standard where the need for an internal space standard is justified, taking account of need, viability and timing. As with the accessible and adaptable homes, the Housing Technical Standards Report published in June, or submitted in June, collates evidence. And the key points from that, I think, are that 45% of new homes recently built in the plan area fail to meet the standards, 63% of houses and 27% of apartments. So quite a significant proportion. When you say recently built, when...
Yeah, we'll find it, sir. Find it. Carry on.
The other main point was that the average sizes of new homes in this plan area are smaller than national average. So look, both those ways of looking at it, what the planning system's delivering at the moment is homes smaller than elsewhere in the country and smaller than the national standards.
Yes.
So that's the basic point. The viability evidence factored in all units meeting the standards.
That's right.
So that's the viability has been taken into account. We know what the viability assessment says. You also go on to say that even though the viability evidence acknowledges or shows that some allocations in the plan and some sites... Sorry, do you want to come back on that first point before we
go on? Yeah.
Just very quickly.
Post-it away.
Sorry, yes, I can remember this one. It was the completions between 1920, with the exception of Salford.
19/20.
19/20, sorry, yes.
Yeah, that's a good...
It'd be bigger in those days, surely. Salford were 2018, 2019, because they'd done the work for the Salford local plan.
Up to what, 21, 22?
No, they just
in that 1 year?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Right, okay, so a snapshot in time and that. Yeah, sorry, interesting, a further point that you say in your statement, I think, is that whilst there are viability challenges, you would not want this particular policy requirement being subject to a viability clause because of it being particularly important to achieve these space standards in the more deprived areas where the viability challenges are highest.
Exactly.
Which brings us on to a kind of, are we beginning to rank the importance of some of these policy requirements? And are the ones that are stated to have a viability clause the ones that you look at first? Or is that just what you said before, that it's the ones with the biggest hit on viability are the ones you'd look at first?
Yeah, and also where you've got a clear lead from national policy. So, for example, affordable housing, there's a clear lead from national policy in relation to viability. National space standards are in a different kettle of fish. I mean, as you know, in our statement for today's session, we refer to the fact that in all these often not very pleasant conversions of offices under PD rights to homes, even they are subject to nationally described space standards as from the 6th of April 2021. And, you know, one thinks to oneself, I mean, let's just get this point out there on the table. If conversions of offices to homes have to meet these nationally described space standards, it would be a major, major failing for housing generally not to meet these nationally described space standards. I mean, it really would be. I mean, it's quite what a situation to have a. Let's hope we don't have the debate where it said there's a great need for housing as long as it doesn't meet nationally described space standards. I mean, let's hope that isn't the position which is represented.
Okay, and the transitional period you say isn't needed because this has been flagged up for a number of years.
Yes.
Therefore, it should have been factored in by now to land purchase. You'll hear the response though that, well, you know, we didn't need to factor it in because we wasn't sure about it.
Well, and then if you think about conversions, PD right conversions of offices to homes, and nationally the transitional period for those is extremely short. So it just related to where you had made your prior approval application before the 6th of April. So, you know, for anyone who hadn't already got their prior approval application in, they were immediately caught on the 6th of April. 2021, last year, 2021. So, yeah, we do see this as very important.
Okay, understood. Right, does anybody wish to say that they shouldn't be provided, shouldn't be met the nationally described space standards? No, okay. Presumably you'd supportive of these. I'm looking at this side of the table. Yeah, okay. Right, thank you. In which case, if there's nothing more to be said, I mean, there was some propositions, but I think the evidence has been provided that some of the comments made earlier may have been the fact that the evidence hadn't been collated at the point the plan was submitted.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
So let's, rather than breaking now, shall we, well, I don't mind. Shall we have a break?
Whatever you want to do, so I don't mind.
No, let's have a break.
Let's have a break.
Sorry? You were going to say?
Is it this next?
Okay,
Right,
let's start. I won't.
Well, as long as you don't say anything, Chris, we'll be fine.
Okay. Right. Okay. Let's move on then to question 8.10, which is about the minimum residential standards. And the question was, are they justified and consistent with national policy, and will they be effective in making optimal use of sites and achieving well-designed places? So there's two different elements of what you're trying to achieve: is making best use, effective use of land, but also achieving well-designed places. So let's just see what the policy actually says before we worry about what the numbers are. New housing should be delivered at a density appropriate to the location, reflecting the relative accessibility of the site, in accordance with the minimum density set out below. But then at the bottom of the table, lower densities may be acceptable where they can be clearly justified by, and then there's a series of things, local housing market issues, site-specific issues about design, context, etc., and where it would not compromise the overall delivery of new homes in the district. Not sure what that means, but think about that. And then let's leave this next bit about the mix, because can we just deal with that separately? Because it's sort of a bit of a curious suggestion about how you should achieve these, or how you could achieve these. I'm not sure, through the mix of houses and apartments to achieve the densities.
Carry on.
Be delivered.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
okay, so obviously some people say the density is too high, some say they're too low. You say they're based on a number of factors about accessibility, character of areas, and the individual district sort of, assessments. But they're brought together, and they are minimums, but subject to lower ones being allowed. So
yeah, so we've built the flexibility into which one hopes would be welcome.
So the basic point is they're not a rigid prescription. There is flexibility, but the sort of, I suppose the starting point is that treat them as a minimum, try and achieve it on a site, but then, look at these other factors that are listed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and particularly the demonstrable need for a particular type of housing seems to jump off the top of page 140 in the plan. That seems to be one of the points that's been made so much on the other side of the room.
Yeah, so there's a mixture of whether they're needed and you'd be able to deliver the types of homes needed.
Exactly.
But secondly, about design and about achieving good design. So that's both those elements are covered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I don't. That's all right. So we'll open it up in a minute, but let's just think then what the purpose of these typical mixes is. And
sorry, I just turned my microphone off before
I mean, there may be statements of the obvious. I don't know, though. They may not. I mean, what's the purpose of it?
I think they are to, from in our opinion, to meet those densities, you would be at 120 plus, looking primarily at apartments. At 35 to 70, you would probably be looking primarily at houses, but there is a place for a mix. But I think it is just factual and a guide. I don't think it's prescriptive in saying if you are looking at 35 to 70, you've got to build houses. But it's generally that's what we would be expecting a mix at that level of density to look like.
So in those circumstances, sorry, let me just have the internal debate openly. So on that basis, if it's meant to be some form of guidance as to how we would envisage this being delivered, as opposed to some mandate, you have to do it like this, and presumably there'd be no harm if this went to reason justification. Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And whether the word should is the right word, or,
But I suppose what it is making clear is that even on higher density schemes, you're still looking for some houses.
Yes.
And do you think that's possible? I don't know enough about design or what it would mean, but I mean, if you didn't say it and you were looking to achieve, 120 or 70 to 120, would there be a risk that the easiest way to do that might just be through apartments?
Well, that would be the easiest way of doing it in a literal sense, but
you're looking for, this is intended to say, well, look to see if we can get some houses as well.
Well, it's intended to say that we consider that these densities can be delivered in these ways, with including houses as opposed to just entirely apartments. Yeah. Well, for the lower densities, primarily houses, and a mix for the middle band, and then even at the highest band, we would anticipate, primarily apartments, but incorporating houses, etc., where practicable.
And and they relate back to geographical areas, and then you've got definitions and interpretation, curiously, in part of the policy, at the bottom of the policy, and that's about how you measure these things. So it's quite a toolkit here about how to do this.
Portmanteau, a toolkit, yes.
I'll open it up in a minute, but there's a basic point I think made by HPF particularly about, this was tried in London, and actually it wasn't effective because it didn't really achieve what you wanted to achieve. It didn't. You'll get maximum densities by private sector developers anyway, because that's basically how they'll get best returns. So what you really want to be trying to achieve is good quality design. I think that's the basic point from Stevens. Do you want to just respond to that? Why is this? Why do you think this is needed? Is there? I know NPPF talks about making effective use of land and thinking about setting minimum density standards. And Julian Boyle's already raised about in the circumstances you need to do that if you've got a shortage of land, particularly. Is it based on a wasteful use of land or a less effective use of land than there could be in some areas?
Well, it's trying to ensure that doesn't happen. I mean, it's certainly taking its lead from the framework. I would have thought of all the policies in the plan, this one really can be pinned on the framework. But, and it's got inherent flexibility built in, as we've seen. And it may well be that that passage, the penultimate paragraph before the paragraph before the definitions, could be moved to supporting justification. I don't know what you want to do about definitions. You'll advise us in due course, but I mean, you know, it is helpful to have some understanding of what these terms mean. Whether that needs to be in a policy or not, I don't know whether that's a soundness point, to be honest. But, you know.
The point is, you think that it's clear how you apply it.
Yes.
There's not an issue about
No,
effectiveness in terms of it. It is clear that
I think this is one that you'll understand how you meant to go about it. Yes.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Could I just add on? It is about effective use of land, but it is also about making best use of well-connected places. So it's very much linked to the work we did with TFGM about places with good non-car access and trying to maximise potential in areas that are close to public transport hubs or whatever. So it's both effective use of land and well-connected places.
And the latter point being, well, there are finite opportunities in those most accessible places, you know, with the Metrolink stops and train stop stations and those sort of things. So don't waste those opportunities. Yeah. Okay. Anything you wish to say from this side? Yeah, Gillian Boy, you started.
Sorry, yeah, probably just following on from previous comments on density. I do have a few issues with this policy for the same reasons, and I think it's far too flexible. It's already been pointed out where these things have been tried before, they've not been particularly effective. I think most private developers will try and get the highest density they possibly can, and very often that is actually at the expense of quality. And I'd give you one example. Quite recently, when I was, before I retired, you know, I was acting for landowner of a local authority, working very closely with the planning officers on a site. And because we own the land, we were able to control actually what went on that site to a much greater extent than you would do with just planning. Now, this was in a suburb, so if I'd have gone down and used this little table here, and we didn't own the land, then actually the planning officers would not have been able to refuse what was actually a pretty poor quality development, a lot of very small units crammed on, when actually what was needed was some slightly larger units for families in the area. And also there was lots of issues to do with open space around it. And actually one of the ways you achieve high density sometimes is actually really through good design, not by just having lots and lots of small units. That's what we tried in the 1970s in a lot of inner areas where the densities were actually extremely low. But actually the unit sizes in a lot of the houses were pretty small. You know, it's the amount of land that you give to road space, to really thinking very carefully about every square metre of land should be owned and managed. And there's not enough of that. And I think, you know, you can imagine busy development management teams, you know, will just go for the easy. Well, there's a section here, it's just easier to go down, tick this table, and you will then approve a poor quality scheme. So I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it's helpful in what is really a strategic document. I'm not sure I'd actually want something like this even in a local plan. I don't think it'll make good design. I think it will end up encouraging everything down to the lowest common denominator. So I'm not in support of it really at all.
Understood. Mr. Broadbent.
Yeah, I sympathise with Gillian's position. I accept many of her points, but I have a slightly different position. I think a minimum density specification. I think it plays into other parts of the plan. For example, you can use it to boost your town centre economy. You can, as the GMCA commented, it makes sense to have high densities around your public transport hubs. But my point specifically is, I just wanted to, I discussed this specific policy a lot under Matter 4. I just wanted to take up a point from then. I won't retread old ground. It's just that it's more suited to this discussion, and that is that the national. I questioned why the density specification wasn't being reflected in the SLARs, and Mr. Katarkovsky gave me, I thought was a very reasonable answer. That
until he went away and checked it.
No, that the policy hadn't been adopted as yet, which makes sense to me, because these specifications will mostly be deployed in planning applications. But national policy does articulate a role for it in plan making through policy MPPF 141. And the implication there is that a minimum density specification or policies articulating densities should inform the land position, which then can also play a role in dictating the quantum of greenbelt release. And that doesn't seem to have been the case in this plan. They seem to have got it back to front. I can understand why they have got it back to front, but it does make it inconsistent with MPPF 141. So that's my point, thank you.
Yeah, so I think, just to make sure I understand it then, is that when you've identified, the SLAR identifies the sites that are available for development, when they think about what the capacity could be on those, it is, you should apply these densities, because looking forward, when you, so you don't underestimate the capacity of the
I think the SLARs should.
And your assessment is that they haven't?
Well, Tameside does. Tameside pretty much delivers these densities. Rochdale doesn't at all. Oldham is somewhere in between. It's got a pretty good town centre plan that I like, and it's going to deliver them there. But it's very uneven, the deliverability, and I think there should be. I think if you're going to have a density specification, I think the SLARs used in the plan should take account of that. They should be optimised in line with that. And I accept that it might not be appropriate in some places, but I think if there's a reason for why the minimum density isn't going to be deployed, or you're not going to deploy it outside of a town centre, I would have personally have liked that in the plan. I'd like the reasons articulated.
But doesn't it have those? In this policy, doesn't it have those sort of flexibilities?
I mean, for instance, it doesn't say that the densities won't apply outside of Oldham town centre, for example. I mean, it has a general catch-all. For example, there won't be deployed where they're impractical, but it doesn't give a reason why they might not be impractical. For example, you've got Tameside delivering these densities, more or less. You've got Rochdale not delivering the densities at all. There's no real explanation for why you've got that difference. So
yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Just a bit more clarity.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. Right, Mr. Stevens.
So you've summarised my perspective on this question, and you will have your experience of the London Plan will have you will have been exposed to the that there is no right or wrong answer here. It's that people sometimes like a density matrix because it can help remove the need for greenfield greenbelt release. Conversely, they then get frustrated by a density matrix because it could lead to overdense developments. Developers will tend to optimise site, taking into account other considerations such as desire for particular types of homes. I'm not too bothered with the density matrix. It can only become a problem when it becomes a noose, used in development management purposes. But I think there are sufficient caveats in the policy, including at point 1 and 2. I think so long as they're in there, I think you can use this. I think in probably a constructive way. To a certain extent, I think they're becoming redundant because of the new emphasis by government on design and the production of design guides and master planning. It would tend to obviate the need for density matrix, but I think it's something that the GMCA can suck it and see how it works. And perhaps review its effectiveness in 5 years' time. The only change I would suggest is possibly in the first sentence where it says in accordance with the minimum densities set out below. It might be a semantic point, but perhaps if that was changed with reference to the minimum densities set out below, might prevent the densities, the minimum density specified being used as a kind of a noose. Thank you.
A slightly more flexible approach from the outset before you get to the caveats or the qualifications later on. Okay. Yeah,
just briefly, we've got a written submission that the first sentence under part 2 of the policy be deleted. And that's where it says, and where it would not compromise the overall delivery of new homes in the district. I mean, the policy is already tying it to the matrix. That I think everybody recognises there will be exceptions to that. They should be design-led solutions, or in the case of some of our sites, we're being promoted for more, for want of a better word, executive housing with more space, bigger gardens. Then we're not going to want always to do those densities, and I'm not sure the councils always will. If you have that sentence in there as well, two problems. First of all, it kind of reaffirms that it's got to be those densities. And secondly, I mean, how do you measure that? Yeah, I mean, how would you do it? So I think it's just odious, really, and it's not required, and would help allow the policy to be interpreted in a more appropriate way. And the only other thing we've said is, and maybe this would be better to reflect on after you've heard about individual sites, but just raise it now. It should include a cross-reference, maybe in the reason justification to, for example, policy JP allocation 27, that's, I think, East Booths Town. But maybe that point is made better when we consider the individual sites, because that is what some of these sites are doing. They're seeking to deliver better quality, more expensive houses to mix to change the mix.
Okay, yeah, no, valid point actually. When we've been through looking at each of the allocations, come back and see some of these things. By which time we'll have forgotten about this woman of mine. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, any final comments, GCA? That sentence about where it would not compromise overall delivery, I think that was the thing that I had in mind. I mean, how would you assess that at any particular time?
In response to your points, rather than my learned friends, we'd be content for the sentence to be removed.
Is it that hard to concede to me?
Obviously. Yeah, okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
No, okay. Right, so I think that brings us to the end of the issues 8.1 to 8.4, unless there's any other final points or queries that people have. So thank you for their contributions today on those. That was helpful on a number of things, and I think there's various things we need to just reflect on, some of which we'll be able to set out an action point note next week. Others may need a little bit longer. I don't know. Okay, so nothing else before we break? No. So we'll break now for 15 minutes. Well, what is it? It's 12 minutes to, isn't it? Let's resume at 4 o'clock. For those of us who are got an interest in this final issue. Those who haven't, you're welcome to stay, you're welcome to go. So I'll leave it with you.
Not all of us watch football, you know. Not all inspectors are football mad.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock, time for us to start again. I've got a little cameo today to talk about issue 8.5, which is housing needs of different groups in the community. And as you've seen from our questions, that is with particular regard to the needs of gypsies, travellers and travelling show people. And we asked a question 8.11, which was in deferring the assessment of needs for different groups in the community, in particular those relating to travellers. Is that consistent with paragraph 62 of the framework? And then in light of a recent court judgment, which I'll refer to as Smith, I think, whether or not, we asked a supplementary question, whether or not the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment of 2018, the GTAA, would need to be updated, and if so, when will that update be completed, and how will it affect timescales, and so on, for assessing the accommodation needs of gypsies, travellers and travelling show people. So, just as a way, a bit of a context, paragraph 62 of the framework states that within the context of determining the minimum number of homes needed, the size, type and tenure of housing needed for different groups in the community should be assessed and reflected in planning policies. I won't go through the full list, but that does include travellers. Policy JP H3 of the plan states that housing provision to accommodate specific groups, including travelling people, will be addressed through local plans. The GMCA responses to our supplementary question 28 and further preliminary question 28, I don't think we could come up with what the next one would have been, supplementary further, so I don't know quite what we'd have used, but even more preliminary questions. The answers would be that it would advise us rather that this will be done, i.e. meeting those needs will be done in accordance with the timetables set out in each of the district's local development schemes. So that's i.e. this is when we'll address the issue. And the GMC written statement for matter 8, which covers this point, concluded that the GTAA of 2018 would be evident, which is before us. I think it is before us. It's obviously one of the reasons we're discussing this is that would be used or could be used as evidence for local plans. We'll come on to what the implications of the Smith judgment in a moment, but obviously we'll start with the basic points, I suppose. I'm conscious, obviously, and I think it's an answer you've given at some point today, as well as other days, about the scope of the plan, but notwithstanding that, is deferring of these particular matters different to some of those other things we've been discussing? Firstly, because the plan does deal with some housing need issues, so it's in the scope of housing needs. And secondly, obviously we know from the GTAA, albeit from 2018, that there is a need for pitches and plots to GM level. I think the need is under the PPTS, which is the Planning Policy Traveller Sites guidance, a need for 44 pitches up to 2036, 204 plots for travelling show people or show persons, and 59 transit pitches. And I think that need, if you look at the cultural need in the report, it talks about a net need of 103 pitches. So in that context, obviously we're coming back in that context, and the context paragraph 62, I guess we're still back to, is this in a different order of things to the other things you've deferred?
No, not to us it isn't. And it comes back to another one of the points I've made earlier in the examination hearing sessions, which is that as this plan is doing some of the work, if you like, and is leaving other work to be done by subsequent local plans, there's no infringement, if you like, in this particular case of paragraph 62 of the framework, because paragraph 62 of the framework is seeking for these various issues, one of which is travellers to be assessed and reflected in planning policies. When you have it's obviously a pretty unusual plan that we're dealing with here, it being a joint plan of 9 authorities. when you have a plan of this nature, you can still perfectly well satisfy paragraph 62 by having certain aspects of the things covered in paragraph 62 being picked up by other local plans. So as long as, you know, the day comes when cumulatively your development plan policies cover all of these matters, then you would have complied with paragraph 62. It's not an edict that, you know, the first plan that comes up has to deal with all of these points. So no, I don't see it in any different light as a matter of principle. We know there's a need, as you've identified from the background work that's been done, although we'll come to our answer to your supplementary question in a few moments' time. We know there's a need, but we also know there's a need for all sorts of other things as well, which is touched on in paragraph 62, some of which are being addressed through this plan and some of which aren't. So, you know, that's choices had to be made as to what to deal with in this plan, and we've made the various choices we have. And I then come back to one of my other fundamental points that I keep making. This isn't about an appropriate strategy on this occasion. This is about the ability for us to distribute various matters across the various plans. If you just give me one moment, I just want to retrieve my paragraph 35. Forgive me. No, there was another point which I wanted to make. It's just slipped my mind for the moment, and I'll come back to it. So once I've remembered it, forgive me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go on. Or do you want to wait?
Carry on, sir. I'm sure that it will come.
Okay, it may well be that you'll want to return to this or some of these questions anyway. So I just want, I'm obviously mindful of that answer.
I've got it now.
Make go on then. Well, it's on your mind.
I've got
Don't
I've
forget.
got it
You don't
now.
want to forget
I've
again.
got it now. Sorry, it's one of my other sort of broken record points, but none the worse for that, hopefully. And it's simply that the question, obviously putting the question the right way around, it's whether, you know, would it be necessary in order to make the plan sound for this plan to have to address the issues of travellers, gypsies, travellers, travelling show people in this plan? Answer no. Would it be a good thing to do or otherwise? Well, you know, I'm sure it would be a good thing to do, but that's not the question. You know, that's the other point that I wanted to make. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
No, it's fine.
I knew as soon as you went on to your next point, I'd remember.
Well, it might well be you're just going to refer me to the answer you gave some minutes ago when I go through the rest of my questions. So you may as well say it now and then.
See above.
But anyway, because I do want to, and like I say, I'm mindful of everything you've just said and this similar discussion we've had before, but obviously I do want to just talk a little bit about the reasoning that's been given in your statements, and just so I understand some of the points that have been made. I think you've argued in your various answers to us that it's considered more appropriate for local plan policies to address the needs of different groups, as these will allow for a more district-specific approach to reflect the different circumstances within each district. And I think just for this point, obviously, perhaps for this issue, why that might be the case, because why is this, if you like, a local issue? Traveller needs a local issue, but dealing with general housing requirements, which might have cross-boundary needs and everything else, was a strategic matter for the plan. So in terms of making that conscious decision that was a local issue, can you just perhaps explain why? Well,
I'll see whether there's anything that GMC wishes to add to my left, but I mean, again, I would just come back to the fundamental points, which is that, you know, a decision has been made by us that it's an issue to be taken forward through subsequent local plans, as I call them. Can it be said that, you know, this plan has to do something else, has to do this heavy lifting now in order to be sound? No, it can't. I mean, you know, would you personally sort of have reached a different conclusion about this? You might well have done, but that's, with respect, isn't what we have to grapple with under the framework, under the legal test of soundness. So, but yes, a judgment call was made that this is best addressed through these subsequent local plans. But I don't know whether there's anything anyone wants to add to that. I mean, we do also have a timing issue about the evidence base, as you know, which comes to the supplementary question point. But you know, anything anyone wants to add?
Just only to say, unless I might be misunderstanding the question, but I think it is being dealt with in a very similar way. We've identified needs, you know, we know there are needs for older people, for students, and we've identified there are needs for gypsy travellers and travelling shore people, but we are saying that they would be better met, all of them, at a district level. And I don't think it's different for gypsies and travellers and travelling shore people than how we would be dealing with other needs that have been identified.
I suppose the point is, and you've got a piece of work which has said, you know, across, you know, from 2018 that this is as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, that those figures I've just referred to aren't broken down by district level, or at least the headlines aren't. Obviously, there's no. Okay, but so I suppose the question: you've got that evidence, you've got a potential requirement figure for each district. You've had that evidence since 2018. It's potentially a strategic cross-boundary issue, just like normal housing requirement issues are. It just follows through as to why you thought that was just better to be dealt with through at a local level. Why it didn't need to be dealt with here.
Are you suggesting that because we had the figures we should have provided
I'm just
a requirement?
understanding why you decided that you, with all that background, you decided you didn't think it was necessary to address it through this plan. Taking the point Mr. Gatkowski said, you, as far as he's concerned, you didn't have to, but like, that's your answer. That's your answer. Yeah. There's nothing to add to that. That's not.
No.
The answer you gave to FPQ 28 helpfully set out the anticipated timings of plans, and obviously one of our question was, you know, when is this going to be dealt with then? Just going through that list, and obviously LDS is updated all the time, and I'm going on what was on that list. It might have changed, but I think one date for adoption, which is Trafford, is 2023. I think 3 are in 2024, Bury, Manchester, Oldham. One's 2025, which is Tameside. One's sort of 25, 26, Wigan, and Bolton, Rochdale and Salford at the time didn't have a confirmed date for a new plan based on, you know, and I think a lot of that was to do with resourcing and waiting to see the outcome of the PFE, so perhaps understandable. But you're potentially in a position whereby the issue or the needs identified in the 2018 GTA won't be met or couldn't be fully dealt with until 2026 at the earliest, based on current LDSs. And some considerable time after the need identified in the GTA was identified. So, as this potentially was a cross-boundary strategic issue, in the context of in the context of paragraph 62, is it appropriate to not deal with this issue until that length of time, you know, 2026?
Well, we believe so because, again, coming back to the soundness test, it's not necessary to make this plan sound in order for it to deal with it now. I mean, I'm just, you know, I think the difficulty is if we take travellers, for example, as out of paragraph 62 or from paragraph 62 rather than sort of focus on them particularly and ask questions like this, we sort of kind of lose the wider context. So if you look at the next paragraph, which is about affordable housing, you know, we know there's a need for affordable housing. The paragraph 63 is saying planning body should specify the type of affordable housing required. We've just had a debate about why this joint local plan isn't going to do that, because the details being left to subsequent local plans. So it's exactly the same point across the piece. And I think there is a danger in thinking, well, because there's been litigation about travellers, they in some way need to be treated differently. And I appreciate all the legal requirements, etc., but you know, in terms of the framework's guidance, it's basically just saying that your planning policies across the piece should deal with these various issues. We're in a very unusual situation, and well, it's unique around the country, isn't it, for 9 local authorities, or any number of local authorities, to get together and actually progress a joint local plan in this way. It's extremely unusual, and obviously 9 is unique. And, you know, we are dealing in circumstances where, you know, we are just, albeit a very big piece, but we are a piece of a bigger jigsaw puzzle. So, you know, our answer, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that our answer in relation to travellers is the same answer we would give about any of the other needs which are singled out or set out, forgive me, in 62 and 63 of the framework.
Okay.
Most of which we've said are to be dealt with through local plans, subsequent local plans.
And these questions have come up about other things as well. Obviously.
Absolutely.
So
No, absolutely.
we're not dealing with it in a different way to what we've dealt with other things.
And my answer is consistent across the piece, I hope, anyway. It's meant to be.
Okay. Just moving on then to the Court of Appeal judgment. This was in relation, for those who aren't aware, this was about regarding the interpretation of the planning policy for traveller sites guidance, the government guidance of 2015, and the application of that policy to gypsies and travellers who have ceased to pursue nomadic lifestyles. The council's response to our query about whether this had any implications, albeit for this plan or obviously for the evidence base, and whether the GTA 2018 GTA would need to be updated to reflect judgment. Your answer was this would take about 6 months. So
that's the advice we've received from those who are doing the work.
Just again, from my understanding, would you see when you say, because I think you know it says an update, so I just wanted to double check: are you envisaging this piece of work as an update? As it's 2018 piece of work, somebody reviewing that to see if anything needs revising, or is it a new GTAA based on the new based on the outcome of the judgment?
It's effectively a new GTA. We did a 2018 GTA, which was quite a comprehensive, a lot of interviews, and we updated that in 2018. I think, ironically, we would probably met the new definition in 2014. We revised it because there'd been the new guidance for I think around 2016. So it will effectively be a new GTA, which will involve quite a lot of survey work, and I think the advice we've had from the people who'll be doing it from us is it's actually going to be quite important for us to wait for some of the census information, particularly for the bricks and mortar, particularly for the Court of Appeal implications, which we're anticipating will be available in February, but we're not having to wait for that. We can start the study before and do some in parallel, but yes, it is more than an update.
Okay, thank you. And okay, so I was going to. One of my points was that because this was 2018 data, and you were saying about local plan, this 2018 report might be something the local plans could use. Bearing in mind that it's 2018, with or without this judgment, would you be looking at perhaps producing a new GTA anyway to support local plans?
We might have done a more light touch update, I think, now, but obviously the court judgment changes that.
So 6 months. So just again, is this 6 months from now or 6 months from procurement, or is that the same thing?
It's 6 months from procurement.
Right. And I know you've not got a lot on your plate at the moment. There's nothing else to be thinking about. So has any work been done? Just again, I suppose the point is, if it's 6 months from procurement, just so we understand, so we've got the complete picture. 6 months sounds quite optimistic, actually, if I dare say, from experience of these things. So that's but if we were saying, right, okay, a new GTAA needs to be produced on the back of this judgment, when would you think that would be likely to be available? In a realistic timescale, from procurement, doing all the survey work, getting it published, getting it agreed. What's a realistic timescale?
I mean, I think the consensus on the table here is sometime in the summer. We have spoken to the organisation who produced the previous GTA for us. So this is based on their advice as to timescales and the availability of the people needed to do that. I think there's also an imperative to get some of the survey work done before the summer.
With that in mind, obviously, in your note, you said, well, you didn't see why that would, this need for additional work would have any impact on timescales for local plans. Does that still hold true if you're looking at the summer? Yeah, okay. Now, in the meantime, and I don't necessarily want to go through every single plan with this, but in the meantime, are we, in terms of how local plans or local authorities rather would deal with Gypsy and Travel and Show People applications to come in, each council has an extant policy, development management policy. Would you know? Is that something you know off the top of your head?
I'm not sure of the detail of that. I mean, could actually probably just check the report. It might say it. We can find that out if that would be helpful.
If it's something, I'll reread. I'll look at the report, and if I think it's an answer I desperately need, I'll come back to you through the action note. And then just finally, and I think again, always mindful of what you said. If we were to consider the soundness issue, taken on board, you don't think it is. And we thought it was something that needed to be addressed in any way, shape or form. What is your position, or what do you think the implications would be for the plan?
Well, significant. I think the reality of all of this, just to be totally blunt about it, is we've taken quite a lot on our shoulders as far as we're concerned in making places for everyone. I know some say we should be doing more. I'm not sure anyone's saying we should be doing less, but we feel that we would contribute, if the plan is adopted, quite a lot to the having an up-to-date development plan in place across the 9 authorities. And there is, it seems ironic to say this after all these years, but frankly, the sooner the better. If we were to find ourselves in a situation where you considered in order to make the plan necessary, we had to tackle this issue through places for everyone, it would first of all, yes, we'd have to have the work, then there would have to be the agreement amongst all 9 as to how it's all to be dealt with through the plan, what the consequences of that are, potentially in terms of land release, potentially greenbelt land release, consultation, public consultation, of course. We'd inevitably, I can't believe we'd be able to deal with the issues arising as they, it would be the first time any of these issues arose in this process. I can't imagine how we could deal with those were we to propose main modifications without there being resumed hearing sessions. We really would be kicking the can of places for everyone down the road very substantially. Who knows whether we'd ever see each other again, frankly, in relation to this plan, to be honest. We mustn't underestimate it is a Herculean task for 9 authorities to have done what they've done, and we really mustn't underestimate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any comments around the table from who's left? Okay, Taylor's. Bear in mind, I know you didn't make any representation of this before.
No, and hence my comment relates more to the last points that Mr. Katkowski made, and I think the point would be from us that the delay would be of significant consequence on other aspects of the plan and the needs of Greater Manchester and making progress. So if from our point of view, if that can be avoided, if this is a matter where there is the choice to deal with it at local plan level, that would be something that would seem to me to be in the best interests of the wider process and the objective of having up-to-date plans in place.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? No, anything final to say? Okay, so I think that brings us to a close for today and for this week. I'm not going to run through actions now. We've said, we'll produce. I think it's already been said today. We'll try and produce a note next week. We've got a couple of weeks worth of potentially things to think about. So as soon as we can, and then we will resume at 9:30 on whatever a week on Tuesday is. 13th of Tuesday, the 13th of December. So thank you all for your contributions this week, those of you here, and have a nice week off next week, and see you after that. Thank you, everyone. Bye.